Hmm. Uh, Good day. What's up, everyone? Habibi. Yeah, I'm not there yet. I just started. Antonio. Thanks for the super chat. Gert Will Wilders is the most base man in Europe.
Hello, hello.
Oh yeah, I know this guy. He's the Dutch politician. Nick Mattel bingo game. You know, we used to actually do a bingo game during the live. I feel like this was before October 7th. Yeah, I feel like it was. But yeah, we used to do maybe it was right after October 7th. We would do a bingo game and people would generate their own bingo card and based off of yeah, it was after, huh? Yeah, that's right, Nikki. Based off if a pro pally said some buzzword or something happened in the live, you could mark it and then someone could claim bingo. It was just like a fun way to, I don't know, be interactive. Kind of forgot about that. Not gonna lie.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Kelly.
Yeah. Abstract, what's
Thank
up, man?
you.
Hey, Nick. I changed my name. I was here yesterday. My name's Art, but I changed my name.
Hello,
I was
Art.
gonna say the bingo thing that you just mentioned. I have a couple bingo cards of like Muslim debate stuff. I was just wondering where could I send that so you could like if you guys ever watch a debate with Muslims or anything like that. I have like a bunch. It's just like things they say, you know.
I mean, the way it worked before, we had like I want to say it was a it was a website that Sam41 started, and oh yeah, Nikki just sent me it on the in the WhatsApp. Yeah, so like we used to have it to where people could go on that website and it would automatically generate something new. You know what I mean? It was a bingo card generator.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So
no,
that way,
I got like three with some that have different like if they do takia or if they mention the Bible instead of like if they deflect towards the
yeah,
Bible, that's a point, you know what I mean? But
yeah.
no, I just was gonna say that.
And
Maybe
then
I'll just send it in your
the whole
Discord or
chat
something.
just takes a shot when we get bingo.
Yeah.
We'll just be drunk by hour one.
Yeah.
That'd be funny. Yeah, you can send it in the Discord if you want. I don't know. Maybe we'll do something like that to get the crowd a little bit more involved.
Yeah. I just made it like a couple days ago, so all right. But yeah, I'll
Just
just
checking
send
my
it in
teeth
there.
on the stream. Sorry. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, good one.
All right, brother. Bye.
Bye.
You guys tap the live, repost, share, what you can, send the heart me's. Let's go. Love you guys.
Changing the top. Sorry for the silence. Just give me 1 second, you guys. I'm gonna change the words a little bit at the above my head. on TikTok. I want to put debate channel, calm/no deflections. First topic, Israel Palestine. Second one, thinking America first or America only. What else do we put here? Is Islam a threat to the West? To West. It's a good one. I think that's good for now.
So quiet.
Hello. Never gonna be able. Jose, you good, dude?
How are you guys?
Jose, are you okay?
Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay, you just weren't speaking there for a second.
Yeah, I was just thinking about my link.
Are you okay? Do we need to call somebody?
No, actually, not actually. Yeah, are you listening right now?
Yeah, it's just hard to hear you because you're very mumbly.
I was on my bed, that's why.
Yep, still can't really hear
I'm
you,
on
dude.
my bed. I'm on my bed, that's why.
I don't understand what being on your bed has to do with the volume of your voice, but okay.
I just literally waked up.
Woke up, yeah. Well, okay. Why'd you request then?
I was scrolling and I have your live, and I have been looking at your videos for a while, and it's good. It had been a good inspiration for someone who have been trolling in like fake news
Mm-hmm.
and influenced by the haters. And I just started to do deep researches about those some things, and I just found it all the things that I have been hearing from these sites are false. But the truth is, what a great country tried to defend himself and his family from a terrorist, and from someone who don't like its existence. And that's why I understand it after I started to do some researches. It had been an inspiration, actually, to be honest.
Okay. Okay, thanks for coming up.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, dude, how's it going?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's a little. It sounds like you're a little far away or something, but I can hear you.
Dude, is this better?
Not really, but I can still hear you.
Okay,
I guess
sorry.
it's good enough.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, it's so cool to actually like finally talk to you. Like I've kept up with your stuff. I think you might have changed my perspective a little bit on the whole Israel-Palestine conflict.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, those are my
Yeah.
favorite stories. When did it click?
I think it clicked when you were talking to what's that guy's name? Is it like Bastiat or something on Modern Day Debate? I forgot his name.
The French dude or the Canadian, the French Canadian guy?
Yeah, that dude.
Yeah, his name is
That was brutal. Dude. Hard to listen.
Garepi. I don't remember his first name, but it was Garepi was his last name.
Garepi. I think it might have used to
Gripey,
be
Greppy.
yeah, but I forgot, like Frederick Basquiat. But
Fuck, what was his name?
anyway,
Hold on. That's gonna bother me. Grape. Jean-Francois Gripey. I don't even know if I'm saying it
yeah,
right.
right.
Forgot
Yeah,
about
but what I wanted to talk to you about was abortion. You're like
Okay.
a pro-life guy, right?
him. How dare I? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm a pro-life guy.
Yeah, I would say that I'm pretty pro-choice, actually. Like, not in
no.
every instance,
You don't like blacks?
but no, it has nothing to do with race. I believe like in the inherent right for a woman to be able to get an abortion within like a certain time frame.
It was mostly a joke. I just really like poking at leftists because
Sure.
I think 70% of abortions are black babies. So it's like
Right.
I've had abortion people, pro-abortion people, or whatever, pro-choice come up and be like, "You're just a white supremacist," and it's like, why would wouldn't a white supremacist be for abortion?
Right. Exactly. I'm more of like a
It's also
center
fair to
right
maybe
guy.
call some people liberals as opposed to leftists, right? I mean, I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Well, I
Yeah, I'm
don't like
personally a center
liberal.
right guy.
Yeah, I just don't like saying liberal because America has bastardized the word liberal. Because liberal technically, like for example, being for
Like a
gun
classical liberal.
rights, yeah, gun rights would be liberal, right?
Sure.
But people hear liberal and they think left wing.
They've completely redefined the word, and I think it's kind of the liberals' fault actually for allowing that to be
But-
like a blanket statement. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah,
no
so
problem. But
go ahead,
what I
Noah.
really wanted to get at is like, why are you pro-life? Like, is it for like consequentialist reasons, deontological reasons, a combination of both? I mean, what's your
You sound so like legitimately like a good dude. So I don't mean to make jokes, but it's just funny the way you're like, why are you pro-life? Like out of context, if someone were to hear that and they didn't know what pro-life and pro-choice meant, it would sound so messed up that you asked that. Like, why are you for life, man? What the no,
exactly?
I think it comes from a look, I'm not much I'll be very direct. I'm not much of an empath. That
Okay.
being said, even me who's not like very harsh on like or very strong in empathy, it's still I kind of have this weird and if I think this it blows my mind that others don't. This thing about like this was like I feel like the most innocent not I feel like they like are the most innocent of our society, and it's just like I do legitimately feel like it's I mean just killing the like literally the most innocent, like the most absolute helpless. I mean it is literally required for that being to survive. It requires for us as society, but even more specifically the mother, to just do anything but kill it, right? That's how helpless this
Sure.
human being is. And so
yeah, go ahead.
One more sentence. So when some pro choicers come to me and they said, but it's my body. It's like, yeah, you're kind of proving my point. It's so helpless that it needs your body. And we're just like, let's kill it. Now, the second thing sorry, I said one more sentence, two more sentences. The second thing is also, I'm very big on like accountability. And I don't like this idea of like, well, I don't want the government to force, I reject that argument outright. The government's not forcing you to do anything. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I would say is that I am somebody who is, I would say that like I'm a situational ethicist, or in other words, like a moral particularist, which is somebody that appeals to, more so either deontological ethics or consequentialist ethics in varying situations. So I'm not like purely one way or the other. But in this instance, I don't really think that there's something like just from like the consequentialist point of view. I don't really think that there's anything like wrong with I guess aborting a child. I'll call it a child. I won't like skip around because I know like pro-lifers get all I said it's a human life, right? Okay, fine. There's not really since it's not sentient before 24 weeks, right? I, as somebody who's a very sentientist leaning moral particularist, does not think that it matters all that much. And even from like a like a deontological point of view, I don't really think that there's something inherently wrong about it, because I don't think that there's something that's inherently special about human DNA. I just consider us all to be earthlings on this planet. I know it sounds kind of like hippie-ish, but because we are all earthlings, I don't find like human DNA to be inherently special,
Okay.
and so therefore I think that the right should be retained.
So you said so your argument's sentience. Do you feel the same way about coma patients? Because a coma
No, I
patient is not sentient.
Sure, of course, but it depends on the coma patient.
Sure.
So a coma patient could not have any potential to exist or continue living without being on life support. But
Right.
there's some people in the coma that do have that potential, right? And
Potential.
so
What do
I
you,
was
sorry,
saying-
real quick. What do you mean by potential? You're talking about like the future potential to
poten-
come out of the coma?
Yes, exactly, right.
Gotcha.
And I believe that is different than a fetus, or actually I'll say child, fine. Right?
You can call it fetus. I'm not somebody that's gonna like
okay.
tone your
Okay,
like
cool,
words.
cool.
I believe a fetus
Sorry.
is. I mean, I guess a fetus technically, literally is for mammals, but in the case of this context, I believe a fetus is still a human being. Like it's a different stage, sure, but I don't
Sure.
mind you saying the word fetus. It's a fetus. That's true.
Yeah. So I think the difference is between a person in the coma that has the potential to recover and a fetus,
Right.
is that before they went into that coma, it was likely that they established that there's somebody that had a preference for living. It's very likely that they, thought about, things they wanted to do in life, stuff like that, or just liking life in general, right? And so because of those establishments, that is the difference right there. There was never a someone in the case of early stage gestation for that establishment to exist.
Okay.
And so that is the delineation.
Okay, so a couple things you said there. So one, you talked about preference to live, and the second thing you
Yeah.
talked about future potential. Do we
Yeah.
agree first, before I keep going, do we agree that the baby has the ultimate future potential?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I would actually compare, because you said there's a difference between a coma patient who's, let's say, never going to come out of a coma, which I tend to agree with you on that one, right? So it's removing the future potential, versus a coma patient who does have the future potential to come out of the coma. So I actually think the
Right.
baby would be more on the latter, not the prior, because the prior is they have no future potential. The baby literally does, or fetus, whatever, literally has a future potential. So
Yes.
I think we're in agreement with that. So I'm going to push that argument to the side. The second, or the first thing that I mentioned that you said was preference to live. Who's giving that preference to live? You're talking about the coma patient prior to?
Yeah.
going into
So
a coma?
prior to exactly. So prior to them going into a coma, it's likely that they're probably somebody just like you and I, right? Like they
Right.
like to eat, they like to kiss, they like to do all this stuff.
Well, my question
right?
for you is,
Uh-huh.
wouldn't so the representation, the comparable aspects here is the coma patient to the baby, right, or the fetus, but the coma patient to the fetus made sense in the first example about future potential, and we agreed on that.
Yeah.
The coma patient
Okay.
to the fetus in terms of preference, how in the world can you ask the preference of a fetus? If anything, being pro-abortion or pro-choice, as you guys claim, right?
Yeah.
You're actually putting the not the baby's preference, you're actually putting the preference onto the mother / maybe father, if you have
Yes,
to say.
of course.
So you're
Sure,
not really
sure.
showing a comparable aspect here.
Well, so I'm taking the mother's preference as priority in the abortion situation because there was never a sentient fetus in the first place to establish that they liked living at all. And so that is different than the coma patient that has potential because they themselves were an individual that already established a potential for themselves.
How do you know that?
That was the difference.
So it
Well,
seems
I
like
mean,
the reason I asked is it seems like you care more about prior experiences more than you do future potential, like you said.
well, I care about. I think that. Do I care about prior experiences? Yeah, I would say I care more about prior experiences and future potential. I mean, there at least
I
has
don't
to
think
be
you care
both.
about future potential at all because that's equal. If anything, it's actually even more in favor of the fetus than it is the coma patient, actually. If anything, future potential actually leans more in that direction. It sounds like not maybe your entire argument, we hardly have one argument, but your biggest argument, whether you realize it or not, based off of your words, is you care more about prior experience.
Well, I care more about prior experience, and I would say that maybe future potential only matters if there already is a prior experience. So maybe I don't care about future potential in a vacuum, like if there is no prior experience. but I think that future potential matters if there already is prior experience.
Okay. Well, my question for you then would be, would you have a different standard on a coma patient who's 20 years old versus a coma patient who's 80 years old who's had significantly more prior experience?
Let's see. I would say that the 80-year-old person. I mean, I think like assuming all things being equal.
The reason, real
right,
quick,
like,
the reason I asked this
yeah.
question is because it really shows your split between future potential and prior experience. Because the future potential of a 20-year-old is obviously going to be larger.
Yes,
Maybe not
of course.
potential is the right word, but experience, because he's a lot younger, and 80-year-olds pretty much at the end. I think on average we live like 87. But
I
one
would
has
say-
more prior experience than the other. Go
Sure.
ahead.
Okay, so I would say that because both have prior experience, both future potentials matter. But since there's greater future potential with the 20-year-old, that 20-year-old matters more.
Wow. I appreciate the honesty. So,
Yeah.
Okay. So you do put a little bit more emphasis on future than you do prior experiences, although you do care about at least the aspect of prior experiences being in existence versus not, instead of
what
a
I was saying is
spectrum.
in both
I'm sorry,
cases,
what did he say?
Yeah, what I
was
would
the thing? I
say
walked
in-
away.
He said, just
Sorry?
to make it quick, what he said was he does. So what I'm getting, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm getting is that the prior experience is not so much a spectrum as much as it is or isn't, and he wants it to be is. Okay, so if somebody
Okay.
has the prior experience, then the spectrum comes in the future potential. And he said if a coma patient was 20 versus a coma patient's 80, he believes the 20-year-old actually matters more because the future potential is larger than the 80-year-old. Did I get that
and
right?
Well, let's see. So maybe you're right if I restate what I meant to say, because I'm not sure if it corresponds with exactly what you say. So, I think that in both instances, prior experience matters more. Prior experience always matters more than future potential. But if we have to choose between two things that have future potential, the one that has greater future potential has future potential that's more valuable than the lesser future potential.
I know we're getting real hypothetical here, but I love hypotheticals in determining how we understand our own beliefs. So hypothetically, a baby is born, right? Wasn't aborted, born, let's say at normal 40 weeks, right? Give or take. And it immediately goes into some form of coma, whatever you want to call it, right? It's just not, it's not awake, but it's alive. Okay.
Yes.
Let's say it's a he. He's alive. Okay. Let's say it's whatever. It's for a month even. Well, I'm not even gonna put a time on it because it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Would you put more onto that baby who has been born? He's alive. He is now in a coma, so he has not had any experience yet because he's been in a coma his entire outside the womb life. Would you put more into that than the 80-year-old coma patient, who also has a potential to come out? Equal potential. They'll both come out of it. Let's remove that anomaly.
Yeah. I would say that the 80-year-old matters more in this
Jeez,
scenario.
come on, that's insane.
And let me explain why. I'll explain why.
Oh, well, I know
Because
why. You're being consistent to a fault.
Well, I maybe it's because I'm like super autistic and I like to be consistent.
Dude, I am literally autistic, but
yeah, I know you are.
I can't, because to me, the way the question stands is if you had to, obviously this is a hypothetical, which life would you end? And you're telling me you would have the 80-year-old live and you would end the baby's life.
And I have a good reason for it. I have a good reason.
I don't think you do, but go ahead.
Sure. Because the difference between the 20-year-old and the baby is that although sure the baby has greater future potential than the 20-year-old, the 20-year-old still had a much more sophisticated capability. No. But like, so I'm saying, okay, so in the first question you asked me, you said, do I prefer the 80-year-old or the 20-year-old? I said the 20-year-old, right? Because it has greater future potential, right? Okay. And the second question you asked me, you're asking, do I prefer the the baby or the 80-year-old. I said I prefer the 80-year-old. The reason why I prefer the 80-year-old over the baby is that although the baby has greater future potential, just like the 20-year-old, the 20-year-old had a greater cognitive capacity to add more existential value to its life because it has a greater understanding of what living actually means. So there's a combination of adding existential value and potential as well. And the baby lacks the ability to come up with sophisticated existential value, which the 80-year-old
of course
has.
it does. It takes time, but of course it does.
No, cognitive capacity. No. So what I mean by creating existential value for itself, it has the ability to comprehend why life is actually meaningful and come up with more sophisticated future goals, which the 80-year-old has the ability to do, but the infant never had. So what in this instance, because the 80-year-old
But
has
why does
greater
that?
cognitive,
One second. Why does that matter? Well,
because that's just what I care about. That's just what I care about.
why do you? Okay, fine. Why do you care more about that? Because the baby has significantly more to add. Well, actually, let me ask you this: do you care about, even at a point to having some harsh ideologies? Let's put it that way. Even to the extent of having harsh ideologies, do you care about the advancement of mankind?
Does it depend on how we define advancement, or should I just say
Whatever you define it as? Like, I'm just saying, because people that think like maybe you and I, you said you're autistic, maybe we're not as empathetic, right? So we think more like, hey, I'm thinking like kind of logically here. So I assumed, maybe incorrectly, but I assumed you were coming from a place of like, listen, I care about the advancement of mankind, even if it means doing these harsh decisions that some people wouldn't, right? Maybe I'm wrong, because it doesn't sound like you're coming from a place of like, you really actually giving a shit about one life or next, because then we'd get into the details of like, well, what did that 80-year-old do in his life and what potential does he have? We'd get into some real technicals here, but you're kind of giving blanket statements, so I assumed it was coming from a place of the advancement of mankind, but I could be
Weirdly
wrong.
enough, this reminds me of the Louis C.K. stand-up when he's talking about
Yeah,
the person is
Yeah.
like 5 minutes.
for sure.
Do I care about the advancement of mankind? I would say yes, but depending on your idea of advancement, I don't know if my idea of advancement would well, I don't know. That's, I guess.
Why
so,
do
maybe,
you
in certain
care?
ways. In certain
What?
ways, yeah.
Why do you want? Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I ask, because if you do care about the advancement, regardless of what you mean by that, whether that's scientific advancement, that's
Sure.
whatever you mean by it, it's actually irrelevant. The reason I ask is because wouldn't the future potential of that baby have significantly more advantage? I mean, incredibly significantly more advantage to mankind than an 80-year-old who's going to come out of that coma and do absolutely nothing for mankind. They're just at
Sure.
that point they're waiting to, well, I guess die. They come out of the coma and they're like, okay, I guess I get to live another 5 to 10 years, maybe, give or take.
Yeah. Sure. So even if like that baby could contribute some advancement to mankind, I would argue that because this is one individual within this scenario, that the potential benefit to mankind does not outweigh the woman's individual right to terminate the
But
pregnancy.
we weren't talking about a woman's individual right. The baby was already out of the womb and in a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, I totally forgot. Okay.
You're good.
I didn't know you're referring to that, but okay, fine. We can go with that. So, if that is the case, sure, I can grant that. However, I would say that the existential value or self-existential value creation that the 80-year-old has had throughout their whole life is something that is more valuable than the potential benefit to mankind, because I would say that under
Yeah,
a...
but that-
Are you familiar with... hold on. Are you
Okay.
familiar with threshold deontology?
Sorry, it's a little hard to hear you. Can you say that one more time?
Are you familiar with threshold deontology?
No.
Okay, so but you do know what like deontological ethics are, right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay, right. So as a and I would say that from like a threshold deontologist perspective, which is something that I hold, or let me clarify what that means. So like
Sure.
like a threshold deontologist is basically somebody that says that we should maintain deontological ethics until there's a certain amount of I guess positive consequences that outweigh any deontological wrong, right? So let's just say, like, for example, okay, maybe like killing 5 people to like save one person, might be, or killing one person to save 5 people might be bad, but but maybe like if we had some way of like killing one person to save 1,000, that would be kind of hard, but just assume it's possible. Okay, that would actually be good, right? Because there's such a great amount of positive consequence that comes from that. So in this situation, because the 80-year-old has been able to derive so much existential value for themselves via their cognitive capacities throughout their whole life,
Sure.
that existential value is something that outweighs the positive consequences of a single individual for society.
But the problem with your argument is it's actually the opposite. So the 80-year-old has already done said things. So there's actually no value whatsoever. The value is whether we like it or not, whether he comes out of the coma or not, has already been accomplished. It's already been, even if he was the greatest person ever in history and he's reached 80, he's already done those things. So the future, or sorry, not future, excuse me, the benefit to society, mankind, Earth, whatever, doesn't matter. The benefit has already taken place. The future potential of the benefit of the baby, right, is all we can do is grow. Because even if that baby grows up to be a nobody, right? Okay, if they grow up to be like Hitler, okay, maybe it'd be bad. Maybe it'd be better than go to the 80-year-old. But let's assume the baby even grows up to do really nothing. They're just kind of someone who goes through life. They don't really make an impact. They don't do anything like Hitler level. They're not super negative. They just go through life. Still would be equal to the 80-year-old who is also going to do nothing after they come out of the coma. The risk reward is incredibly bigger because even if they do one good thing in their life, they're already at a potential that is higher than what is going to happen to that 80-year-old. Is going to come out of the coma, probably go into a nursing home, and then end up dying anyways. That's why I agree with the whole deontological aspect. Sorry, based on like moral obligations versus consequences of action. I'll give you that, but it's the opposite. Like I hear what you're saying, but I don't think it matches your argument.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that I agree that like the 80-year-old has already been there, done that. They've already done their thing, and now there's like a potential that the baby can actualize if you let them live. I totally understand that. But the point that I'm trying to make is, regardless of whether or not the 80-year-old has been there and done that, and there's greater future potential for the baby, right? The fact that the 80-year-old was able to establish that they had a preference for living, and even though they only have like maybe 10 to 15 years more of life if they are lucky, right? The fact that that establishment has existed is something that is more important than the fact that that the 1-year-old has that much more potential, despite the 80-year-old having already been there and done that. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay, so I think
it's also important to consider. I think it's also important to consider like what kind of baby we're talking about here, right? Like assuming it's like the average person, like they have like the average income, they positively impact society in the average way. That's something I would maintain. But if you're to change it up a little bit, maybe if you're to say, okay, we could predict that this person ends up, who knows? They have like a really high IQ, and they're probably going to like
I
maybe.
I think the problem with like I appreciate the like brain the mental exercise, but at one I'm sure we're losing the audience a little bit. But I think the problem is that we're so focused now on just kind of like maintaining consistency, right? That we're also removing the human aspect from this. So I want to go back. So you care to go back to abortion, no longer the 80-year-old versus baby, which I find, I'm going to be real with you, I find insane that you answer that way, but it's fine. To go back to abortion, you care more about just choice over anything. Do you believe a woman has the right to choose to do crack during pregnancy?
I would say no. Okay,
why not?
Because the person that will be born now has to live with the consequences of what she did.
Well, okay, sorry, to go back to the baby example, they also have to live with the consequences of you killing it, and you still said that was okay.
Okay, so
and by live with the consequences, I mean they don't live.
I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me earlier, like, would I choose between like having to end the life of like an 80-year-old or ending the life of a newborn?
Correct.
Like I was the one that
I was, and you said you would choose to end the life of the newborn.
Yeah, right. So
you just said right now that with the crack, it's not fair because that baby who is going to possibly be born, I mean, she could do so much that she has a miscarriage, but possibly be born, has to live with the consequences, and that's where you draw the line. So now choice is not your number one thing. choices
Not
only go
always.
so
No.
far. Right.
No,
Right.
because like
no,
I
no,
told,
no. That's
I told
what
you,
I'm saying.
yeah,
It's not
yeah,
your number one thing. We've established that. I'm not saying you were hypocritical with that. I just want to make sure
yeah,
that we establish
sure.
choice is not your number one value. It's just a pretty high one. Now,
Well, it's not
that's
always like I told you earlier. Like I'm a moral particular. So in certain situations, I prioritize choice. In other situations, I prioritize self-attached existential value. Other instances, I care about future
I
potential
got that.
benefits.
I got
Right?
that.
Yeah.
But the point is that you said that you wouldn't do it because of the consequences of the baby that is going to live versus an aborted
Yes.
baby that you are ending. But then to go
Uh-huh.
back to the thing I said we were going to move on from, wouldn't that also be the same? You're also choosing to end the newborn's life, so they also are going to be affected by the consequences of said choice.
Well, sure, but also the 80-year-old person that's under a coma and the 20-year-old would also be affected by that. Like I have to affect somebody somehow, right?
Right, but why can't the lady have the choice? Because if you say you don't really value ones who have
Uh-huh.
not had prior experience, which in this case the fetus would
Sure.
match that perfectly, if you don't value them, why don't you value the choice of the mother over the fetus?
Right, because there is a potential, there is a suffering that that will exist as a result of your choice. Right, that is why. With an abortion, just by like an abortion, does not mean that there will be a suffering. That
There will
exist.
always be a suffering.
Well, but not this, you know what I mean, right? It's not the same type of suffering, right? So because of the magnitude of suffering that will exist, even though there was no individual to establish a preference for living, that is the thing that matters more.
But the suffering always happens with abortion too, though.
Suffering does, I mean, well, it depends on which term, right? Suffering doesn't always happen.
Yellow.
When does abortion happen, then suffering doesn't happen?
Yeah, before 24 weeks, most likely.
Why would suffering not happen? There's still a suffering.
Because there's no thalamocortical connections to allow for pain.
Oh, you mean suffering like pain? I thought you meant suffering like. Well, actually, I thought you meant the word suffering as it's supposed to be meant. Suffering. You meant pain.
Okay, that's what I mean. Well, pain is. I don't know. Maybe you could say it's like a synonymous with suffering in some way. I mean, there's emotional and physical pain, right? That's
I just
under the umbrella of
realized your
suffering.
new prompt thing. It's really good. Sorry, baby.
Yeah. So but there is no suffering at all for like a fetus before 24 weeks, like in any
There's
way.
plenty of suffering. I think you mean to say there's no pain that we know of.
Okay.
Science is actually still determining it. There's some scientific studies that actually do say it's pain. It's just on a different way, right? But I agree, the pain is not the same. I
Yeah, there's
find
probably no emotional experience of pain.
Let's see why that would
I mean-
particularly
Baby, may I
matter.
just
There's
Yeah,
a
there's
lot
no
of
emotional
people.
pain.
I don't see why it really
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think emotional pain is actually worse, but I don't see why it really matters, because then we could get, and I'm not going to, we're going to move on with this conversation because I'm sure all of you guys in the chat hate it. I get it. Oh man, we're not arguing about Islam. Yeah, go ahead.
Danielle, I'm begging you to stop.
Who?
I'm begging you to leave the live. That's what I'm doing.
I'm sorry,
He told me
what?
to be quiet. He told me to be quiet. So
Who
I'm just
did?
telling you that he's gonna go bye-bye. Someone in the comments.
Oh, but you called them Danielle. Is that what they said?
No, that's what they said. They said they're begging me to stop because 2 words out of my mouth is too much for them, I guess.
You didn't even say anything. Whatever, it's just a troll. Anyways,
Thalamocortical, so relating to the
Yeah, wait,
cortex.
It
hold on, real
wasn't
quick,
supposed
so,
to
yeah.
be that long-winded. Babe.
Yeah, I just want to clarify
So-
what I was talking about, because somebody said thalamocortical, LOL. No, I mean, like, it's a connection between the thalamus and the cortex, right? That's what seems to be required for pain.
yeah, so again, the pain, how we determine it. But my thing is like, you know, and we'll end the conversation. It was a good mental exercise, but I just think like overall, the idea of if it's just pain, then that matters. I mean, then I could go through a lot of hypotheticals that I feel like you would contradict yourself on if we were going with the idea of just specifically pain. But
Yeah, I don't always go with specifically one thing. Like I said, I think you know.
yeah, no,
right, like
I agree.
yeah.
You have things
Yeah.
when one becomes more important than the other.
Yeah.
I don't think they're
Yeah.
particularly consistent across the board. But again, I think if we keep going down that rabbit hole, we're now getting so technical that we're removing the human aspect of it. And I think there's something we need to remember, that in the end, this is still the most innocent. Well, that's one thing we can't necessarily disagree on. This is the most innocent of the stages in our lives, right? Because I would say
Yeah.
the equal aspect would be a baby, because it's not like a baby could do that much that would start to somehow take away its innocence. So literally a baby and before, that's like when we are most innocent in our lives, and I think we're forgetting that, and we get so caught up in the debate, which, don't get me wrong, I love it. I love the mental exercise, and we get so caught up in the debate that sometimes we're just forgetting that we're talking about, you know, again, the most innocent stage in our entire lives, and ending that
Right.
simply for, let's be honest, the majority of abortions are for convenience. The majority of abortions are
Sure.
not because of, well, I'm gonna suffer, the baby's born and it was incest, or like, majority of abortions are simply because we live in a society that is so well off that we get to have these kind of arguments, and not arguments about if we're gonna have clean water or not, or if guys
And
get
they
a
really
lot.
have
Well, let me ask you this
They
though.
really
like,
have normalized putting it out there as healthcare. So many women are
Right.
just like, okay, well, whatever, and next I got to go to work on Monday. It's not like a
Yeah.
thing that they really like, have to sit with.
Can I ask you this? Is a tree innocent?
Is a tree innocent?
Yeah, is a tree innocent?
No. Fuck those trees.
Seriously, is a tree
No,
innocent?
no, it's not innocent because it's not a human being. It's not,
Sure,
It's not even
okay.
really a
What is
living
this
aspect
Okay,
in terms
turkey
of.
thing in the
so let's-
comments?
well,
Everybody's
then
like,
maybe
Nick's
some
from
point-
Turkey, Nick's from Turkey. What are they talking
Wait,
about?
wait, what's that?
Everybody's in the comments like, Nick's from Turkey, and we know that. It's just weird. I don't know where that came from.
Who cares?
Okay, so
Just
I mean, the
girls.
reason why I'm asking this question is because like we need to get down to.
I just want to
what
point
are
out
the-
that I don't consider. I mean, go for the question, and like I said, okay, I'll give you this, and then we'll end it. But I just want to
Okay,
make
that's
sure
fine.
it's very clear that I do not put a tree on any type of standard that I would a human being. I will chop
Sure.
down 1,000. I will chop down 5 billion trees before I ever consider the idea of murdering an innocent human being.
Right, but can we agree on this though, that not all human beings are exactly the same, right?
No, I think
So
some
there-
human beings deserve to die for sure.
Yeah. But there are human beings that sure they deserve to die. There's some that are tall, there's some that are short, and there's some that completely lack sentience. So a human being that is 3 weeks into gestation, are they effectively, from a responsibility standard, any different or like innocent standard than a tree?
Well, yeah, because it's a human. I don't think the tree has the ability to be innocent or not innocent. So yes,
Okay.
I would say that. But I think what you're trying to say is more. I think the responsibility was the right word. No, there's no difference. But responsibility is not my argument here. So I think it's irrelevant.
Or responsibility and innocence, I don't know. Maybe I should have used the word.
I just
innocence,
don't
but-
think trees have innocence. If anything, maybe you should have probably used like a cat or a dog or something. That's probably a little bit better, because a dog and a
Well,
cat are
okay.
innocent, and a tree I don't think has the
Sure.
ability to or to not be innocent.
Well, you already said. Look, I mean, I'd love to continue this conversation with you maybe some other time.
Sure.
But I know you did say that we had to end it at some point. So.
Well, everyone's yelling at me in the chat. You guys
That's
are
fine.
boring. You guys rather bring
This
up a
is
bunch
the
of
one-
trolls.
Nick, this is the one topic that I hate. So
I loved it.
Other people feel the same.
This is the first person that came up on a TikTok live that didn't start immediately trolling. I don't agree with him, but it was nice. But it's fine. We'll continue it
Yeah,
some other
you-
time.
Thanks, dude. Later.
Yeah, bye.
Hi.
You guys in the troll, you know what? I found out my chat just really likes to see me have a headache. That's what it is. They're just like, I want Nick to have the people that make him like do this the whole live. Like, oh my God.
I'm getting a message from one of the mods that wants to know if you'll do some Discord, like 3 or 4 callers or whatever.
Maybe.
No,
Yeah. If I have time. Rich, what's up?
Hello, mate. How you going?
Good.
Hi, Danielle. How you going?
Hey.
Hello. So I've actually got off of TikTok because I needed just to take a break because we are about to have a baby, and
Mazel tov.
I'm not going to spend too long. Thank you very much. Not going to spend too long on the topic because I know that you don't want it, Danielle, and I know most of the chat doesn't either. But the fact of the matter is, we went to our scan a little bit too early, and we went to a 6-week scan instead of an 8-week scan, and there's a heartbeat there.
Yeah,
And as soon as
Mazato,
you
that's
see
so
that heart-
exciting.
thank you so much. Yeah, I'm.
Is it your first?
Yeah, it is our first. Yeah, it is
Oh,
our
that's
first.
so exciting.
I'm really,
Yes.
really chuffed. And like as soon as you see that heartbeat, yeah, and my girlfriend like calls it like a vampire, like an energy drainer, because the baby is draining the energy from her right now. You know the baby's there.
Right.
Like that's a life.
Right.
Yes, it's 6 weeks. Yes, it could, you know, she felt it at like 3 weeks. That is a life. You know, so anyone else that says it isn't is just wrong. And sometimes, like, I think the question you didn't ask that guy, Nick, is, are you a father? Have you ever been in like with your partner and seen a scan? And I think sometimes that's the question you need to ask them.
Yeah, that's I was kind of getting a little towards the end because you're right. I think sometimes we get so caught up on semantics, yeah, that we're kind of forgetting just like hey, this is like human life we're talking about here.
I'm really, really suggesting that we move the topic. Like,
Yeah, okay, and I actually want to
100 people
move the
left.
topic. Move the topic,
like,
right?
no, you know.
So to move the topic, I want you to have a
Talking
little
about
bit
we're growing.
of a look at Nick. I want you to have a little bit of a
I'm
look
talking about
at
TikTok, babe.
what's happening in Australia at the moment with the doesn't have to be today with the Royal Commission. You know, I did lose friends on the Bondi attacks. You know, the Royal Commission has come in place to have a look at, you know, what happened on that day. And David Ornstein, who is one of the representatives of the Jewish people over here, he was literally attacked whilst giving his evidence for anti-Semitism by 2 pro-Palestine lawyers about what was happening in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
Whilst giving anti-Semitism like things that are happening in Australia, which is absolutely ridiculous. And it's just getting to a point where like it's not even about anti-Semitism anymore. It's just about like what's happening overseas as well as hating the Jews. It's all conflicted. It's all coming into one thing. It's all combining into one thing. And it's just have a little look into it because I'm sure you'd have quite a lot to say.
Right.
I really do.
Okay, cool. Yeah. For sure.
So I'm going to head down. I'm going to delete this app. I'm back on YouTube. I'm Rich AFC on YouTube. I send you super chats on that.
Oh, okay, cool.
And
yeah, I remember you.
Bro, thanks for everything you do, man. I do keep you in my prayers for your safety because I am worried, to be honest with you. Like, stay safe.
God bless you.
That's
Thank you.
really sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All the best. Bye, Danny. Bye.
Right. Yes, Pete, what's up?
Why is the Israeli-Palestinian war more dominant in the media than?
Why are you 4 years old?
You know what? I'm pro-abortion now. Salo, what's up?
Hi.
The darkest
hear
of
me?
humors.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
I just had 2 quick questions. I'm pro-Israel. What I see a lot of gripers talking about like the USS Liberty attack, and I tried to like research it online, and I was just kind of wondering what your deflection is because I don't know what to trust, and I consider you a trustworthy.
I could talk to you
source.
for hours, but I could give you a recommendation to go watch because, and I don't do this a lot, okay? Because I'm one of the best that argues this topic, not
I
specifically just
appreciate that.
USS Liberty, but specifically just Israel. But I will tell you, the best thing you can watch is not a video from me on this topic. It is Cam Higby's video where he debated Phil Tourney. If you watch that,
Okay.
you will feel infinitely more
Yeah,
now, don't get
watch
me
that.
wrong.
It's so organized in his details. The way it's really fantastic.
I can repeat all the talking points that he said because I know them all, and it would take me like an hour, but I can tell you it all right now, or I can just tell you to go watch it because once you watch it, it's like an hour, maybe an hour and a half tops, but it is. You will be like, oh yeah, there's no way in the world that this was anything more than just a mistake. That's what it was. Not to take away from the tragedy. It was a tragedy, but it was no weird conspiracy.
Maybe
Just go watch Cam Higby versus Phil Tourney.
apparently
Okay, I appreciate
you're popular in Turkey. Like they're saying that they like you and you're a greatest Turkish warrior. Can you add Kurdistan prompt, please?
Okay.
So Turkey likes you apparently. I don't know.
Is
Yeah,
that
I saw in the comments they said you were on a Turkish news channel. I don't know if that's true.
Really? Oh shit.
That's what they said in the comments. But another question I had, Did
you,
you see
Turkey.
the did you see the I don't know if you've heard about this. It was Muammar Gaddafi in the addressing the Arab League. He was basically saying basically calling the Arabs out and saying how they shot themselves in the foot by claiming that they want to go pre 67 borders, like just to take it back to the 67 borders.
Hmm.
And he said, why are you saying, like, Israel gave you the West Bank and Gaza for 19 years. Why didn't you establish a state? And he's basically making the case for Israel.
One
Like,
second, just one second. What did he just
mhm.
say? He was joking. Hilmi, don't worry about it. He didn't mean like it's a joke.
What?
All right,
What?
fine.
What was a joke?
No, because you said fuck Turkey. Like he was like,
It
what did
wasn't
you
a
say
joke.
after he? Well, he's the one
Screw
that
Turkey.
likes you. He's
I'm
the one
just
that's saying
kidding.
that you're.
I'm just kidding. It was a joke. Yeah. I mean, not
Yeah.
really. Actually, you know what? Fuck the Turkish government. Okay, is that better? Fuck
Yeah.
Erdogan. Okay, is that better? There you go. To all my Turkish fans, love you guys. You guys make great meat. Much better than ham.
Anyway, I just really recommend. I can send it to you on DM on Instagram. I really recommend you watch it. He's basically making the case for Israel and saying how the Arabs, like, basically shot themselves in the foot with the whole Palestine narrative and the 67 borders, and making the case. If you want to go to the 67 borders, then why did you attack Israel pre 67? I'll send it to you if you can check it out if you have time. But
Okay,
thank you
cool.
for all you do, and thank you,
Thank you.
Danielle.
Bye
Thank you.
bye. Oh wow, what's up?
Hey Nick, I just wanted to make a recommendation. There's this guy on YouTube, Professor Dave. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Yeah,
I
we
used-
watched a little bit of his video the other day.
So let me tell you, I used to watch his videos because he used to like decimate flat earthers, and he was really funny at it. He is condescending, but in a good way. But then
If he's on
he
your side.
couldn't. Right, exactly.
What's his name again? What's his name?
Professor
Professor Dave.
Dave.
Professor Dave.
But then, well, I'll tell you what happened. Like what woke me up is that he did a video where he basically didn't acknowledge what a woman was, and I was like, oh, okay, so he's basically intellectually dishonest. He's not a professor. He's like a politician. And then I was watching a video, and he was naming things, and he's like, and if you don't believe in this, if you don't believe in this, and if you don't believe that it's a genocide in Gaza, and it had nothing to do with Gaza, I'm like, okay, I'm done with this guy. But I would recommend doing that little debunky video that you usually do, maybe with some of his stuff. If you could debate him, because he's so full of himself, it would be amazing. He's debated.
I
He's
tagged
debated
him
before.
and said, I'd like to debate you on Israel, Palestine, but I don't think what is it with these weird, especially anti-Israel people, but even left-wing people calling themselves professors that aren't? That's like the third person who calls himself professor whatever, and it's like not. I think that's I find that to be very dishonest, especially if you're somebody who, if you don't look it up, I would assume you're telling the truth. Like Dr. Dre, it's like, okay, that's a name, but like, why do we get to, like, nobody would say, oh yeah, I'm gonna call myself Dr. whatever, and most of us, again, unless it's very obviously just a name, but like if people are like, I assume you were correct unless I look it up, we would find that to be pretty fucked up. Shouldn't the same standard be with professors? I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've listened to him. Like I said, I kind of like I was done with him a while ago, but I believe he at least teaches. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if he's a professor or maybe just an educator. But he does have knowledge. The same way Neil deGrasse Tyson has, like, scientific knowledge. So that's why it surprised me when
I like Neil deGrasse, all right?
Well, he also doesn't know what a woman is. So you gotta think about that.
Please,
I mean,
don't remind me of his leftist policies, because I used
No,
to watch
it
Neil a
was
lot
bad.
growing up, and then when he says
was on
leftist shit, I just go,
trigonometry.
He's
I just go,
known
la,
for being
la,
a
la, la.
fucking scientist. Like what the hell? Okay.
I know,
Well, it
and that's
bothers me because I used to watch him so much growing up, and I really, so just so everyone knows, if you guys didn't know, I really love learning about,
He's
like,
obsessed with science shit.
no, not specifically just science, specifically space, like
space,
Like
yeah.
black
like
holes,
when
the whole
I'm
thing.
right, black holes, Hawking radiation,
His show, The Cosmos, was great.
Yes, I used to watch it. Like, if anyone just like wants a little bit about Nick Matau, if I'm not reading about Israel Palestine stuff, sometimes I will just be reading books about just like space and dark matter and stuff like that. Anyways, I used to watch Neil deGrasse a lot, and when he starts saying his leftist shit, because I do admire a lot of his takes, I just go la 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 la. I don't want to hear it. because he has
But that's the thing,
terrible
like
takes.
it infects everything because he hates
Yes.
Elon Musk. He
I
can't
know.
love SpaceX, and when a rocket basically looks like it's CGI and lands on its ass,
I know.
he doesn't even address it, and so that's the problem. But I
It
just want to say,
sucks.
I wanted to say one other thing really quick. I know Danielle doesn't like the topic about abortion. I'm in the middle, but the thing that I wanted
It's
to
not
ask
just
you.
me. It's like, for some reason, this topic, it just,
No,
everything
I
just
know,
goes
and
away.
that's why
Yeah.
my thing is this: is that I watch abolitionist videos. I'm more on their side. I think pro-abortionist people are something they come off as nuts and demonic a lot. But here's my question: what do we do if, let's say, we abolish it? A lot of women. I mean, I've known people who've been pregnant. There's so many things you need to do besides just doctor's appointments, taking
Right.
care of yourself. It's not just drinking and smoking like in the 50s. Like there's a lot. There's like now it's caffeine and certain cheeses and sodium and all sorts of things.
Right.
What are we going to do when these women are basically locked with this baby that they don't want, right? And we say, well, too bad, it's a human life, right?
Yeah.
Well, what are they going to do for 9 months when they don't take care of their baby? They don't even show up to the
That's a
hospital
great
to deliver
no.
it.
That's a great
What
question.
are we going to do? What's it going to look like?
You're 100% correct, and this is why. Same thing with the argument about rape is, and I know it's not the best answer because it's like, can we even get to that standard again? But I'd much rather, instead of talking about if we should or shouldn't with rape, or if we should or shouldn't if the woman wants it and is not going to take care of it, right? I want to go back to a society where at least that becomes the minority and not the majority topic, right? I want to go back to a society where we actually
Safe,
admire
rare, yeah.
the nuclear family, a society where rape is punished to an extreme degree, not just like, oh, well, we don't want to ruin this college kid's potential. What did they say that about? What was that guy, Brock, who like raped a girl, and the judge gave him next to nothing because he didn't want to ruin his potential in college? I don't remember, but you guys know who I'm talking about, that stupid kid with the curly blonde hair or whatever, right? It's like, I want to not put a band-aid on this stuff or say, hey, but what about this problem, Nick? See, we need abortion. I'd much rather go to a society, or at least admire it, to where those are things that still happen, but it's not so much. Dude, there's over 1 million abortions in this country per year. A million. And it's like, it's just too much, dude.
I that's the thing, is I'm not a pro-choice, like, hey, like my whole concern is, like, I love these abolitionists. I love what they stand for. And the pro-choice people who are arguing with them, they usually come off as demonic because they just start screaming about how they want to have abortions. And like, that's not healthy. But I'm just saying, my whole thing is, these women aren't going to go see doctors. Like, even if we set up for free, even if we were like, you know what, abortion is illegal, but all free healthcare until you deliver, whatever, they're not going to go. They're going to go to bars. They're going to do what they want to do. And
I think.
what are we
I'm
left with?
so sorry, you guys. I really think that nobody wants to hear this anymore.
Okay, I'm out. That was it. I just wanted to. It was more about the Professor Dave thing.
Okay, to be
I'm
honest
out.
though, baby, if people really don't want to hear it, they can move on. Like, I'm not gonna.
That's true. They come here for Israel and stuff, so that's why.
Got it. But he was just saying one quick thing. But
Yeah, it was just that my whole thing was the post, or
I
not.
got you. I'm sorry about that.
I just like, what are we going to do with it? But whatever. Again, you're awesome. Have fun tonight, and hopefully you can debate Professor Dave.
Yeah, maybe one day. That's it. I am pro Planned Parenthood in Gaza. You guys want leftists to really be against abortion? Just tell them that you want to open up Planned Parenthood in every city in Gaza, and then all of a sudden, I bet you they'll be very against it.
I'm saying no. What's up?
Betty's, what's up, brother?
How are you doing?
Good.
What's up?
I've just been like sitting here in bed, cuddled up, cozy, and just like wondering why we're all doing so much hasbara and trying to like affect the minds of, people in America. Why are we doing this?
You know what? You're right. All right, you guys. This is gonna be my last live. I'm ending it right now. Mindy's convinced me. I'm done. You guys will never hear from me again. I'm Mr. Ochai. God bless. I don't know, man.
I think it's less hasbara at this point. It's like when Tati says in her video, like, atkafa, I think the word, like, be aggressive, like, play offense as opposed to defense.
I think that's a great point.
I think somehow we make those who think Zionism is evil and this and that and the third and the Jews like. What was it? Never mind. Sorry.
All right, Mindy East, you're boring me.
I was just kind of joking. Apparently, we
No,
do
but
a
you
lot of
kind of had a point with
Hasbara
your
that we're
question.
trying to
Though.
influence people. But
But you
I
had a
think
point, even if you were joking.
there is a point.
I think it's a lot of
It's
explanation.
fun. It's fun. It's fun for me.
Yeah, it
You
is
caught
fun.
me. I'm actually not trying
It's
to change
entertaining.
anything. I just wanna mentally break them down. You know what I mean? I want them to think
Bend them
back.
to your will.
Yeah, I want to bend them to my will. I want them to like when they're in their 80s and like shitting their pants and stuff. I want them to think about there was that guy Nick Mattel really made me feel small. Like I want that. That's what I want in life. It's very petty, actually.
Super petty, but I'm here for it.
Okay. God bless. AKA True Love. What's up?
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing tonight?
Oh, can't complain.
So I've been doing pro-Israel Palestine debates for probably about 6 months, and then I ran into you, and you taught me a lot. And I wanted to say thank you for helping me be a better debater.
Oh my God! So these are my favorite stories, and I always ask the same question: when did it like click for you that you were like, maybe I was wrong? Like, what was the moment?
Well, I've always been pro-Israel. It's not that I've been pro-Palestine at all. But to be directly honest with you, the pro-Pallies in America just don't make no sense to me. No, you know, when they protest and stuff they do, it makes no sense to me. It's like, what are you doing? You're
Yeah,
insane.
they certainly
Then I
don't
start-
demand your respect with those actions. That's true.
Yeah, but then I started looking into stuff like, you know, we were talking about the USS Liberty, going back and looking at a lot of stuff that Nick brings up, and I'm like, wait a minute, you know, they love straw manning in the argument. They love doing that, and going into the biblical stuff and stuff that I really been paying attention to Nick, and I appreciate it. And it's helped me. There's this girl that follows me, and she's really, really good. She's not you, Nick, but she's really good.
Yeah.
And she's definitely one of my top debaters. So I appreciate it. Just want to give you a shout out, bro.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Hey, later, bro.
Peace.
I'm going to drop back down, but I just wanted to say to you, Nick, that you've really inspired me with your words.
I was just
tonight.
going to ask you, what about your spiel now? I want to hear how much Nick means to you.
You mean so much to me. I actually, it's kind of embarrassing to admit, but I actually have been like taking screenshots of your face while you do your lives. And I've been using a 3D printer to make a giant life-size 1-to-1 replica of Nick Mattel.
So remind me to send you my address
It's in
so
my
you can
closet.
actually.
Are you 3D
There's a weird
printing?
hole in
Are
the
you
bottom
3D
of it,
printing
but
everything?
everything.
Nice. Nice. Just want to make sure.
I found pictures, and then those ones you sent me privately I've been utilizing to actually get the details.
Did you you know, add to the dimensions a little bit when you asked your 3D printer to 3D print?
No, I want it authentic.
All right, fair enough. If you guys are wondering what I'm talking about my feet right now, so you guys need to stop being weird.
These people want you to get a Turkish flag and put it up too. What's going on in Turkey, you guys? We have a Nick Mattel fan club over there.
Do they?
Who would have thunk?
I feel like
I
you
don't know,
guys
there's a
are
bunch of
just
people
looking
from
at. I
Turkey
feel like
here
you're just looking
saying
at the
that he's their
same.
hero.
I feel like you guys are looking at just the same 3 to 5 people spamming, and you just think it's like a lot. Like I don't think there's.
Well, it's
really,
certainly more than I've ever seen any other day. This is the first day that I've ever seen.
Maybe I was on
It's
the
cool.
Turkish
Whatever.
news, and the Turkish news was like, "Go to Nick Mattel's live and tell him we love him."
Was that your accent?
Yeah, I don't actually know what Turkish people sound like. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get like my next background image is gonna be like a life size statue of Muhammad. I can't.
I
do
love that for you.
Yeah,
you can model it up the
Kelly
Kelly
said this
Humdu
guy's not from
version.
Turkey. She's probably right.
All right. Peace out, mid.
Nikki. See ya.
Good nighty night.
Rabbi, you're a rabbi?
Hello, how are you?
Good. Are you actually a rabbi?
No, but I'm a master in religion.
You're a master religion?
Yeah. I'm from Lebanon, actually. I'm
He's a
from Lebanon,
Christian from
actually.
his bio.
And I just want to say something for those people who protest for Palestine. I don't know how those people protest and do some things like convincing themselves they do something good, where actually they give purpose to terrorists to kill more people. Like what happening right now in my country, in Lebanon, 80% of the Lebanese people, they are agreed with Israel what they do, because we have a terrorist group called Hezbollah is a terrorist. They kill more Lebanese than Israel did.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely.
Really like the cadence of, not that Lebanese people are Arab, but you know what I mean, the Arabized countries.
Arabized.
Yeah, because I really like the cadence. It's like the Mossab Hassan Yosef, like the, who gave you the authority, to speak on the Palestinian children? Who gave you this? You are not the savior.
You're not even a good mother. What do you say? Like something like that.
He says, you know, find a new job. You're not qualified to be a journalist. You're not even qualified to be a mother.
It's because it's the closest thing to Israeli that you can get. That's
No, this is like my favorite thing about Arabs. They can, when they really like lock in and yell at you, you kind of halfway go, maybe he's right. Maybe I'm not a good mother. Like,
let me tell you a short story. Those people right now, short story. Those people who protest for Palestine, free Palestine. I want actually to know free Palestine from what? From Hamas? Okay, I agree.
W.
Okay, but let me tell you a short story. What happened when we accept as a Lebanese the Palestinian to come to our country as a refugees, and then later they attacking us.
They
kill
came in
us.
and caused a fucking mess. Absolutely.
They make 5 genocide in Lebanon, and they want to take Lebanon as their country.
Yeah.
And they want to throw the Lebanese people in the sea, go and find another country. Look, those people, how they think, how they thought. And today we see the European or the people in America, free Palestine. You people doesn't know those people, how much murderer they are. They don't care even about their people.
Okay, Habibi. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate your words and your cadence. And have a good one, okay?
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bob Ross, what's up?
That was a great.
Hello? Can you guys hear him?
No, but it's back.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, Bob, you cut out.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. I was trying to read my question so I could get my head around it. Anyway, I'll do a better job right now. So I have been trying to understand something, and maybe you can assist me. How do you? All right. Here's my question. How do knowledgeable practicing Muslims reconcile Islam's violent and anti-Jewish text, like within the Quran, for instance, or the Hadiths, while still living and working peacefully around Jews and non-Muslims and still calling themselves Muslim? I'm trying to understand it.
Say the question one more time. I'm sorry.
So we've got people who are self-prescribed Muslims. They're grown up in a Muslim family or in a Muslim environment, and they're educated. They know the Quran. They understand the Hadiths. They get it, and they are still able and willing to live around Jews and non-Muslims, Christians and whatnot, and call themselves Muslims. Like, does that make sense? Does this question make sense, or do I need to revisit it? Maybe I'm not
I don't
Maybe I'm not.
particularly get what you're saying. Like, why can't they live
I,
around? Or why can't they live around Christians?
you know what? I'm going to jump off. I'm going to try and rewrite this so that I feel like it's coming across better, and I'll come back.
Mashallah.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
That was fair.
To dimmy them all or not live with them. Oh, maybe
It'd be nice if most of the opposition would be like, oh, maybe, let me come back later because I want to like
Well, he
make my
definitely
argument
wasn't.
stronger.
He definitely wasn't opposition. He had a.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay, Bear G, you're not connecting. Okay. For those asking, yes, we will be reacting to the rest of the Tommy Robinson Oxford debate. We're just, gonna do a little bit more opposition on TikTok. If there's no opposition though, we'll switch over to YouTube and go over what's it called? The Tommy Robinson debate with Oxford. So we'll get there.
I'll go live if you guys want to watch Stay or whatever. I'll try and get Lammy.
All right. Why did Tommy apologize? Did Tommy apologize? Apologize about what? What did he say? Are you sure?
I feel bad for the people who are like, Nick's ending because it is early. I feel bad for the
I'm
TikTok
not
people.
ending. You guys, first off, is there anyone in TikTok that doesn't have YouTube? 'Cause that's weird.
It's not that, baby. It's the messaging, the comments back and forth. You can't tag people on YouTube. It's like a whole thing, but so they like it here.
All right, I get it. But listen, I wish I could stay on TikTok. But TikTok hates you guys, and they hate me, and they hate all of us. Because even though TikTok allows you to post something above your head, right, aka a YouTube video, TikTok doesn't like it. I don't know why they don't just take that option away, because the second you post it, about anywhere on average from 10 to 20 seconds is all it takes, and it says restriction on your live because you're showing unoriginal content. Even though we're not showing unoriginal content because I'm adding commentary, they don't like it. Trust me, it's not from choice. I wish I could continue doing multi-streaming to include TikTok as well. But the whole entire account will get taken down if I keep getting restrictions. So it's either a little bit or not at all. So it's just, yeah. If you guys want, you guys could just go mass email TikTok and be like, yo, what the fuck? Jay, what's up?
Morning, buddy. How are you?
Good. Are you pro-Israel?
Yes, we spoke before.
Okay, dude, I'm never gonna remember names. I'm sorry. It's just who I am.
With your photographic memory, you're letting me down.
Yeah, listen,
I think that's a different part of the brain, actually.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Also, I have to remember all that other stuff, so I have to dump things every day at the end of the day, and that's all your guys' names.
You're letting me down. You're letting me down. Hi, Danielle. Good morning, darling.
I'm just looking for opposition. What is it with you Zios?
No. Well, basically, I wanted to come on because I wanted to apologize, actually.
For what?
Apology accepted.
Okay. All right. I'll be quicker.
I'm still curious. Why?
Well, because the first time I came on, the first couple of times, I spoke about Jews being white, and apparently, not only did Nick not like, it's not that you didn't like it, but apparently I pissed off half your audience. They were going, "Get rid of that idiot! Get rid of that idiot!" It was like I said the worst thing in the world. Anyway,
the chat that definitely gets rowdy at times.
And it was like I said the world was flat or something stupid. Anyway, I was saying to Danielle, I've said to other people as well, Nick, that your opposition, it's just too easy. You need real opposition, buddy.
Yep, sounds great. Yeah, just let me know.
Just stupid.
Bring them over if you know them.
Bring them over.
I'm trying to get you on Piers Morgan. I've been hacking him, but right. Anyway, God bless. Love you all.
Because Piers Morgan doesn't have idiots.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
These nuts.
Yeah, these nuts said the genocidal regime lost in Michigan.
Ew, why do you sound like you have phlegm in your throat?
Suck these nuts.
Okay, do you have anything you want to debate about, or is it just that?
Fuck Israel.
Okay, why do you want to fuck Israel's?
Because they're pedophiles.
Okay.
They kill babies, they rape babies,
Okay.
baby rapists, baby killers,
Just out
and
of
you're a
curiosity,
baby
what happened
rapist,
in Michigan?
genocidal,
Okay,
Holocaust
relax,
supporter.
relax. Calm
You're a
down.
Holocaust.
Okay, all right. Just take a breath, okay? It's all right, good.
You
It's good.
like
Anyways,
killing
just
babies.
real quick, what happened in Michigan? What do you think
And you
happened?
support killing babies.
Okay, I got it. All right, yes, babies. Yeah, fuck them.
No,
Anyways,
no.
what
You don't
happened in
get it.
Michigan?
You're a genocidal supporter.
Yep, you got it. You nailed it. Now, can you tell me what
Yeah,
happened in
you're a
Michigan?
genocidal supporter who
Jesus
spreads
Christ.
Islamophobia for no damn reason because you lost.
Wait, you're
You
a
lost the
Muslim?
plot. The harder you try, the more you
You're
lose.
Muslim?
I'm not.
So then why do you care?
I do care
No, you
because
don't.
I have morality, something you
For
lack.
Muslims?
For human beings,
All human beings?
all human beings.
But you just
Are
assume
you
that
at
you
least
want to
Arab?
kill all
I
Israelis
didn't
because
assume
you
anything.
think
You're
that...
a baby killer supporter.
Are you
I
Arab,
got you.
sir?
What does it matter?
Nah,
I'm
yeah,
just
he's
wondering
Arab.
because
Yep.
What does it matter? You want to
because
judge
I
me by
want
my
to know.
race?
I'm
You want to
literally
judge me by
answering.
my
I will
race? You want
answer
to
you
judge me
why.
by my race?
Do you want to know
judge
why? All right, fuck you, dude.
Fuck
Anyways,
your
I
mom.
think it's funny that he answered not being a Muslim, but he wouldn't answer if he was an
Fuck
Arab
your,
or not.
I wanted to know if you grew up in
fuck
proximity to Muslims.
your
Obviously, you
mama.
did because it rubbed off on you a
You're a
little bit.
cunt.
Oh
Cunt.
no. Mm.
Cunt. You're a cunt.
Oh no. Oh
Cunt.
God, you ruined my day.
Look at
Oh
how
no.
upset he gets. Look at how upset he gets. It's so funny. No, wait, why'd you stop unmuting and saying things? This is boring now.
Boo. Come on, entertain us.
Yes, be my
Cunt. You're a
little
cunt.
monkey.
You're a
Make a
loser. You're
show.
a cunt. You're a loser. You're a cunt. And you're a...
Okay. You know what?
All right. I mean, cool.
I gotta be honest. I only keep people up here if they're trolls, as long as they're good trolls.
They're
Gotta be
funny. You
honest.
gotta be
You're,
funnier.
yeah, you're boring. Anyways, I wonder what happened in Michigan. Why do they keep mentioning Michigan? What happened?
Didn't the guy win?
Yeah, the primary wasn't even the
Oh, I don't
election.
know.
Wasn't
There's
even
something else
wasn't
going
their
on.
real election. Are you pro
Oh,
Israel or
this is
pro
the Turkish
Palestinian?
guy in the thing. He
Am I
says he's
pro-Palestinian or pro-Israel?
Yeah.
I guess I would be pro-Palestinian.
Oh, thank God. I've been waiting for someone in this opposition. Okay, why are you pro Palestinian?
Weren't you the one just talking about him being a hero?
Doesn't matter.
Was that somebody else?
Why are you pro
The way to get up
Palestinian?
here?
Why are you pro Palestinian?
All right, so I'm pro-Palestinian because it's our viewpoint in Turkey, so that's what we think. That's how we see it. So
regardless of what the Palestinians do or don't do, you're going to be pro Palestinian no matter what?
what do Palestinians do that truly bother you?
Terrorism.
Okay, but does that apply to every single Palestinian or a specific group?
The support for terrorism and or direct terrorism, it applies to the majority of them.
Can you prove that the majority are
they are
supportive of it?
Yeah. There's a Arab Research Institute poll out of Ramallah that was done even after October 7th, not even before, even after. And with reference to even what happened on October 7th, they were asked about their support for different organizations. Do you know what support percentage-wise came out to be for the military wing of Hamas, according to the Palestinians? Like, if you were to take a guess, what percentage of them do you think supported the military wing, the ones that actually did the October 7th attacks, not even the political side?
Who were involved in the study? Do you know, like the exact people?
Yes,
was
it
it
was
from people from the West Bank or from people from Gaza?
So, to answer you, they've done both, just FYI, but I don't see why that would actually matter. Like, then what are you saying? Like, the Palestinians in the West Bank are aggressive and the ones in Gaza are the opposite? Like, why would that even matter? To answer your question, they've done both, but I just don't see why that particularly matters. But anyways.
It does matter, though, because if it's a specific group of people, let's say it's the people from the West Bank who are supportive of Hamas, and then you have the people in Gaza that are against Hamas because, let's say, Hamas is causing the war and everything.
Right.
And maybe the Palestinians in Gaza are like, okay, we don't want this.
Okay, but then I can counter and say that doesn't mean they're against terrorism. They could just be against Hamas specifically. So even
if they're against Hamas, who else would be causing terrorism?
PIJ.
What is PIJ? Because I'm not exactly educated
Dude,
on
really?
this.
Okay, no, fair enough. It's the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. There's actually like that I can name off the top of my head like 8 different terrorist organizations in Gaza, and that's just off the top of my head. There's obviously more because I don't know 100% of them. PFOP, DFLP, PIJ, Army of Islam, PRC, Mujahideen brigades. I mean,
But
there's a
how
lot
can
of
you
them, dude.
prove that the average Palestinian? Okay, let's say like a
Okay, why don't you just
the
answer my
random
first question before we
average
get too far away from it? What percentage, just so you know, it was both. What
Sure.
percentage of Palestinians do you think said that they support the military wing of Hamas?
I would not be certain, so I'm
Just take a
gonna
guess.
leave it
Just
to
take a
up to
guess.
you.
What do you think? What do you think the percentage of them support literal terrorism?
Well, I would probably, based on your intonation, I would probably presume that it's high. So I would probably say 60 to 80%.
Yeah,
Based
89%.
on,
89.
and that was based on both together or just the West Bank?
It was both. They've done studies for both. Sometimes they've done studies, I'm sure, that is only the West Bank. When I've seen studies out of Dr. Khalil Shakaki, he's a different organization, but also Palestinian and also out of Ramallah. He runs what's called the Palestinian Center for Survey and Research, I believe it's called, PCPSR.
Also, just a
did
curious
one
question.
second. You asked me a
Sure.
question. I feel like you're not like wanting to hear actually this information.
Okay.
Anyways, when he's done it, he's done some for both West Bank and Gaza, and he splits the difference. They're still very high, but the West Bank does come out to be a little bit more extreme, but still it's still in the 80+% of with the Gazans as well. So what do you think
Okay.
about that before we keep going?
I think if this is accurate, and I will of course do my own
Yeah, of
inspection
course.
after. So when I'm free, I will look it up.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the case, of course there are some further elaborations that have to be made. But I mean, I guess that is something that I didn't know previously. But I also wanted to add and ask, how recent was this study? Was this a study that was made pre-war? Was this during
It was
the
after.
war? Or
It was
this...
after. It was after October 7th.
Okay. And do you have the specific year in mind, or?
That one was, I think, early 2024. But the PCPSR has done them
Okay.
at least once every 3 to 6 months. They do them, and that's before and after the war.
Okay, so if this is the case, what would be your conclusion up to?
My
'cause
conclusion
now
would be
let's
that I was
say-
correct to say that most of them support terrorism.
Okay, so what would be your solution to that problem then?
Like what do you like? What Israel should do? What are you asking here?
So I'll
My
give a
solution is to
comparison.
continue to educate people so they can stop supporting
Yes,
detrimental
but
people.
that's for people that live in the West and or
Right.
people in the East. But we're talking about I'll give
Kelly
a
mentioned that
comparison.
Turkey's supporting Hamas. Is that true?
Yeah, of
we
course
don't
they do.
we
They're
don't
Muslim.
support them. But regardless, as I was saying, I'm gonna give a comparison.
okay.
So when the Germans were invaded during World War II, because they did a whole war and everything, and the majority of their population was in support of the whole war, right? And eventually they got occupied, and then they got re-educated, whatever, and they got
Yeah, that
what's
can't
it called?
happen with this because the difference is that with Nazism, it was a generation or so in the making, right? With
Okay.
Islamist resistance groups, quote unquote, like Hamas, which literally means Islamic resistance, Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyah, right? That's what Hamas means. Hamas is just, the acronym. Anyways, you can't shift that opinion so easily because it's not a generation in the making. It goes back 1,400 years. And also on top of that, whether they're right or wrong, they believe they're acting from their own God. So what could I or anyone in the world tell them? Hey, I need you to not believe your God and believe me so you can re-educate yourself. Why would they
But-
listen?
Okay, but there are specific cases, even let's say, because you're saying it's a 1,400-year-old century thing, right? Where it's been in their mind for this whole time. But there are cases, even during pre-World War II and during World War II, where there are many Muslim scholars who encouraged, in fact, the Muslims to keep and to protect the Jews during World War II.
Sorry?
I can give an example. I don't
Yeah,
know the
I know
name
about it. Yeah,
specifically.
Morocco did it. But so what? Who
There was
cares?
Morocco. There was also some Algerian,
Azerbaijan as
scholars that
well.
lived-
Yeah, I got it. I fail to understand why that matters.
It does matter because
no, it doesn't. By
it's-
saying that you did better than the Nazis, that means nothing to me. Congratulations, some of you. By the way, a lot of Muslims actually sided with the Nazis, including what you would call Palestinians. They didn't refer to themselves at the time as Palestinians, but still the same people. They actually met with the Germans, all right, met with Hitler and actually wanted to expand the final solution into Palestine to murder Jews there. In fact, there was an entire plan to open up a concentration camp right outside of Nablus. So when you tell me, hey, there were some Muslims that didn't agree with the Nazis, I mean, what do you want? A pat on the back? Like, oh, congratulations, you weren't a Nazi.
Point was,
like, that's like the bare minimum, isn't it?
The point is, and what I'm trying to get at is, what is the conclusion of your solution for the Palestinian people? Because at this point,
Pick
the
a
presumption
side.
is that all of them.
The conclusion is that there is a battle against the West, and the West needs to pick a side, aka in this sense Israel, and they need to actually advocate and push for the advancement of that side and the detriment
But
of the
that
other
is
side.
that is a vague statement, because you still have.
It's not a vague
around
statement.
2
It's not at
million,
all.
I think 2 million Palestinians. What are you going to do with them in Gaza and the West Bank? Are you just going to
Yeah,
kick them
I
out?
think,
What's the
yeah,
solution?
so let me ask you a question. You live in America? Or do you live
I
in
live
Turkey?
in Canada, so I'm not
Live in
I'm
Canada?
not American.
Okay, maybe Canada's similar. I assume it is. So if you were to, in Canada, you can own a house, right? It's not like that communist.
Of course, you can own a house.
Okay, cool.
We're
So when
not-
you own a house, I assume you go to a bank, you get a loan, right?
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Right, and then you sign a deal. You say, I'll do this, you do this, and our deal is that you let me keep this house, and then when I pay it off, I get to actually own it. Is that fair? That's what it is?
Yeah, it's like
Okay. What happens if you
mortgage.
don't uphold the end of the deal? What happens?
Yeah, the bank forecloses, and then
Right, they
not
take
the
your
bank
house, right?
forecloses, but you they just take your house. Yeah.
Right, they take your house and you got to leave. So was there a deal between Gaza and Israel back in 2005?
I think it was I don't know if this is the Oslo Accords. I'm not that educated in
Oslo
there. but,
Accords was 93 and
feel free.
95. Now, it technically was an implementation of what later, before it was Oslo Accords, the later implemented, but no, it wasn't specifically the Oslo Accords. Was there a deal between Gaza and Israel? Not literally like Hamas signed on to the deal. Hamas wasn't even in control of Gaza. Talking about why Israel left in 2005. What was the condition?
Look, I'm gonna be honest, and I don't want to say
Just take a
something
guess.
stupid.
Just take
I'll
a
just
guess,
tell
dude.
you, I don't
Take
have
a
any
guess.
idea
Just
of
take a
this.
guess. Israel left. What did they ask for? What do you think?
No violence.
Thank you. That's it. See, I knew you were smart. Okay, so they said, hey, look, we're going to give you a little bit of autonomy. You guys want a state? We're going to give you a trial run, okay? We're going to pull out. Literally, Israel went in and by force dragged Jews out who were kicking and screaming, saying, we don't want to leave. They dragged them out. And they even dug up the bones in the cemeteries in Gaza and took out the bones. That's how much they left Gaza, okay? So, and you can look into this, but I promise you what I said is true. So, all they asked was, you don't even have to work with us, let's just be peaceful, okay? Let's see how you can create a society to see if you're even worthy of a two-state solution. This is a strip of land. We're giving it to you. And by the way, Israel didn't even have the quote-unquote blockade or anything. They had security checkpoints like any border, but they didn't even have that. That didn't happen until 2007 because of terrorist attacks. But they didn't even have that. You could still come into Israel if you have permission. Maybe some Israelis go into Gaza. There's checkpoints, and that's it. Everything, it's all on you. We'll even help you a little bit. They gave them greenhouses, acres of olive trees. By the way, the Palestinians burnt it all to the ground because it was Jewish, but they were like, we'll help jumpstart your economy, all of that. Okay, so do you agree Gaza has become essentially a breeding ground for terrorism and violence since 2005? Is that a fair statement?
I mean, based on what was said, yes.
Okay, so if you agree that if you make a deal with somebody and you fail, in the case of the house, they take it from you. Well, why shouldn't we hold that same standard? Shouldn't Gaza go back to Israel and the Gazans should leave?
It is a fair assumption. You made a deal, you break it, of course. But the problem that I have is, what is the solution that happens at the end? Now you have a bunch of Palestinians. You can't just displace 2 million people.
Why not?
Even if there was a deal that was broken. So my issue is,
tens of millions of people
what
were
is the
displaced after
problem
World War
here?
II.
What
What's
is
the problem?
Hmm?
Tens of millions of people were displaced after World War II.
Yes, but now you have 2 million people in modern days. You don't just repeat a past mistake.
I don't think it was a mistake. I think that led to the stability. Why do you think after World War II there was a lot of stability? Germany has not been a problem in the past 80 years. Japan hasn't been a problem in the past 80 years. Yeah, in
But
fact,
by removing the Palestinians, you no longer have a Palestinian nation at all. So
well,
what
sounds great.
how's that a proper solution though? You've been
The
you clearly
solution
you just removed an
is
entire ethnic group from a
well, it's not
place.
an ethnic group. It's a nationality. It's they're in no way are Palestinians an ethnic group. But that
But
being
there is even if there was not a nationality before, there was still a Palestinian, technically an ethnic group, you could say.
Nope, not technically, not even a little bit. They're Arabs. That's their ethnicity. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but let's not pretend like they're not Arabs. They're Arabs.
They are Arabs, but there are different Arab
You're
groups.
saying you're saying they're multiple ethnicities in one? How does that work?
There are different groups.
Oh, sure. No, I agree. There's different identities, but to say they're an ethnic group, that's like saying Ashkenazi and Sephardic are ethnic groups. No, that's a group within the ethnicity known as Jew. Yes, I agree. Palestinians
maybe I mistook the definition of it because French is my first language. So
okay, fair enough. Yeah, so I'm failing to understand if it leads to security in the region and the betterment of. Do you agree there are Palestinians who support and or directly do terrorism, and there's Palestinians who are like, I don't want anything to do with terrorism. I don't like Israel, but I don't want to fight them. I just want to send my kids to school. I want to have a good job and give my family a life. Do you agree there's those
there
Palestinians?
are two sides, yes.
Right. It's a
sides.
win-win, right? And I'll tell you why. Because the first Palestinians, the ones that support or directly do terrorism, well, who cares what they think? It's going to lead to security because you stamp them out. For the Palestinians who are legitimately innocent, good people, they don't want anything to do with terrorism, they just want to send their kids to school and have a good life, it's a win for them as well. Because Gaza is nothing but Sodom and Gomorrah in a modern day. It's not good for the Palestinians, it's not good for the ones that just want to have a life. Dude, Hamas has ripped up water pipe lines, right? That could be used to help, one second, that could be used to help the people. They ripped it up because they wanted to continue to fight Israel. It's no good for the Palestinians who legitimately just want to live a good life, who I do legitimately feel for. They can go somewhere else. And by the way, I'm not even saying kick them out and let them fend for themselves. Give them money. Help them start up. Even, let's say if it's in Egypt or any other country, give money to that country to build stuff so that way these people can actually live a good life and we can put this behind us. Because the only other option, we are getting to a point where this conflict's been going on so long and it's becoming worse and worse. We're going in the opposite direction. We're not going towards peace. That the only option is either to ethnically cleanse all the Jews out, ethnically cleanse all the Arabs out, genocide all the Jews, or genocide all the Arabs. That's like the only options that are starting to become the only thing that's going to end. Or I guess the fifth option, stay in the status quo and have forever conflict, right? I don't really want to stay in the war forever and have forever conflict that our grandchildren or great-grandchildren have to deal with. I definitely don't want to genocide anybody. And so the last options would be to move out the population of either the Jews or the Arabs. So now I'm stuck on what I find to be the morally correct option. I'm going to pick the Jews every single time, right? Because they adhere to Western ideology. They're advantageous for the West. They're advantageous for America. They're advantageous for the world. The Arabs, specifically the Palestinian Arabs, are detrimental to all of the things I just mentioned. So, of course, I'm going to pick the side of the Israeli Arabs, the Israeli Jews, even the
I think
Bedouins,
that the
etc.
Palestinians are in their own category as far as like terrorism, their hatred, like their whole reason for existing is to hate Jews and to kill them. And it's, not necessarily like that in every other Arab country. They don't like us, but I don't know. I just think Palestine has set itself apart even from most Arabs in the world or Muslims in the world.
Let me just gonna add something before I actually make my statement. You don't need to tell me like the crimes that Hamas does. I recognize those, so that's not something I deny. My main concern is the Palestinian people
who support Hamas.
So
who support
Yes,
Hamas.
okay,
Let's stop pretending like Hamas is some separate thing. They are the Palestinians.
All right. So let me ask you this question, right?
Okay.
So if your goal, if the goal of Israel is to displace all the Palestinians because
no, I don't speak for Israel. You asked me my position. Israel, unfortunately, is being a little too weak. Israel will never do that.
Your position is being the displacement of the Palestinian people because you see it as
unless you can give me a better option. If you can give me a better idea, then please tell me, and I'll be more
But
than glad to
my
change my mind.
option is very utopian. It's to create a singular state that's not called Israel, but it would be called Abrahamic state. But that's a utopian idea. I don't think it's something that
What
I
a
can convince you
cringe
of.
name! What a cringe
The
It's a
name!
mixture of
land
the
is
three
not even really
religions.
that
It's a mixture
important
of
to
the three
most
religions. But
Muslims.
anyways,
Don't care about it.
so
Like,
let me just
stop acting like you like actually care
could
about the
I
land, like the Holy Land. Shut
could I
up.
get to my point, please? So my point was the Palestinian Arabs that are there, would they be given a choice? What if there are some that say that,
Are
hey,
they
I want
are
to
you
keep
saying the
living here,
Are
but
you
I'm
saying
okay
the
with living here.
Israeli? Are you saying the Israeli citizens who are Palestinian Arabs, whatever you want to call them?
Yeah, so there are Israeli Arabs, but I'm saying that the Palestinians in Gaza, right? Let's say they get annexed and they get integrated into Israel. Let's
Did
say
the
an example.
Germans that lived in Poland get a choice?
Well, why should we repeat the same thing?
Did it work?
Why should we
One second.
Are you
reward people?
justifying
Why
that
should we
it was a
reward
One
good thing?
second.
people for that kind of
Yes,
behavior?
I think it worked. I think it worked very well. It led to stability in the region.
But do you understand the crimes that came with the displacement of those people?
I am not advocating for crime in a vacuum. I'm advocating for what you are saying is a crime to solve a much bigger crime. I find terrorism and using children as suicide bombers and human shields as a far bigger crime. If you can give me an option that can get rid of that crime without doing something that sounds mean, then please tell me. I don't know everything. Please give me the option, because right now the conflict is going on so long that the only options that are starting to be left on the paper, if we had a paper and as every option starts to become impossible, we cross them off, the only ones left are ethnic cleansing or genocide or staying in the conflict forever.
May I continue? I'll take the example of Germany because I feel like that's the best example here. When they were occupied, there were British, American, and Allied units in Germany proper, right? They were occupied for a few years, and they were.
I wasn't even talking about Germany. I said Poland, but all right, fine. Sure.
Yes, but in Poland, those were displacements, and those I think east of the Oder River, they were sent back to Germany proper. But Germany itself was also occupied, and they got denazified, which was the presence
So you're saying you
of
want
a
to
significant Allied
denazify?
presence.
You're saying you want to denazify the Palestinians?
Yes,
Did
because
I not
then
just
you wouldn't
answer
have
this
a
question?
ethnic
Did I
cleansing.
not just answer this question 10 minutes ago? Why are you repeating it?
Your statement was there's only two solutions: either ethnic cleansing.
Nope. I
or
already
displacement.
answered this question 10 minutes ago on why there's a difference between denazification and de-Palestinianism, whatever you want to call it. I answered this 10 minutes ago. Were you not listening?
I did listen, but
So
your
did you hear
statement
what I
was that-
said?
No, what I'm trying to add something to this because
You're not
there
adding
are
anything. You already said. How do you okay, let me ask you something. When the Nazis were voted on or even had a support percentage, do you know what percentage that was? During the time of the Nazis?
I think it was like 30%.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
35%.
Yeah, it was anywhere between 28 to 33% depending on the year in the beginning years. What's the we already said, what's the support of Hamas? It's like 89%. I'm trying to figure out how you're going to convince me. And on top of, I'm going to repeat what I already said because clearly you weren't listening. There's a difference because the Nazis were a generation or so in the making. They weren't something that was like an ideology that went as deeply rooted as religion, and it didn't go back 1400 years. The Islamist resistance, that is Palestinianism, because let's be honest, it's an Islamist resistance ideology, 100%. Does that mean every Palestinian is a Muslim? No. Does it mean every single one is like really pious in Islam? No. But the Palestinianism is rooted in Islamism. You cannot just de-Islamify people because they believe in their heart. It doesn't matter if they're misrepresenting Islam. It doesn't matter if you think they're wrong. It doesn't matter. They, in their heart and soul and mind, believe they are following their God. Please tell me how you're going to sit them down in a classroom, even if you could get them to do that. But let's pretend you do. You sit them down in the classroom. You're like, all right, kids and women and men, we're going to de-Palestinianize you, whatever you want to call it. How are you going to get them, some fucking white liberal teacher up at the top at the front of the room, say, hey, don't listen to your God, listen to me. I want you to tell me, be very specific on how that'll work. If you can convince me, I'll start advocating for that. Go.
All right, so I'm going to give a comparison with Jordan.
Go.
So let me ask you a question. Jordan and
Okay,
Egypt.
got it.
Let's take Jordan as an example. Jordan is a Muslim country, right? The Hashemite kingdom of Jordan. They are a Muslim country, right?
Yes, let's talk about Jordan, who has mostly Palestinians, but they don't let them lead. Huh, I wonder why.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
go ahead. Yes,
that's
go
not the
ahead
point.
on why the majority of Jordan is Palestinian, but they don't trust them to lead. Yes, go on. I'm listening.
That's not my
Yeah,
statement.
go
My
on.
statement is Jordan is a Muslim country, right?
Go on, I'm listening. I didn't say, just so you know, I didn't say anything about
so is-
Muslims.
is-
I didn't say anything about
is-
Muslims or Islam. I said Islamism. It's totally different, but keep going. I'm listening.
Okay, but you said that the Palestinian, right? It's 1400 years ago. So their hatred and it's a generational thing,
Yes,
right?
Islamism, which is not the same thing as Islam or Muslims, right? Although they can coincide, of course.
But how are
Islamism
Palestinians
goes back.
specifically Islamists?
Shh. Islamism goes back 1400 years. That is true.
Okay, but that kind of makes no sense because you're saying Palestinians specifically have been Islamists since 1400.
I didn't say that. I
Well,
said the
1400 years
idea.
ago, I
No,
mean.
nope, wrong. You're wrong. Just so wrong. I didn't say Palestinians don't go back, but like 70, not even 70 years. Okay, I said that the ideology that they're rooted in goes back 1400 years ago.
But does that ideology also apply for Jordan?
Is the Jordanians Islamists?
That's
Can you just
not the
answer
point.
that
The
question?
point is the
No, it is the
people.
point. Can you answer that question? Is Jordanians, are they Islamists?
No, it's a monarchy.
Right, so I'm not really understanding what your point is because it's not at all the same thing. It's like saying the UAE or even Saudi
But
Arabia
you're saying
times.
it's rooted in the people of your root.
No. I said their ideology is rooted in an ideology that goes back 1400 years.
Okay, but does that
This is
apply
like
to
not
every
hard
single
what
person?
I'm saying. I don't understand why you're making this so difficult.
But Jordan used to be anti-Israel, no?
I think a lot of them still are, but I don't care if I don't care if the Palestinians are anti-Israel or not. I don't give a shit. If they're anti-Israel simply just their statements, maybe even some policy here and there, fine. If Jordan starts acting like Hamas and PIJ and PFLP, yeah, fuck them up too. But they don't. So I don't care if somebody's anti. Did you think I was saying that I want the Palestinians to be pro-Israel, like singing Am Yisrael Chai? Well, wait, no, I don't care. I mean, that'd be cool to see, but I don't care about that.
But if it worked for Jordan to be, let's say, their government to be de-Islamified, by example,
Oh my God, dude.
how do
this
you
is
not
so
see it working
stupid.
for Palestinians?
Because they were never Islamists. There's a difference between being anti-Israel and being part of the Arab Legion who had an idea of going to war, an actual proper war with Israel. I'm not saying I agree with that, and I'm glad Israel kicked their asses to the point that they had to submit and start becoming at least relatively pro-Israel. But this is not the same thing, and also doesn't matter because this happened in the past, and it wasn't due to some classroom that denazified them. So once again, can you answer the question? How do you denazify, for lack of better terms, the Palestinian people?
I would not know. I'm not a.
Yeah, I don't know either. So until you figure that answer out, I like my answer better.
Well, listen. I would love to continue this debate another time. I feel like I don't have all the facts. I think I should try and make my research on it, and then maybe I'll come back another time.
Yeah. Read Nazis on the Nile.
What is that?
It's a book called Nazis on the Nile, the German military advisors in Egypt, 1949 to 1967. Read Haj Amin al-Husseini's journal. Read Konstantin Zurek's Meaning of Disaster. Yeah, go read those and then come back to me and start singing Am Yisrael Chai with me, because that's exactly what you're going to do if you read those books.
All right. Well, I'll read them.
Yeah, go read them. All right, mashallah, bye. All right, you guys, I'm going to head over to YouTube. I'm going to go react to the rest of the Oxford debate.
I'm going live if you guys want to stay, but most of you probably go there anyway, so have a good night. For those that I don't see. See you tomorrow.
God bless.
Love you guys.
America. See you on YouTube. Bye. Guys, give me 1 second. I go change my shirt because this is the shirt that I just don't like that shirt. I'll play Arabs and Cars for now. We're not going straight to you, Mingle, but just because it's a way for me to, I don't know. It's like a commercial break. See you guys soon.
It's Omegle time, everyone! You know what that means? Arabs hanging out in a car. Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car. Screaming and yelling while hanging out. absolutely no women, just 3 bros hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Come on, everyone, sing along. From the west to the east to the north to the south, from the river to the sea. All we see is Arabs hanging out in a car. Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car. We click next.
And what do you see?
No women, absolutely no women, just bros in a car, screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Omegle time!
Man, that was a lot faster than I thought. The chair is undefeated. Okay, let's catch up with some super chats real quick. Go over to where we were yesterday on the Tommy Robinson. Annie says, thank you, and don't take any crap today. Bless you. Thanks. Appreciate you. Moshe, Nick got married in Jerusalem lately. Mazel tov. The date didn't match your visit. If it was, you would definitely be our guest of honor, brother. Love. Hey, I appreciate that. What does that say? Toda rabah. Oh, I can read that one pretty quickly. Thank you, Moshe, and Mazel tov. Alex says, would he charge someone with 2 murders if they killed a pregnant woman and her unborn child died? The unborn child isn't sentient. Good question. McFly says, what do you believe about the pro-choice argument that's biblical? Genesis 2:7, life begins at first breath, and Job 33:4, the breath of the Almighty gives me life. I'm split on the middle on abortion. Yeah, I don't think God's intent, personally. I do believe that life does come in at first breath. Let me be very specific, actually. I believe the soul enters the body at first breath. However, I don't think that means we should just be careless about anything just because it's not the soul entering a body. Just as much as I'd be against somebody killing a cat. Do I believe they have like a human soul? No, but I still be against that too. I don't believe we should be careless just because there's a difference between, a life after first breath versus the fetus, baby, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I do agree that the soul enters at first breath. However, yeah. Jose, putting value on a human just because of a condition is straight up eugenics. Yes, I agree. Real Sal says, Nick, I'm your biggest fan. Can I have a piece of your hair and used shirt? Yeah, sure. The Canadian Zionists. Middies, this one is for you. Feet. Wyman says he's Muslim. Look how he talks to a woman. Zepoleba says, I think you would be great if you reached out to Rattlesnake TV and Rob Noer. I think they would be good people to have a good combo on Israel. Okay. Rich AF. Oh, that's the guy that was on the TikTok live earlier. Thanks for having me up before. And yeah, Tommy Robinson was saying that Aisha wasn't actually threatening him and what a decent girl she actually is. Stay safe. Yeah, Tommy Robinson's a gentleman. But he clearly was being threatened. But okay. JB Selko says, have you ever read Lioness about Golda Meir and the early political landscape of Israel? I have not, but I do know a little bit about it. I just haven't read that. All right, you guys, let's get to it. So we were about right here yesterday because I didn't close the tab.
They don't recognise any of the problems and see anything wrong, which Mohammed...
Actually, I think we're past this, but whatever. We'll just keep playing it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you care about gay rights, if you care about women's rights, if you care about children's rights, if you care about human rights, or if you care about free speech, I urge you to support this motion.
I thank the honourable gentleman for advancing the case for the proposition, and I call upon Mr McAdowd to continue the case for the opposition.
Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to start by thanking Oxford Union for inviting me to speak here. I am truly honoured and I'm very grateful to be here. I never thought I'd be here. To be honest, I've met a new friend of me, Jacob Rees-Mogg. So, you know, this is, I've had a nice meal, some halal chicken, which I'm sure Tommy enjoyed. So I'm just thanking the, and Liam, of course, likes a bit of halal chicken.
Kosher chicken's better. Man, 8-pack money. Some of us still miss this. Oh, yeah.
So, I know you do, mate. So, I'll just take this opportunity to thank you guys. So, the real question, I believe the first question was, is should the West be suspicious of Islam? Was that a question of the debate? You're nodding your head, so it must be. Right, so, Tommy, you've been... Wait, I don't know why I'm here, but I'm going to answer that. Tommy's been saying the same thing for 15 years and still has to read it.
Prove him right.
Right, yeah, no, because you still have to read it, so obviously you don't know you...
That's an insane position. Yeah, he prepared for his debate to make sure he's centered. Why does saying the same thing have to? That's what the fuck? What is he talking about? First off, you're reading right now.
Case that well. So should the West be
prove him right?
Yeah, right, good sure, mate. So should the West be suspicious?
Point of order. Do you allow people to cut in without permission from the speaker?
I think we ask that speeches be heard in some courtesy, gentlemen. If the point of information is declined, then please simply allow the speaker to continue.
I don't mind taking questions.
Well, it is for the speaker to choose whether a point of information is accepted.
Sure.
Without Mr. Dowd, please continue.
I haven't even started yet. Give me a minute. Right. So
that's fair.
Should the West be suspicious of Islam? Well, the truth of that is it's going to depend. Okay, it's going to depend if you're invested in pornography, if you're invested in alcohol, if you're invested in interest banking, if you're invested in drink, drugs, criminality.
Yeah, we talked about this on yesterday's live. I love how so many Muslims use this as an argument. And Ben Shapiro answered this perfectly, but it's kind of like it's insane, right? This idea where it's like, you know, yeah, if you don't go with Islam, you must be for pornography. You must be for what did he say? He said interest, which is stupid because it's like every Muslim country has that. So I don't even know what he means by that. What else did he say? Criminality, drinking, drugs. Yeah, you can be against those things, although some of them I'm not. Like I don't mind people drinking. Moderation for everything, right? But yeah, you can be against, you know, criminality, drug use, pornography for sure. Anyone who knows me, I think it's detrimental for society, and I think it causes a lot of people to devalue sex and devalue their partner, even subconsciously. However, what does that have to do with being a Muslim? Pretty sure Muslims still do all that, right? Pretty sure there's a lot of things that advocate against those things that also aren't Islamic groups. Like, I don't know, Christianity?
Then probably you should be suspicious of Islam because Islam has come as an alternative way of life to that. Islam, what is it?
Could we add Judaism to that list?
Sure, okay. And you can't become a Jew. So not very easily. So
this is what I said yesterday. The guy stands up and he's like, can we add Judaism to the list? I don't know if that guy's a Jew or not. And he goes, yeah, sure, of course, because Judaism would be against that stuff too. And he goes, yeah, but you can't become a Jew. Yes, you can. Well, not very easily. But wait a minute. He is a Jew. Okay. But wait a minute. If you're not willing to put in the work for your faith, whether it be Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, whatever your faith is, if you're not willing to put in some work for it, then how are you going to get rid of, you know, stuff like pornography, drug use, alcohol use, whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even make any sense, right? Oh, well, you can't really become a Jew very easily. Oh, okay, so you're not really going to be putting in much work anyways.
Islam has come as a option, an alternative to those vices in this world, okay? The real question should be, should the West be suspicious of Muslims practicing Islam in the West? That's the question. And why? Why would you be? Because Tommy said so. Because Tommy said that you should be suspicious.
These guys really love Tommy Robinson. Like, make your argument. Stop appealing to Tommy Robinson. We get it. You don't like him.
Of this religion and suspicious of practicing or, I don't know, extreme Muslims, okay? So let's talk a little bit about Tommy's credibility. Because Tommy has spent...
Okay, what is this debate? The debate is, let's see. The West is right to be suspicious of Islam. That's what it says, right? That's the debate. Why are we, what does it say? A 6-minute edited version of this debate was published by the Middle East Eye on their social media channels without a licensing agreement and has now been removed by them. That's funny. Anyways, why are you guys talking about, wow, Tommy Robinson's credibility is actually really bad? Who cares? Is that what we're arguing? This is what every Muslim does, right? Well, actually, this is what that Duck Lips kid, fat dude, did to me too. When he's like, well, Nick, I know you have a problem with Islam, but, you know, you're a Noahide, and did you know that in the Mishnah Torah that, you know, technically sometimes Jews might be able to, in a very specific situation and just as very specific land, not all over the world, they can actually do something that's similar to jizya. Can you just fucking defend your fucking religion? You know what I mean? Like, can you just defend your religion without bringing up Tommy Robinson's credibility or Christianity or Jesus Christ or Moses or Maimonides or Judaism? Because in the end, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you why. Because if Jews start acting like Islamists and Jews start doing fucking 70,000 terrorist attacks in 25 years and Jews start implementing jizya or beheading Christians, I will be the first one calling them out on top of Islam. But guess what? They don't fucking do that. They don't do that. So why the fuck are you bringing it up?
Spent the last 15 years of building his credibility upon being a white man from Luton. And he's been, go on.
This debate is not about Tommy Robinson.
I'm getting to it. All right, sit down.
The gentleman's made his point. Please take a seat.
Sit down. And are you in it as well? Are you in it as well?
The speaker will be heard.
Are you in it as well? I don't mind taking out the lot of you, mate. I don't mind. It's not a problem. Listen.
Well, you're doing a terrible job so far.
So, the credibility, it's important to base the credibility, okay, in the debate, of course. It's important
Gentlemen, please, take your seats. Both of you gentlemen,
He just said he doesn't mind taking us out.
Please
So we have a Muslim again.
Yeah, in the
Mr.
debate,
Robinson,
of course.
Mr.
In the debate,
Sacradotti,
of course.
can I ask you just to take your seats? Mr. Dowd, can I ask you to just stop speaking for 1 second? Speakers will be heard with courtesy. If a point of information is offered and it is in decline, can I please ask that you allow the speaker to continue? Equally, may I say to the speaker, it is expected that points of information will be taken during your speech.
I've took about 4 or 5 so
I understand that, sir. And with that, I will ask the speaker to continue.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, can I please ask no interjections other than points of information?
Point of order, Chair.
A point of order.
Which you briefed us must be taken. A threat to take out people on the other side is unacceptable and should be dealt with by the
Mr. Dowd, have you made such a threat? And if so, I must ask you to withdraw
It was a threat within the debate, to take them within the debate, because we're in a debating forum.
Mr. Dowd, can I ask you in that case to moderate your language
I'll tell you what, I will retract that statement.
and avoid the
I
misunderstanding?
will retract what I said, if that's a doable thing. Right, so let me get on. He's built his credibility.
Wonder why you guys feel the need to say, you know, the terminology, not moderating your language. Maybe it just comes naturally to Muslims. But if you were talking about the debate, there's many different ways you could have said that. However, I'm going to be inclined to believe that he was talking about in the debate. But let's just get through it. Come on, you guys. I want to hear his argument.
From coming from Luton and telling people that Luton now is now a Muslim-run town. Predominantly, it has 40-something mosques. It has some extremist mosques, some extremist this and that, Sharia-run courts. But I'm also from Luton. You know, and I've also been in Luton for 56 years. I was born there, and I'm still there. I'm still living on the manor. As far as I know, Tommy hasn't lived there for at least 10 years. I believe now he lives in Spain, like most good patriots do. They move on to Spain. So let's talk a little bit about Tommy's time in Luton, because it's...
He's... He is pretty far into his debate or his statement, and he's still talking about Tommy Robinson. And when the guy correctly said this isn't a debate about Tommy Robinson, he said it's important to talk about their credibility. First off, that's a cop-out. It's not important. Just debunk their points. Who cares what someone's credibility is? If somebody has very low credibility, but they come to me and they make the best argument ever that makes me think, great, that's awesome. But second off, even if I were to believe you, that you're really just trying to talk about his credibility, what does him living in Spain or England or America, what the fuck does that have to do with his credibility? Are you saying if someone lives in Spain, they can't talk about Islam? Like, what...
I'm not going to do anymore with you, right? So talking about his little bit of time that he had in Luton, it's well documented that Tommy was in the Luton firm called The Mix.
Point of information. This debate is not about Tommy Robinson, what he does in his free time, what he thinks.
Right.
It's about whether the West should be suspicious of Islam.
And he's the one telling the West to be suspicious of Islam. So it's important that I take his credibility.
What does him living in Spain have to do with his credibility? Well, it doesn't matter if he lives on the moon, which would be super cool. I'm just saying.
About how to say that, okay? The arguments that he had in Luton while he was in the MIGs, which was the Luton Town Football Firm gang, whatever it is, most towns and cities have them, okay? That's what his time. There was other gangs in Luton. Wasn't the only one. No, there was other gangs in Luton. One of them was called the Gambinos. One of them was called the Yellows. I know these are ridiculous names, but we are talking ridiculous people in these gangs at the time. Let me finish, please, okay? So I've taken a few points of information. You just seem to do it now just to stifle because, no, I'm not taking any from you, okay? Okay? The problems that these gangs had, as Tommy would say, was either religious and or racial between Pakistanis and his football guys was really not racial. It wasn't racial, it wasn't religious. It was normally, like most gangs, supply and demand of product, okay? That's what it...
Like, I'm legitimately trying... Obviously, you guys know my point of view. I'm very anti-Islam. But I'm trying to look at this from a debate tactic. Like, I have no problem being like, just in the sense of art, that was a good point, statement, opening, whatever, debate, okay? He's doing awful. You're not even talking about credibility. You're talking about, like, what he did back in some city. It doesn't matter. And also, that is a perfect segue to talk about. You guys, I can't go into too much information. However, I did get a permission to mention to you guys in a very vague way, so you'll get more information as time comes, but I am very excitingly going to be working with a very close friend of mine who is one of the people I respect most in this world when it comes to debate and also just the topics that I talk about. I'm going to be working with him and others, trying to keep this specific enough for you to understand, but vague enough to also... I'm going to be working with them to start an organization that is going to, hopefully it will come to fruition, an organization that will bring debate to the front sphere in the way it needs to be. It is not... We have the facts on our side, but we don't have the proper formats. If you guys want to know what I'm talking about, you can go watch my video on Jubilee and what happened behind the scenes and their bias. But it's really not just Jubilee, although that's a very big one. It's a lot of these organizations. The right wing, we had Charlie Kirk, which was incredible. Charlie was very good at saying we're a conservative organization, but we have dialogue, even with those we disagree with. And this is what separated Charlie. Charlie did not capitulate to people simply because they're a right wing. He had no problem calling out these far right, Nazis, bigotry, racists, saying you have no place in the conservative movement. We've kind of lost that. I don't know if it's out of insecurity, I think is what it is, right? There's such a divide in this country, especially after Charlie's murder, that now we're just trying to we have to accept these people even if they are hateful or blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to a lot of these channels that do debates, the left controls them. Now, I'm not looking for a right-wing control either. We're looking for true, fair, that builds a reputation of true and fair moderation. Ones that, if you're left, right-wing, anti-Israel, pro-Israel, America first, America only, whatever the case might be, you are somebody who can look at this and say that actually still is fair moderation. Anyways, so with that said, the reason I'm even bringing it up is because we're going to be working tomorrow and on to actually solidify the foundation of this organization. And naturally, just look out because I will be looking for some more information because naturally the audience and what they think might be good ideas. I hope you guys have this. I hope you have that. You guys, it's not Wilson. It's not Andrew Wilson. Anyways, I'm just gonna be looking for people saying, hey, we would like to see something like this. One idea that my wife came up with today, I thought it was a really good idea, is having debates, because some people like the mental challenge and like to see debates. Now, we all have our favorite debaters. They could be the Andrew Wilsons, Nick Matau. It could be, whatever, Ben Shapiro, Cam Higby, et cetera, et cetera. Sometimes people, my wife's thought was, you know, you have these kind of brackets, right? And you have these subdivision debates, right? Kind of like when you watch a boxing match, you have the people that are boxed before, and then you make your way to the main card, right? Sometimes, obviously, most of the time it's going to be debates that really we want to hear about. But she thought it'd be a good idea if they saw people who are like, I love this guy's debates. I love this person debating. If you took those guys and they debated each other, or gals, and it's going to be on something that is like peanut butter and jelly versus grilled cheese, you know? And it's such a silly thing, but it gets to the point of like, it legitimately gets down to just the art of debate. And it's so silly that you don't even get to choose. Like, let's say me and Andrew Wilson were to debate it, hypothetically. Oh, I love Nick Matai, I love Andrew Wilson. And it's like peanut butter and jelly. We'll go into it, and we don't even know which side we're going to be on. You just pick, right? And it gets to the point of like, sometimes we get so focused on these controversial topics, and we're so pro-Israel or so anti-Israel that we just think the other guy cooks simply because that's the side they're on. Right? Imagine a debate where it's like our favorite, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I like grilled cheese more, but I'd be interested in it. Anyways, that's obviously not going to be the majority of it's going to be these topics that we're always going to talk about. Christian nationalism, America first, America only. It's not going to be a pro-Israel organization. It's not what it's going to be about, right? Of course, we're going to have Israel-Palestine debate, Israel-America, blah, 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 all that stuff. I'm just saying that it's not going to be, that's not what it is. It's going to be about at all. Anyways, that's all I can say on it right now. Let's get back to this.
Comes down to. Tommy would also say that there was an extremist group in Luton. No, there was an extremist group in Luton called Al Marjaroon. I agree with him. It was an extremist group. And I made my opposition to this group vocal at that time when they was there. You know, but even a broken clock can be right twice a day. This group was tiny. It was 8 strong at most, with maybe 8 hangers-ons, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. They were barred from every mosque I knew. I don't know all of the mosques, but they were barred from every mosque that I knew. Most of the shops in the town, the Muslim shops, they didn't want to let them in either. But the amplification of their message was done by the media. The media would go to the predominantly Muslim populated area in Luton called Berry Park. They'd walk down there with a camera. They'd stick it in front of these guys, and they would be straight in front of it. It was amplified deliberately to cause friction between communities. That small extremist group doesn't exist anymore. I believe they've been disbanded, and they don't even hang around with each other anymore.
How about the countless Muslim groups that haven't been disbanded that are in mosque and are like, this is what these people do. They pick something that is an easy argument and then they just debunk it. I don't even know the group he's talking about, but I'm just gonna assume he's telling the truth. Let's just say everything he said was true. Who cares? Like, who cares, dude? Like, why does that even matter? I didn't even bring that up.
More. I could tell you, yes. Okay.
If you consume goods, if you consume drugs, and if you lend money for interest, should be suspicious of Islam.
No, I said if you invested in...
Why should we?
Because Islam has come as an alternate choice to that. Islam has come as an alternate way of life to that. I think I explained it when I mentioned it the first.
But the debate is, should the West be suspicious of Islam? It didn't say, is Islam an alternative to other things that we also should be suspicious of, like pornography, for example. I agree with you. Listen, there are things that Muslims, a good, pious Muslim, has an ideology on that I agree with. That's why I say I hardly argue about, like, literally just Muslims, right? I argue against Islam, specifically the parts that the West should be suspicious of, although I think that's putting it nicely, and also how Muslims act within those ideologies in contemporary times in a way that's significant enough for us to talk about. But I never, ever, in fact, I'd find it abhorrent for anyone to just see a Muslim without knowing them and just hates them. I would never, ever do that. Like when I'm out in town and I see someone like a hijabi, I've never once go, yeah, okay, they're all right, probably hate her. No, like, I don't know her. You know what I mean? Like, who cares?
First time. There's a lot more that I want to tell you. Time does not permit me to speak here for an hour. So obviously, I can't go into detail about everything. I know in detail about this group of Al Marjaroon because I was one of the trusted go-betweens from mosques in Luton that was trying to get them to stop talking. As he says, a lot of the time, there's not enough calling out of Muslims in the public. But it does happen. There was 500 mosques that wrote an email condemning the grooming gangs, but it never really got out there. And they all done that, okay? They done that years ago. I think it's 2013. Anyway, these mosques in Luton was a go-between between the Al Marjaroon group and the mosque was me, because I was a trusted go-between. Even though I was anti this group, they still trusted me to go between them. And I know that most of Luton didn't want them there. It wasn't the case, okay? Like I said, I would love to say more. There's a lot more beans that I could spill, to be quite honest with you. So let me give you a version of Luton that I recognize. Tommy has a version of Luton that he recognizes. Tommy has a version of Luton that he recognizes. Let me give you a couple of points of the Luton that I recognize, okay? And I'll firstly go back to the first lockdown in COVID, where everyone was social distancing and taking it seriously and everything else. There was a Muslim charity in Luton, and it's still there actually. There was a Muslim charity in Luton. I was volunteering for them because I was off work for a few weeks, okay, due to the building site shutting down. We were handing out food packs. Muslims were coming and handing in food and or giving us money to buy food from supermarkets and whatever. I'm going to say 99%, but it's more realistically 100%. But I'll say 99%. The food packs that I personally handed out were to white old age pensioners that lived in old age pensioner homes or care homes. I never once handed it out to a Muslim family, a Polish family, or any other, but it was purely white old age pensioners.
Information.
Yes.
Can I ask what was charity? What charity?
A crisis aid. Okay, and it's still there. It's in Sundon Park, okay? Right, so it's still there, the charity, okay? So we was handing out these things.
I just want to point out this entire time this guy has been speaking, he has not once made the case on why the West should not be suspicious of Islam. The best he's done, the very best, is why the West shouldn't be suspicious of these little groups and these anecdotal stories that don't even exist anymore. That's the best he's done, and he's convinced me maybe of that if I took everything at face value. I don't know if he's telling the truth, but let's go with it. So, you know, good job.
I remember one 90-year-old man, he had to buzz me into his care home, and I put the bags outside and had to step up the hallway because there was social distancing. He come out buckled in half. I tried to speak to him. He told me, I've got cancer, I'm 93 years old, and I'm going to die soon. And none of my family speak to me. None of my family help me. This is the Islam in Luton that I recognize. Let me give you another one. I was in Farley Hill, not opposite the Parrot Pub. That Tommy would have remembered, okay? There was a care home. I was working there for BTS, the council. What?
And do you understand that the speaker was confused about the motion at the beginning?
Yeah, I'm not confused. I'm not confused. I'm talking about Islam. If you remember, I've said Islam quite a lot in my talk, okay? Don't stand up for a point because I'm done with you now, yeah? So listen, I was working at this care home. And a taxi come pulling in, okay? I noticed that one of the women was in the passenger seat. She clearly was distressed. This big, fat Pakistani brother with a big black beard jumped out, opened the car door. She'd fallen over in the street. He'd picked her up, put her in the car, and he'd brought her back to the care home.
Why does this matter?
He wanted to go to the hospital. Why are you suspicious?
Yeah, okay, that guy sounds like a cool dude. What the fuck does this have to do with being suspicious about Islam? Like, I don't understand. Like, cool. That guy you just mentioned that picked up an old lady sounds like a good dude. By the way, that's the bare minimum. If an old lady falls, I'd expect anyone to go and help her. I would actually be very, very curious about an individual who saw an old lady and was just like, fuck her. Like,
suspicious of these people. Who are these people to be suspicious of? Who are these people to be suspicious of, okay? Tommy is desperate to make connections between crime and Islam.
Tommy Robinson has never said you should be suspicious of every Muslim. So I don't know why you said people. He said Islam.
Especially when it comes to SA crimes. He's desperate to make this connection between the crime and Islam, even though nobody that commits these crimes says that they did it because of Islam. But when it comes to Muslims that do good things, NHS workers, doctors, nurses, charity care sector workers, which Islam is overrepresented in those areas, never does he want to make the connection between Muslims doing good deeds and Islam. It's only, no, I told you already. Never does he make the connection between Muslims doing good deeds and Islam. In fact, actually, when you ask these doctors, nurses, care workers, charity sector workers, why do you do it? They'll say, because my religion tells me to be a good person. My religion tells me to be in service of the people. He doesn't want to hear that. He just wants to paint this picture.
Okay, first off, that's weird. You picked up an old lady off the ground who fell because your religion tells you to. You should do that. Dude, listen, I'm a believer in God. But I don't pick up an old lady because I think God wants me to if she falls. I do it because an old lady just fell. Right? Like, could you imagine if a Jew was like, hey, why'd you pick up that old lady, when she fell? Well, simply because Judaism tells me to. If it wasn't for Judaism, I'd say, fuck that old lady. Or Christian, hey, follower of Jesus, why'd you pick up that old lady? Because that's what Jesus would want. I don't really want it, but Jesus wants me to. So
you cannot serve two masters. You can only be loyal to one master. And I'll tell you now, without any hesitation, my master is Allah. La ilaha illallah. There is no God worthy of worship except Allah. Okay? But my God...
See, like, even just him saying that got my heart rating. Like, wait, what the fuck?
Tells me how to serve you. My God tells me how to serve you. Okay? So I can be in service. I don't care if you're Muslim.
My God tells me to kill the polytheists and attack their neck and attack their every finger and force them into submission. My God tells me that Jews believe Ezra's the son of God, which isn't even true. and that Christians believe Jesus is the Son of God, thereby mimicking the words of the unbelievers, and my Allah is going to punish you and strike you down.
Non-Muslim, black, white, fat, thin, short, tall, I don't care. I will serve you because my religion and my master Allah tells me how to be in service to my community.
Why don't you just do it because you're a good person? Like, if you need your Allah to tell you to be a good person, that's fucking weird, bro. You know what I mean? Not that your God shouldn't tell you to be a good person. I hope I'm making that clear. I'm not saying, why does God tell us to be a good person? Of course he should. And God does give us the ideology of what we should teach our children so they grow up to be a good person.
No. No. I will give you many.
Mr. Jones-Lyons, thank you.
I've done more than 2. Right. I will give you multiple examples. I will give you multiple examples of Muslims, people that have changed their lives and become better fathers, better husbands, better community members.
I love this talking point. Well, I've seen a lot of people become Muslim and they became better people. Let me ask you, what did they convert from? Right? That made them better. Was it when they were in prison? Was it when they were the worst of our society? Yes. Islam is generally going to be better. Again, I'm speaking of the Muslim who doesn't to Islamism and terrorist attacks, stuff like that. I'm just talking about, you know, somebody who maybe went to prison because they murdered somebody or they did something, whatever. Yes, Islam could be very good for those people. In fact, the reason I believe that a lot of people convert to Islam in prison is because when you're in prison, right? Let's say for a very harsh crime, you need something that's a very rigid following. Islam is, out of all the Abrahamic faiths, the most rigid. When to wake up, what time to pray when you wake up, 5 times throughout the day, when you should go to sleep, and it's very, very rigid, even within the prayer, right? Judaism gets pretty similar, you know, with the morning prayer, but I'm saying, like, even within the prayer, even more than Judaism, definitely more than Christianity, even is rigid on exactly how you should do it, you know, like, you know, and they turn their, like, it's it's very specific. That could be very, very good for somebody who was in prison for murder or battery or whatever, right? It could. And I'm sure they did become, quote unquote, better fathers and better husbands and better community members. That's probably true. That's not what we're talking about, though, is it?
Better people in society, better daughters, better wives, better people in society because they've accepted Islam. Some of them are sitting in this room today. Maybe I could put myself in that category as well. Why are you suspicious? Why are you suspicious of these people? What Islam has only ever brought good to them and made them better citizens. Why would you be suspicious? And of course, yes, you can yawn. You know, this is what you do. It's not a problem. I'm not here for you. Yeah, and it's past mine too, okay? Of course I want to spread Islam. Who would I be if I had the truth and didn't want to share it with you people? Who would I be if I knew that Islam, or believed at least that Islam was the truth, and I didn't want to share it with you people because I thought it was the best thing? If I had a big plate of food and you was hungry and it cost me nothing to give you food, it cost me nothing to give you food, why would I not give you food? Why? I don't want to do any more points of call. You was devoid of them.
There's a UN fatwa that prohibits Muslims giving charity.
Gentlemen.
Sorry?
Please let us...
Fatwa that prohibits Muslims giving charity to non-Muslims.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
Gentlemen, please. Thank you. Please. Please allow Mr. Dowd to finish his declined point of information.
What did he ask him?
Prohibits Muslims giving
give you food. Why?
Well, let me slow it down. Tommy speaks a little faster than this guy.
I don't want to do any more points of call. You was devoid of them.
There's a UN fatwa that prohibits Muslims giving charity.
Gentlemen.
Sorry?
Jesus, I cannot understand English people's accents. What the fuck did he say? Can someone help me here?
Points of call. You was devoid of them.
There's a UN fatwa that prohibits Muslims giving charity.
Gentlemen.
Sorry?
Please let us...
Oh, okay, got it. He said something about a UN fact-checking Muslims giving to charity. I think that's what he said.
It's Muslims giving charity to non-Muslims.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
To non-Muslims, I think he said.
Gentlemen, please. Thank you. Please allow Mr. Dowd to finish his decline.
I think that's what he said. He says Muslims don't give to non-Muslims. Yeah, I think that's what he said. Let's see if we can find something on what he was talking about. Did he say something about the UN? Nah, if I ask it that way, then of course it's gonna come out. Let's try this. How much charity do Muslims give to non-Muslims? I don't know if this is actually gonna show anything. Unfortunately, their overall charity to non-Muslims, though exact global figures are difficult to track. In the United States, our data shows that roughly 40% of domestic non-zakat charitable no, I'm talking about zakat. Spanning community food banks. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he said. Requires giving 2.5%. Traditional Islamic jurisprudence generally specifies that mandatory zakat should prioritize poor and needy Muslims. This is probably what he's talking about. He's talking about the required, the obligatory almsgiving, zakat. Yeah, it's supposed to go to Muslims, though some modern scholars permit giving a portion to non-Muslims. I'm assuming it's hard for me to determine what Tommy Robinson said because it's already kind of hard to to understand what he says, but yeah. I think this is what he's talking about. And he's correct. Zakat is definitely not supposed to go to non-Muslims. Although, sure, some modern scholars say that, yeah, you can give a little bit to them. Yeah.
Find the point of information.
That's enough. That's enough. I've said that's enough.
The speakers on this side have been egregious in attacking the...
Yes, it's been a constant. It's okay.
Can the chair please take some action?
Bruv. Thank you. I work better under pressure. I work better under pressure.
If I can ask you to stop for 1 second. I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order. I think on both sides there have been unwarranted interjections.
Yeah.
A point of order, if declined, please take your seat again. Do not continue to interject. I will say to the honourable gentleman, I have seen that from both sides this evening. It is not, as he puts it, on one side only. On both sides. If point of information is declined, please take your seat again. Mr. Dowd. Please continue.
Okay, so why would I not want to spread Islam? Why would I wish that I could take my heart and give it to you people for a minute so you could taste the sweetness of Iman, and then you would never be suspicious of Muslims again. There is not a single head on anyone's hair apart from...
This guy has not made one case on why we should not be suspicious of Islam in the West. He has not made one case. Again, the very best he has done is made some anecdotal cases on why certain people he's met in his life are good, which I'll just go ahead and just believe him.
From Tufts that I would touch unjustly, and that's inside and outside of this hall. That I mean no harm to anybody. I will defend myself if I have to, but no Muslim that I know thinks like that either. Why wouldn't I want to share that? Where is the problem with that? My friend here, my colleague, is going to deal with the age of Aisha. I dealt with it for 10 or 11 minutes on Liam's podcast, so I don't think that I need to go into that again. My friend will deal with that. Okay. You mentioned the verse in the Quran about prepubescent women being married. It's not true. Okay. If you knew what you were talking about, you wouldn't have said it. The word that's used for the female in the Quran is a word that's used for women. That ayah of the Quran was revealed.
So this is a common talking point for modern scholars. No, it's actually not. The word that is used in the Quran is generally used for women. It is not an automatic, and many, especially more traditional scholars in Islam, have actually made this as well. It is not true that it is automatically definitely means women. It's false. It's false. But of course, he relies on you to not understand Arabic or not look into this. This is what they do to trick the kuffar.
Because a man come to ask the Prophet, how do I divorce my wife if she does not have periods because she is past the age of period? She's a mature woman. That's if she does not. It was revealed because for the female in the Quran is a word that's used for women. That ayah of the Quran was revealed because a man come to ask the Prophet, how do I divorce my wife if she does not have periods because she is past the age of period? She's a mature woman. That's what that was for. Then the verse...
Well, first off, that's not true. But second, did you hear what he just said? I don't even know how that was known. He said, how do I divorce my wife who does not have periods because she's past the age, right?
Come to ask the Prophet, how do I divorce my wife if she does not have periods because she is past the age of period?
What is past the age of period? What does that even mean? What does that mean? 9 years old could be past the age of period for some women. 12 years old, some can be 16. What does that mean? Second off, and we know it's not talking about an old lady, right? Oh, is he talking about the first part? Oh, ooh, that's sneaky. That's sneaky. If he's talking about the menopause, oh, he's so sneaky. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of you already know this in the chat, but just in case you don't, the ayah does not only speak about it, it splits the difference. He's correct. There is talking about menopause. That is true. And that is definitely a very mature woman, someone in maybe late 50s or later. But that's not the part of the ayah that Tommy Robinson or anyone criticizing this ayah is talking about. They're talking about the second half of the sentence. So yes, it is talking about menopause. That is true. But it goes on to talk about women who have not reached menstruation. That would be the part he's talking about. Now, I'm going to be fair. Let's assume he's talking about that as well, because I want to answer both. Even if he was saying, no, I do mean that part. One, what's the age of puberty, or period, is what he said. What's that age? And two, even if, best case scenario, he then says,
she's a mature woman.
Why would you automatically say a mature woman just because they reach the passive period? Let's say the age period is, let's say 10 years old. Let's just pretend for a second every single woman in the world has their period right on her 10th birthday. I don't know, just hypothetically. Why would that make her a mature woman? So I think you guys are right in the verse, in the comments, that he's talking about the menopause part. But even if he wasn't, that's still an insane claim to make.
That's what that was for. Then the verse was
Why
revealed.
are they clapping?
No, that's not. That's what it is. You're not an expert on the Quran. You're not an expert on Islam. You present yourself to.
Are you?
Be an expert to people that don't know any better, but you're not talking to those people today. No more points of information. No more points of information. We talk about.
No, I don't want you to debunk what I just lied about.
We talk about, I'll be 1 second, 1 minute. We talk about reform. They talk about want to reform Islam. How dare he? How dare they and how dare he say a man that is ignorant within the religion of Islam talk about reforming of Islam, okay? His people that come to talk here are people of intelligence, people of professorships, people that are intellects in their field. This man is not an intellect in the field or an authority in the field of Islam, and his presence about talking about Islam is a disservice to this place.
How in the world are you guys clapping at that? Like that was awful. That was awful. Like objectively, that was awful.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that speech advancing the opposition. I call upon Mr. Lawrence Fox to continue the case for the proposition.
Do I need to raise this up, or is it suitably heightened for the Luton community? Before Neville Chamberlain flew to Germany to appease Adolf Hitler, he said, European peace is what I'm aiming at, and I hope this journey may open the way to get it. And here we are, 87 years later, and European peace and peace in the West is being threatened again. Upon his return from Germany with his piece of paper, Chamberlain said, we are resolved that the method of consultation shall be the method adopted to deal with any other questions that may concern our two countries. And 338 days later, Britain was at war with Germany. So this morning I was thinking about this debate and the worthiness of consultation, which Chamberlain invoked, and the motion this House believes the West is right to be suspicious of Islam. And then I started thinking about a cartoon that I have here in this envelope. It's a cartoon which I think it instills in me feelings much, much more worrying than suspicion. But, you know, in the spirit of consultation, I'll just leave it here for the moment, if we're okay with that. So, first let us start with the word suspicion. There was a minority, going back to Chamberlain and that brilliant foreign policy, there was a minority who were gravely suspicious of fascism leading up to the Second World War and were very vocal in that suspicion, who thought that Chamberlain's appeasement policy was just wrong. That far from being the peace in our time he promised, our appeasement would only serve to embolden Hitler. One of those who faced the most criticism for his prescience, suspicious prescience perhaps, was Winston Churchill. He saw fascism for what it was, an existential threat to the West. No one needs a history lesson from me, but it is possibly worth noting now, especially here, and thanks to our lovely friends outside, that it is perfectly acceptable and actively encouraged in every school, university, TV channel and media organisation across the West to be suspicious of fascism. In fact, if we listen to our friends outside...
See, notice how he's getting straight to the point? Not like what the last guy did and what all Muslims do, go straight to like anecdotes and emotional garbage. How do I know he's getting straight to the point? Because I already can tell, even though I'm doing some engineering work right now on my like phone, and also if you guys are wondering why I'm looking down at my laptop, my work laptop out. Anyways, even with barely like kind of 70% listening, I can already tell where he's going, and it's brilliant. I unless I'm wrong, but if he's going the direction I think he's going, it's brilliant. He's connecting it to something that everyone in that room should at least admit to being suspicious of: fascism. And then, of course, I assume, and I think I'm correct, that he's going to connect Islam to it.
That's not enough. You've got to be an anti-fascist. You've got to take direct action against fascism. Chamberlain today just seems like a moronic simpleton to me. So perhaps the deaths of millions of people could have been avoided if only Churchill's suspicion had been heeded.
Someone asked, no, I haven't seen this. What all I've seen of this debate was the first like 45 minutes that we saw, or 35 minutes or so. I haven't seen anything after this point.
That his perspective.
I was waiting for you guys.
But he stood alone whilst the train continued to hurtle towards us because we didn't want to upset anybody. It is an entirely natural and positive human instinct to be suspicious of many things. From teaching our children not to get in cars with strangers, to friends checking in on each other when one is going on a date with a new person for the first time. Suspicion is healthy. It sparks in every single sinew of our being. It is the product of generational caution in pursuit of survival.
True.
It's central to our very fundamentalist of instincts. It isn't prejudice, it's prudence. Suspicion isn't hatred either. It's pattern recognition. And I would like to make it clear at this point, Arwa, I would like to thank you so much for inviting
pattern recognition.
us to have this debate. And I know you've struggled so much with people trying to cancel you, and I know exactly what that feels like, so thank you so much. I think I would like to make it very clear that I am not here to express suspicions of individual Muslims at all. There are many Muslims, including with
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes.
Within my own family, who I love deeply. And as a Christian, I'm commanded to love my neighbour and to pray for my enemy. It is my most strongly held belief on this planet that every single human life is sacred and all lives matter. But I'm absolutely not, and I will not, be commanded to love or submit to ideas or ideologies. As was mentioned earlier, as Jesus said, render to Caesar what is Caesar. Within one directive, he created the separation between church and state, which in Islam does not exist, which literally, Islam literally means submission. So there is no church, there is no state, there is only Islam. My suspicion of Islam, therefore, is strongly, and I think reasonably, held. Islam is a comprehensive social, political, and military doctrine which leaves no part of its followers' lives untouched. As Andrew Hussey, the British historian, says, Islam more closely resembles a ruthlessly efficient war machine than a religion. Islam is borderless, expansionary, and interested only in submission to Allah. And for us, for some of us, unfortunate non-believers, we're given three choices.
Point of information. When was the last time there was a jihad declared against a foreign government and the expansion of Muslim lands into non-Muslim lands? When was the last time?
What's that got to do with what I'm talking about?
Well, you said that it's a military war machine. It's been around for quite a long time.
A point of order has been raised.
When you're giving points of information, you need to be very audible so the microphone gets
I thank the ex-president for his... I'm not sure that's a point of order.
I'm also, as people may or may not have noticed, I'm not an Islamic scholar, and I'm not into giving you a history lesson about the Quran. But I will give you a history lesson.
Yeah, also, it was such a dishonest question anyways, because he didn't ask. If it was an honest question trying to prove the peace of Islam, he would have asked specifically, when is the last time an Islamist group, an Islamist terrorist attack, whatever the case might be, didn't go against a Western country, or any country for that matter. Instead, he asked, when's the last time... let me make sure I don't misquote him. Let me just one more time. I think he said jihad declared against a foreign government.
This week, given three choices.
Point of information. When was the last time there was a jihad declared against a foreign government and the
yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, if it's still happening, but they don't actually have like a formal jihad declare against specifically a formal foreign government, does that make it any different? Like, is that somehow a good? I don't understand the point. If you really wanted to prove your peacefulness, you would have asked it the way I said it.
I'm not sure that's a point of order.
I'm also,
take a seat again.
as people may or may not have noticed, I'm not an Islamic scholar, and I'm not into giving you a history lesson about the Quran. But I will give you a history lesson into the bits of the Quran that I understand and the bits of Islam I understand through those that I love and from my readings. So Islam gives you three options, as far as I can tell, as a Westerner. Submit. Pay the jizya, the tax, which institutionalizes inferior status for non-Muslims in Islamic states. Or, excuse me, three, war with Muslims. Right. Notably, within those three options that Islam offers you, there is not one option which says, let's live in peaceful coexistence as equals in a pluralistic society. Not once. Not once does it say that.
I'm certain you are aware that there is an entire chapter in the Quran, a chapter called O Disbelievers. The final line of that verse in the Quran is, to you is your faith, and to me is mine. Are you aware of that chapter in the Quran, and are you aware of the teaching?
That doesn't change anything he said. First off, it also says in Sunnah to kill anyone who leaves a religion. Specifically was referring to Muslims, but the way it's worded. And also on top of that, it also refers to how to treat the people of the book, which is the nicest way to treat them. The nicest people they treat would be the people of the book. In fact, if you guys look at during the Ottoman times, there were the Samaritans. They were slaughtering the Samaritans, the Muslims. Muslims were slaughtering the Samaritans. You know who came to their rescue? It was the chief rabbinate. His name was Rabbi Abraham something. I'm sorry, I'll get the name later. He came and he pleaded to the Muslims and said, no, the Samaritans actually we have the same ancestry, right? Some Jews do or don't believe that. It doesn't matter. I don't even know if that rabbi believed that, but he was coming to the aid because they were literally killing the Samaritans. And the Jews came to their aid. And so then the Muslims said, okay, and then they counted the Samaritans as the people of the book. So it really doesn't matter if you cherry pick to your religion is yours and to my religion is mine, because it doesn't debunk anything that, what's his name? Fox? Mr. Fox? Whatever. Anyways, it doesn't debunk anything the speaker has said. He said that you still have to cause submission. And then he said jizya. I feel like that actually should be the same, but whatever. It doesn't really matter. You still have to do that if you're truly following the Quran. So I don't see why it actually matters. And if they don't submit, then you go to war with them. It doesn't change anything about what she said doesn't change anything about what he said.
Of tolerance, the Quran and the Hadith and the Sunnah have taught us for centuries.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to explain to you, one of the reasons why I didn't want to start quoting Quran verses was because I didn't want to come here and start talking about, it says here that you chop people's heads off, it says here that you do that, and it says here that you do that. I'm sure that there are very, very, very many verses in the Quran that talk about peace and love and happiness. It's just all we get is the bombs, the running over, the knives and the beheadings. So I'll move on if that's all right. Thank you very much. I'm done. Move on. Thank you very much. So I've said, notably, peaceful coexistence with non-Muslims is not an opportunity offered. A position which can reasonably be held to say that it creates not just suspicion, but tension within a Western, secular, liberal, Christian goldfish bowl that Tom Holland tells us we all live in, right? That's where we live. We do. No one knows anything anymore. Everyone's feelings matter. So one thing is certain, and is backed up by all the data, Muslims living in the West are pretty suspicious of us. So I'm not going to talk about why the West should be suspicious of Islam. Let's talk about how suspicious Islam is of the West. The Policy Exchange report, titled Unsettled Belonging, published in 2016, which claims to be the most extensive research of British Muslims ever conducted, revealed that, let's do it, 43% of British Muslims supported the introduction of Sharia, not British law, Islamic law. 53% preferred to send their children to school with strong Muslim values, suspicious perhaps of Western ones. Maybe, I don't know. 44% of schools should be able to insist on face coverings. Does this sound like a community which seeks integration? Do we have a right to be suspicious of those who reject our values and the society?
It's a very, very good point. I actually really like that. He is saying specifically, it's kind of flipping the question back on itself. That's pretty smart. That's a good debate tactic, right? Are they suspicious of us? And if the answer is yes, then shouldn't we be suspicious of someone who's suspicious of us? I think that's a good point.
Societal norms of their host country. 24% sympathised with violence organised by groups to protect their religion. That's what the Muslims say. And 31% thought that it was acceptable to keep more than one wife, illegal in Britain, but fine in Sharia apparently. And 35% believe that the Jews have too much power in the UK. 52% compulsory halal. I could go on and on and on and on. But most important to me is the free speech of this. So let's get this out, shall we? 78% of British Muslims believe that no publication should publish pictures of Muhammad. an overwhelming
I'm guessing CH stands for Charlie Hebdo.
majority. That rises to 87%. That's 9 out of every 10 Muslims that are walking the streets today in a country which absolutely abandoned, out of every 10 Muslims that are walking the streets today in a country which absolutely abandoned blasphemy laws. Suspicion is not strong enough a word. The West should resist Islam in the strongest terms on free speech grounds alone. So here we are with this cartoon, right? And it's time to show that I will not submit. I will not adhere to the religious laws of far-off places. Now, my wife asked me not to show this for fear of repercussions in my family, but I told her that if I did not, then I had already submitted to Islam. So here we are.
Is it not enough that half the team that invited you to this debate were Muslim women who wanted to hear out your expression and your arguments? Is it not enough that I, as a Muslim president, have invited you to this chamber to give your arguments? Is that not enough justification and evidence for you to believe that we do?
You're an individual. What is it with these Muslim debaters that keep bringing up individual arguments? First off, yes, that's great. I'm glad. I'm super happy that you are Muslim and you said, I want to have this debate because I believe in free speech. Even if I assume that's actually your motivation, that's awesome. That's great. I convince your other Muslims to do that. Also, put on a fucking hijab. No.
I do believe in free speech. I will not become the president of a free speech society.
Thank you, Al. May I? Thank you very much. May I finish? Excuse me.
Point of order having been raised.
They're like, we're real nervous. Please don't show this. Oh, please don't show this. We believe in free speech, but we're just gonna keep it deflecting.
Please don't hear the ex-librarian.
It's a long time since I've been in this chamber and knew the rules off by heart. But in the House of Commons, and we model ourselves on the House of Commons, props are not allowed. I wonder whether the rule on props is the same in the Oxford Union.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order.
Excuse me, for 1 second.
One moment.
In the absence...
Mr. Fox, one moment, Mr. Fox. The ex-president is also raising a point of order, I think.
Just it's helpful to inform the ex-librarian others, at least Michael is involved with society, that ban was not extended and didn't seem to apply to Israel and Palestine flag.
Thank you. So,
what did he say? Did you guys hear that?
Just it's helpful to inform.
I thought it was just helpful to inform.
The ex-librarian others, at least Michael is involved with society, that ban was not extended and didn't seem to apply to Israel and Palestine flag.
Thank you. So, right, I just want to wrap this up.
I am going to rule on the point of order. There is no bar in the forms of the House against the use of props. However, I would encourage Mr. Fox to make the point and move on.
I was until points of order. So it is in that spirit that I will not submit that I show you this as an Englishman who believes in free speech. I will not submit. I will not bow down. Right. So, I think which rather proves the point I was trying to make, that in this envelope lived your fear, and your fear of Islam, and what Islam will do to you that when you upset its very oversensitive sky wizard. And what lived in this room is a healthy and brilliant and noble British tradition of suspicion of Islam. I encourage you to pass the motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, so far, just straight up, wow, it was absolutely an incredible move, and that is so far, if not for the whole debate, but up to this point, is definitely the best debate that I've seen. Out of both sides so far. It was very effective, and it was actually very clever, especially with how nervous they got and they kept trying to stop him. Oh, I don't think props are allowed. That was absolutely incredible. His name was Jonathan. Yes, that was absolutely great. Good job.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that speech advancing the proposition, and indeed for his... we probably have some pens if you want it signed. We can arrange that later on.
It's Hamog.
And I now call upon the President to continue the case for the opposition.
Right. There is anger in this room tonight. There is anger in homes and on streets and throughout communities that no longer feel safe and no longer feel like they matter. Anger from people who feel that no government in any party in a generation has told them the truth about why their lives are the way that they are, why their rent is unpayable, why they cannot get a GP appointment, why the country they knew is not the country their children are inheriting. I'm not going to stand here tonight and tell you your anger is wrong. I'm not going to dismiss you as a racist for asking honest questions about a country that has stopped working for you. And that is why I wanted this debate to be held, because we have seen what happens when people's anger goes unaddressed. It does not disappear. It looks for somewhere to go. And there are people in this country, people on that side of the argument, who have made it their business to be standing there when that anger arrives, ready to point it in a direction that serves them and, believe me, hurts you. The proposition does not have a monopoly on that anger. Mr. Robinson and Mr. Fox have built careers directing that anger at easier targets, scapegoating Islam and Muslim communities, not because we are the cause of your suffering, not because we are a direction of your suspicion, but because when you are profiting from a hollowed out country, it is safer to scapegoat a minority, to set its citizens against one another, than it ever would be to finally let them ask who hollowed their country out in the first place.
I just gotta know, spoiler alert, do any of the Muslims ever answer the actual prompt? Like, I don't understand the point she's making. That the UK government has failed the people, and so Tommy Robinson is, instead of blaming the government, blaming Muslims. Yes, I think the UK government has failed in a lot of ways that have nothing to do with Islam. That is so true, what she's saying. What the fuck does that got to do with if the West should be right to be suspicious of Islam? I don't... Just because Islam is something to be suspicious of, in specifically the UK, but the West as a whole, that doesn't mean we're saying that the government has been perfect in every other way. So yeah, that's what the who cares?
But first, let me do what I believe side proposition has missed the mark on when this discussion is being held. Let me reiterate what this motion is and what it is not. The motion is not the West is right to be suspicious of Salman Abedi, the Manchester Arena bomber. The motion is not the West is right to be suspicious of jihadist ideologies, of Al-Qaeda, of ISIS, of the examples that you presented. I, as a Muslim, and I am
pretty sure that is what they're talking about. They said Islam, didn't they?
certain, and I can assure you, as many, the vast majority of Muslims are equally as suspicious of those people, of those organizations, as anyone in this room. Let me get to my introduction. Let me get to the motion. The motion is the suspicion of Islam itself, not some caricature that has been painted by Lawrence or by Tommy, or from selected verses in the scripture without context, without understanding, without reference to any of the verses that preceded it or came after it. It is not selective understanding by people who do not believe in Islam. The people who behead, the people who wage wars, the people who attack, and the people who stone and behead, these are not followers of Islam. The motion is about Islam. The motion is about the body of the teaching, the 1,400-year tradition, the faith carried by 1.9 billion people, almost all of whom could not have been further removed in their faith, in my faith, from the abhorrent crimes committed supposedly in their name. And this is the important bit that I think you all miss. Yes?
So people who killed the Coptic Christians, people who killed for ISIS, were they not part of that 1.9 billion? Were they just not part of that?
They were not following the teachings of Islam, and I will get to exactly why. They were not following the teachings of Islam, and I will get to why. The motion is about Islam, not about people who claim to believe in Islam and then misrepresent and denigrate our religion.
So what are you guys doing to put a stop to it? Isn't it so funny how Muslims... I actually just thought of something. Muslims say, no, we're not commanded to fight unless you're an enemy of Islam and you attack us first. Now, I have to ask a Muslim, does attack mean literally just physically attack? In which case, my point will still stand here soon, but I'm just wondering, or does it mean attack in many ways? I assume the answer is in other ways, not just literally just, hey, if someone comes to attack you, you only slaughter them. Because as we know, the Prophet Muhammad himself slaughtered people that didn't even do literal attacks, but because they were part of a group that did attacks on Muslims. Okay. Anyways, if Daesh, the Taliban, Boko Haram, Hamas, PIJ, Houthis, Hezbollah, IRGC, I can keep going, but I think there's just too many to count. If they truly are enemies to Islam, and they truly are attacking your people, your ideology by misrepresenting in your name, and then therefore causing harm to you, right? If that is true, then wouldn't it make sense that Muslims, true Muslims, of course, not Daesh, wouldn't it make sense that you go and fight against them? Because isn't that what because you guys love to fight against people that attack you. America, Israel, even if they're attacking you as a response, of course, but whatever, from your point of view. So shouldn't you also declare war against these people using Islam incorrectly. And this is why when every single Muslim in the world says, oh, no, they don't represent true Islam. You want to know why you guys are not actually convincing any of us? Because you don't do anything to stop it. And then you come and you tell us Islam tells you to stop these kind of things. So why don't you? Well, obviously the answer is because they serve your religion and you know it. You just don't want to admit it.
The motion is that the body of teaching itself is the cause of those atrocities in a way that Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, and even secular ideologies are not the causes of their own, that our faith is inherently incompatible with and in fact are a danger to British society, its values, traditions, and its culture, that every Muslim therefore warrants a presumption of suspicion, and I'm going to, point by point, take your arguments at their highest and tell you why they are wrong. First, given that there were arguments presented by Lawrence, I'm not too sure where he's gone, Lawrence and Tommy, there you are, Lawrence and Tommy about presumed and supposed scriptures and points in the Quran and verses, I want to take you through what they actually say, what the teachings actually say, what Islam actually says, not the caricature you've been painting. And then, I'd like to ask you whether you are suspicious of those values and those cultures. The claim that the Quran is a manual of violence and that mainstream Islam is therefore inherently at war with and in contradiction with Western values is what I've heard tonight. You will have heard, for example, both from JL and Tommy Robinson, that the proposition calls the sword verse, kill the unbelievers wherever you find them. What you will not have heard is the verse immediately before it, which exempts anyone who has kept a peace treaty with the Muslims. You would not have heard the verse immediately after it, which orders Muslims to grant safe passage to any non-Muslim who asks for it and to escort them to safety. You will not have heard that every major...
They shouldn't have to ask for it, and that is not what the verse before it says it. Let's look it up. We looked it up yesterday, but let's look it up again. Here's the verse. And when the 4 months have passed, this is the inviolable months, but it's 4 months have passed, then kill the polytheists wherever you find them and capture them and besiege them and sit and wait for them at every place of ambush. But if they should convert to Islam, is what it says, because repent, establish prayer, and give zakah, which is what Muslims do. But if they convert to Islam, let them go on their way. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful. Verse before it, right? Well, let me read 2 before it to give you guys some context. Actually, let's just read 1 through. Let's just read it. All right. This is a declaration of dissociation from Allah and the Messenger and to those with whom you had made a treaty among the polytheists. Okay, so they make a treaty. Muslims and polytheists make a treaty. Okay. So travel freely, O disbelievers, throughout the land for 4 months, like I said, but know that you cannot cause failure to Allah and that Allah will disgrace the disbelievers. Okay, cool. And it is an announcement from Allah and his messenger to the people on the day of the greater pilgrimage that Allah is disassociated from the disbelievers and so his messenger. So if you repent, excuse me. So if you repent, that is the best for you. But if you turn away, then know that you will not cause failure to Allah and give tidings to those who disbelieve of painful punishment. Okay, cool. And here's the verse she says. Accepted are those with whom you made a treaty among the polytheists, and then they have not been deficient towards you. Right? So it says, and then, so it's in reference to the treaty, which is 4 months. Right here, 4 months. Right there, okay. So during the treaty, they have not been deficient towards you. So that means if they have been deficient towards you, which I'm going to assume means they attack you, then you can defend yourself, which I'm all for that. That's fine. They have not been deficient towards you in anything or supported anyone against you. So I guess attack or betray. So complete for them their treaty. Okay, just lock in. So complete for them their treaty until their term has ended. Again, 4 months. Indeed, Allah loves the righteous. And when those 4 months have passed, is done, then kill them. Capture them. Besiege them. Sit and wait. Ambush them. But after that 4 months, again, right here, after the 4 months, if they should convert to Islam, then you let them go their way. This is exactly what Cora tried to gaslight me in when she debated me. Except it ended up proving me right. They think that this says something. It doesn't. It doesn't. And then after, and it says, and if any one of the polytheists seeks your protection, grant him protection so that he may hear the words of Allah, then deliver him to his place of safety. You know what that means? What it means is, just to put it all together, it says, treaty with polytheists, 4 months. End of 4 months, right? Or sorry, during 4 months, if they do not attack you or betray you, then you complete the treaty of 4 months. If they do, you attack them. Got it. 4 months, during 4 months, after 4 months. After 4 months, kill them. And all this other stuff. If they convert to Islam, then you let them stay in the land as Muslims and you let them go their way. Then it says, and if they seek protection, that is only if you're delivering them out of your land. They don't want to live there. So you're telling them, okay, we have a treaty with you for 4 months. If you don't attack us for 4 months, we won't attack you. At the end of the 4 months, you have 3 options. I will kill you. You convert to Islam, or you leave and we will protect you to leave. That's what it's saying. Is that is that supposed to be, is that their argument? That is what this is saying, just so you guys know. Okay, sorry. Let's go back.
Major classical commentator on the Quran across 1400 years, and every Muslim that actually follows the scripture agrees that the verse was about a very specific group of Arab tribes who had signed a peace agreement with the early Muslim community and then broke it in the middle of war in 17th century Arabia. It is dishonest. It is dishonest.
No, it's not about the ones that broke it. Because if it was about the ones that just broke it, you wouldn't need to have this verse right here. You wouldn't need to have this verse right here. Because it says, accepted are those with whom you made a treaty among the polytheists, and they did not cause deficiency towards you, and they did not support anyone against you. Which means, common sense, that there were some that did not break the treaty. Because if they all broke the treaty, you wouldn't need to put this verse here. There would be no reason to put this verse here. Because it would then say, all of them broke it, so killed them. That's what it would say.
Honest to stand here. No, let me finish. It is dishonest to stand here and selectively quote and misrepresent and misquote. Let me get to the end of my point and I'll get to you. Let me get to the end of my quote and then I'll get to you. Let me get to the end of my point and I'll get to you.
Political information has been declined, Mr. Jones-Lyons.
It is not and has never been read by the scholarly tradition as a standing order for all Muslims in all centuries against everyone who does not share their faith. It has never been the case. And anyone who says that they follow Islam and have committed those crimes in that name, in that verse, is a liar and not a follower of our religion.
What the fuck is this guy saying? Holy shit. Oh wait, oh, it has the subtitles here. Let me turn
and
the
then,
subtitles
I'd like to ask you, and anyone who says that...
There it is. That verse after he beheaded Lee Rick. He had a woman versus one of them from that verse justified where?
Justified when you don't talk about us.
I get your point.
Got it.
I have just given you the exact quotation from the religious scripture upon which that person
You didn't.
claimed to have followed. I have shown you that that is not what the verse says. Let me finish, Jael. I have shown you that that is not what the verse said. I have shown you that that is not what the teachings ascribe to us and tell us to follow. Let me finish. If somebody wants to pick out any verse from the Bible, from the Old Testament, from the Torah, any selective verse, a verse where Moses is discussed killing innocent civilians, or Solomon taking up tens of dozens of wives, and then I tell you that that must justify anyone who then claims that that text is referenced to or is presented to be a defense of their actions, you would tell me that is unjustified. You would tell me that is not the correct reading of the scripture.
Yeah, except the difference is Jews and Christians are not taking 1,000 wives today. We on the side of Noahide, the Christians in the chat, the Jews in the chat, we don't have to say, oh yeah, that one Noahide group, yeah, they're doing that stuff, but they're doing it wrong. And let me explain. Solomon having those wives wasn't actually really justified, and he committed idolatry after. Jews don't have to say, or Christians don't have to say that, right? So yeah, you're correct. It would be wrong to take the Torah or the New Testament and just cherry pick something and say, oh look, this is what it believes. We're not here to talk about what... Well, first off, she got that verse wrong anyways, and I just proved it, but whatever. We're not here to talk about if that is... We're here to talk about if we're suspicious of Islam in the contemporary times in the West and how it's reacted today, right? Why is it that Islam is the only religion that has so many people misreading the verses, who, by the way, are Muslims? It's not even like they're non-Muslims misreading the verses. These are Muslims that you say are misreading the verses. Why do you guys have so many groups that I can't even probably name 10% of them? I can name a lot. I can, just at the top of my head. And I guarantee you, it's probably not even 5%. Let's be honest. Probably not even 1%, actually.
Can I...
I've accepted a point of information.
Gentlemen, can I ask you both to take your seats, please? Mr. Andalusi. Thank you.
I've accepted a point of information.
Well...
Is his name Mr. Andalusi? Like Spain, like Al-Andalus, or did I mishear that?
Can I encourage you to make a little progress, since we seem to have points on both sides, and then perhaps return to the point?
Yeah. Let me finish, please.
No, a point of order having been raised. Mr. Jones-Lyons.
I raised the point.
You did raise the point.
I asked that people be forbidden, as the reforms passed forbid, from doing individual photography and filming.
You will not have heard that the
Madam President, one moment. I will remind those in the chamber that with the exception of those with prior arrangements with the Society and the Society's own videographers and photographers, there is to be no recording in the chamber. There will be one warning given, and on the second warning, people will be removed. The only exceptions are the Society's videographers and those that have already arranged recording. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. This motion is not about non-believers, people who say they believe in Islam but don't actually follow its teachings. It is about Islam. And I would urge you all to follow through with that motion, with that wording, and actually scrutinize the religious teachings for what they actually are and not for what you want them to be to fit your narrative. Let me get to my point. Thank you. You will not have even heard that the verses that you are quoting come from a chapter in the Quran called repentance. Not conquest, not war, repentance. That it is the name the book itself gives to the chapter the proposition will tell you is a manual for killing you. Another claim we have heard tonight from Tommy Robinson is this: whoever changes his religion, kill him, from Bukhari. That sounds absolute, but it is not. The Hanafi school, followed by most British Muslims, in fact, most Muslims across the world, has...
Here it is. Listen to what she just said, because I was about to say, it does say that, so I peeked my ears. Listen to what she just did, okay? In fact, she did it sentence to sentence, so I'm going to rewind it. You guys tell me if you catch it.
Called repentance. Not conquest, not war, repentance.
Hold on.
That it is the name the book itself gives to the chapter the proposition will tell you is a manual for killing you. Another claim we have heard...
No, that's not it. I didn't go back far enough.
The religious
There it is, right
discussion
here.
is not about...
Videographers and those that have already arranged recording.
Okay, listen to what she said.
This motion is not about non-believers, people who say they believe in Islam but don't actually follow its teachings. It is about Islam. And I would urge you all...
She said, and I thought it was actually a good point. I was about to praise her. I was like, hey, just debate tactic-wise, that was smart. But then she screws it up. She said, hey, the point of order is about Islam, not about what some people believe about Islam, even other Muslims. Okay, it's about Islam, so let's criticize Islam, meaning Quran, Sunnah, Hadith, all that.
All to follow through with that motion, with that wording, and actually scrutinize the religious teachings for what they actually are and not for what you want them to be to fit your narrative. Let me...
Scrutinize religious teaching for what they actually are. Again, Sunnah, Hadith, Quran, etc. Scrutinize the religious teaching for what they actually are, not for what you want them to be to fit your narrative. Okay, we there? Now listen to what she says right after.
Let me get to my point, thank you. You will not have even heard that the verses that you are quoting come from a chapter in the Quran called repentance. Not conquest, not war, repentance. That it is the name the book itself gives to the chapter the proposition will tell you is a manual for killing you. Another claim we have heard tonight from Tommy Robinson
right here.
is this: whoever changes his religion, kill him.
Which comes from Sunnah, the thing she said to, right? She said to judge the actual Islam. Sunnah, Quran, Hadith, etc. Right?
From Bukhari. That sounds absolute, but it is not. The Hanafi school, followed by most British Muslims, in fact...
And then she says the Hanafi school. Are you guys getting it? So, if it goes against her, hey, whoa. Don't go off of people that have their belief about what Islam means that come after Muhammad, right? Or after at least the early Muslims. Don't do that. Just criticize the actual Islam itself, right? What comes from Muhammad, the Quran, the Hadith, the Sunnah, right? And then she says, hey, you brought up Sunnah, you brought up a Hadith, but why would you listen to the Hadith? You should listen to the Hanafi school that comes later, and they tell you what it means. That's interesting.
In fact, most Muslims across the world has long held that this only applies to those who leave Islam and wage war against communities. Wage war. It is not just, it is not honest, it is not just, and it is not honest to cherry pick quotes and verses. I will get to you. Let me get some progress, please. Let me get to some, make some progress, please. And then when it comes to the verse supposedly enabling violence against women, actually, I'll leave that for, you haven't mentioned it, so I won't bring it up, but if somebody were...
I have my talking points, but you didn't mention it, so shit, I just embarrassed myself.
Let me get to some, make some progress, please. And then when it comes to the verse supposedly enabling violence against women, actually, I'll leave that for, you haven't mentioned it, so I won't bring it up, but oops, if somebody were to mention the verse on that supposedly enables violence against women.
I wonder what that one guy, that white dude, that first debated on the pro-Muslim side during this live, When he said, oh, Tommy Robinson says the same thing over and over and he has to read it, I wonder if he's going to say that to her because she's Muslim. So, okay.
All that verse is hung on is one word in Arabic, which commentators like yourselves have latched on to mean beat them. That word has 20 different meanings in Arabic.
Yeah, it also means strike them. It means smack them.
Major scholars do not interpret that word to mean the worst and harshest possible interpretation.
Just by the way, when she says major scholars, she means modern apologists who have deflected and changed the wording a little bit to fit their narrative. You know, the things she said not to do.
The Prophet himself, whom you say we believe is rightful and we must follow in his example, said himself that he disliked men who hit their wives. So just preempting any arguments that were put in that direction.
Just FYI, Muhammad himself hit his wife. Just FYI. She's correct. There is a hadith where Muhammad said that he didn't say he doesn't like people that hit his wife. He said the best of men are the ones that don't. That doesn't necessarily mean, but whatever. Let me just show you guys this. Let's see. Aisha. Here it is right here. This is Sahih Muslim, book 4, hadith number 2127. Just so you guys know, Sahih Muslim, very, very well respected. All right, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Just get to this part right here. Pretty much all of this is about how Aisha, maybe she was jealous, I don't know. She did something, and so she was following the Prophet Muhammad, and then he found out he followed her. Let's see. I said, Messenger of Allah, may my father and mother be ransom for you, and then I told him the whole story. He said, this is Muhammad, I believe, yeah. Was it the darkness of your shadow that I saw in front of me? I said, this is Aisha, yes. Muhammad, struck me on the chest, which caused me pain. And then said, this is Muhammad speaking, did you think that Allah and his apostle, first off, huge narcissist, would deal unjustly with you? AKA, what happened was Aisha followed him. He saw her shadow. He asked her, hey, were you following me? And she said, yes. And he goes on her chest, causing her pain. And he said, did you think Allah and his apostle, me, bitch? Like, you think you wouldn't fucking handle your ass? Like, that's what happened. Just FYI. That's what he did. So when she says this shit,
in his harshest possible interpretation, the Prophet himself, whom you say we believe is rightful and we must follow in his example, said himself that he disliked men who hit their wives.
Yeah, he was a man who hit his wife. Cool. Also, by the way, there's a hadith about Abu Bakr also hitting. Abu Bakr was Aisha's father, also hitting Aisha.
So just preempting any arguments that were put in that direction. Let me please finish. Yeah. The same pattern shows up with the hadith you mentioned about Aisha and the marriage. The claim that she was 6 at marriage and 9 at consummation. Except what they don't tell you is that the source who provided that recollection is not seen as concretely reliable, that the author of one of the earliest and most revered collections of hadith in Islamic law, Imam Malik, did not accept this narrator's report, and that various reconstructions, including from the Yaqeen Institute, put her age as far, far older. English common law, however, set the age of consent at 12 until 1875.
Was English common law a prophet? I'm just wondering. Does anyone think that English common law, the people that put that in, were they prophets? No? Okay, stupid point
law
then.
permitted marriage from puberty. The marriage practices Mr. Robinson is condemn the whole of pre-modern civilization, including Christian Europe, if we were to take his arguments at their highest tonight.
Point of information.
Let me get to my speech. I'm not being able to.
You haven't taken one point from me. Are you afraid? There are still Muslim countries in this world which say that their legal system is based on Sharia, which allow the marriage of children because of their belief in those verses. Are you saying they're not Muslims too?
Yeah.
Again, and I do not understand why it is so difficult for proposition to wrap their heads around this. People can take any text and they can misinterpret it.
She just did it again. She said there are modern scholars who have determined that Aisha was older. Just so everyone knows, the modern scholars, the way they determine Aisha is older is because they minus the age from her sister's age and they determine she was actually a teenager. However, the problem is that they take the assumption of Aisha's sister age. So they ignore all of Sunnah, all of Sahih al-Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, right? They ignore all of that. And they just assume, based off of some very, very weak standards, about Aisha's sister's age. And then they take the math and say, oh yeah, when you minus it, see, Aisha was this old. Yeah. Which, by the way, it's funny because I gotta remind you guys what she said. She said, do not take what others say Islam is for the purposes of reducing or advancing their narrative and to take what Islam actually says. Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim says over a dozen times that Aisha was 6 and 9 when he raped her. I don't understand why she doesn't hold herself to the same standard.
and they can misapply it, and they can believe that what they're doing is Islamic. Leighton, sit down. They can believe that what they are doing is Islamic and in accordance with Islamic principles. I am asking you to scrutinize Islam and its teachings. Let me get to its point. The people who misquote, misrepresent, and take Islam at its worst, and then try and purport that they are Muslims and they are following the teachings of Islam, are people you should be suspicious of, I have no doubt. But that is not suspicious of Islam.
We're talking back to our nations.
Can I finish, please? We are also told Muslims are meant to follow the Prophet's example. Fair enough. But then key parts of that example quietly disappear in the arguments presented by Tommy and Lawrence and the rest of the bench. The Constitution of Medina, drafted and delivered by the Prophet, set up a community of Muslims, Jews, and pagans living together with mutual obligations and religious freedoms. Quote, the Jews are a community along with the believers, to the Jews their religion, to Muslims theirs. It is right there. It is right there. Another treaty was with the Christians of Yemen, protecting their churches and clergy, not mentioned anywhere. The Prophet's final sermon 2 months before he died went as such: there is no superiority of an Arab over a non-Arab, or a non-Arab over an Arab, or a white over a black, or a black over a white, except in...
He called blacks raisin faces, just as FYI. That's what he called black people.
Piety, not mentioned anywhere in any of the arguments that you are going to present, because it does not fit your narrative. I'm gonna run out of time, please bear with me. From the Quran's own lines in that chapter that I quoted to you, which is called, O Disbelievers, for you your religion, and for me mine. Somehow that does not make the cut. After a while, the pattern becomes obvious. The case works best when certain texts stay off the page. You can do the exact same thing with other scriptures. Deuteronomy 20, when you take a city, save alive nothing that breathe. Numbers 31, kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourselves every girl who has not. Let me finish. You can build a very dark picture that way. But that is not how Jews and Christians read their scriptures. I extend that generosity to my Muslim, to my Christian.
Once again, we know Jews don't and Christians don't read their scriptures that way because we don't see Jews and Christians doing that today. If they read their scripture that way, you would see at least a significant portion that's worthy of talking about. You'd see them doing it, but they don't. That is indication, as we as society, who are not Jews or Christians, we can say, how do we know that they don't read their text that way? Well, let's look at their actions. The same cannot be said for Islam. You guys, once we're done with hers, I'm going to move on to Umingle. I know there's a lot more, and I'm very interested. We'll watch maybe a little bit more tomorrow, but I know a lot of you guys do want me to go to Umingle, and it's getting late.
Brothers and my Jewish brothers and Jewish neighbors, I'm simply asking that it be extended tonight to mine. Can I please get through my speech? I will get back to you. So let's actually see, because you've said, how do people take that religion and that scripture and how do they apply it in their day-to-day lives? I'm not going to deny that there are people who try to understand that, fail, and try to use that as a cover-up for atrocious and abhorrent actions. Those are not Muslims, Leighton, for God's sake. So let's see how those religious teachings translate into actual Muslim attitudes. Opium, last year, 85% of British Muslims back democracy as the best system of government. The general public, 71%. 94% back equal treatment under the law for all faiths and none. The general public, 80%. 7 in 10 say they feel loyal to the United Kingdom. The general public, 1 in 2. 8 in 10 interact with non-Muslims at least weekly. 9 in 10 say standing against bigotry, including anti-Semitism, matters to them. 4 in 10 have served themselves or through family in public service. On every single one of those measures, British Muslims are more committed to British values than the British average. These are not numbers from a community at war with this country. These are numbers from a community holding the line on the values this country claims to believe in, while the proposition tells you we are a threat to them. And exactly the same pattern shows up when we turn from opinion polls to crime statistics. The story you are being sold about Muslim crime looks very different when you see the whole pictures, including, for example, grooming gangs. And please do bear with me, I've been interrupted for quite a bit. For the grooming gangs, the abuse happened, the girls were real, the failures were real. I will not minimize any of it. And as a Muslim woman, I'm not here to do so.
You are minimizing it.
Telford, the offender public's profiles on the headlines were dominated by British Pakistani Muslim men. That is true, that must be spoken about. But there is another truth that must be named alongside it. Those girls were working class. Working class girls in towns that had already been told their problems did not matter, failed by police officers who did not come, councils who looked away, institutions that decided their suffering was not worth the paperwork. Class contempt is what allowed this to continue for decades, and no girl, no...
They were raped because of class contempt? Whoa. Hey, I'm not going to minimize them, but you know, it was really the government's class contempt of working class. I mean, that's really why they were raped. Raped by who, by the way? I'm just curious if God, I wish I was arguing with this girl. If it truly was a failure on the government and class contempt, I'd ask her, does that failure of the government extend before Muslims invaded the UK? And of course she would say yes. So then I'd ask her, well, then how come the rape, again, at least in the numbers we're seeing today, didn't exist? If it truly was just class contempt and it wasn't, let's say, class contempt and Islam, then why wouldn't the numbers be the same before Islam really raided and invaded the UK? What's the difference? One of these things is not like the other.
No working class girl, no girl of any background should ever have to learn that her pain is an administrative inconvenience. What Mr. Robinson never shows you, and what the rest of the bench will never talk to you about, is that 81% of child-based sexual offenses were most commonly committed by white men. The government's own 2020 review of group-based child sexual exploitation said two things very clearly. First, that group-based child sexual exploitation offenders, let me please land, are most commonly white. I'm getting to that point. And second, that the data are too poor to show that any ethnic group is uniquely predisposed to offending or overrepresented as perpetrators. That answers your point. I hope you heard it. In other words, there is no evidence that so-called grooming gangs involving Muslim men are disproportionate once you step back and look at the whole picture.
There's literally a lot of evidence.
Rather than a handful of high-profile cases.
In groups of men.
I didn't take it. Please go ahead. Please stop the time. Go for it.
Groups of men, white children, groups of men. There's two different types of people. There's individuals like which you said was 81% white. Now we've got 87% white, so they're not overrepresented.
Exactly, Tommy Robinson. Do these people who defend like Black Lives Matter and in this case Islam, do they not understand what per capita means? Like, do they really not get what per capita means? Nobody is here arguing that white men have not done this. Of course they have. Rape happens, and it's awful. And I wish we have a society that's not just in America, but worldwide, that absolutely punishes rape the way it should be punished. But yeah, per capita, lady.
Under a conservative, no, because you made your point, you've made your point, and I've heard it. You made your point, and I've heard it. And
Mr. Robinson, can I ask you to take your seat again, please? Thank you.
Okay. A conservative government inquiry into, a conservative government inquiry into the proportion of grooming gang-related crimes committed by all groups, found.
Mr. Robinson, I must ask you to take your seat. The point has been taken. The President is responding.
Right. Please do check the facts after this. Everyone here in the chamber is more than welcome to do so. I'm asking for 2 more minutes, if you'll allow me that. There are some other facts that the opposition will not give you. The first.
Wait a minute. Whoa. You didn't answer. You didn't answer Tommy Robinson's point. I was so excited what she was going to say. The only thing she said was it was a conservative people that said it. So are you saying they lied? Do you have proof of the lie? Are you going to debunk? She didn't even answer it.
Were among the dead in terrorist attacks supposedly committed under the name of Islam. Muslims were among the doctors who treated the wounded, the paramedics who ran towards the smoke, the first respondents who held the dying. The proposition asks you to condemn a community it will not acknowledge was also grieving. The second, that Muslims are disproportionately represented among those who flag concerns to counter-terror programs. It is Muslim mothers who call the hotline, Muslim fathers who sit with police officers and say that something is wrong. The community the proposition frames as a threat is in practice one of our most reliable lines of defense. And then there's what the proposition will not say at all. In 2019, a man walked into 2 mosques in Christchurch during Friday prayers and murdered 51 Muslims, among them a 3-year-old boy. His manifesto named Mr. Robinson directly. It thanked him. If we are tallying the dead...
Yeah, that's awful. That guy's a terrorist. That should not happen. Wait, did you say it was a Christian man?
...will not say at all. In 2019, a man walked into 2 mosques in Christchurch during Friday prayers and murdered 51 Muslims.
Christchurch. I assume so. Yeah, I think it's a Christian. Yeah, that's awful. That person's a terrorist. Can anyone point to me, just anyone, one, why you had to go back to 2019? What is that, 7 years ago? Can anyone tell me, one, Tommy Robinson did condemn that, but 2, can anyone point to me any major Christian organization, group, or Christian even, that condoned that? Pretty sure they all condemn it. I'm just going to go ahead and point out that's the difference there.
Among them a 3-year-old boy, his manifesto named Mr. Robinson directly. It thanked him. If we are tallying the dead tonight, and the proposition has made very clear that we are, then the dead of Christchurch belong on that tally too. He thanks you on the card. I haven't.
Mr. Robinson, please, thank you.
Suspicion of Muslims as a category has also been tried as a policy. Over 83,000 men from 25 mainly Muslim-majority countries were forced to register with U.S. authorities under special registration. More than 13,000 were put into deportation proceedings. The number of terrorism convictions produced was 0. In the United Kingdom, between 2001 and 2011, fewer than 1% of terrorism-related arrests resulted in a conviction for a terrorism offense. It broke up thousands of families and consumed billions in resources, catching almost nothing. That is what suspicion of an entire community, of an entire category of people gets you. Nothing. Ooh. I'm going to skip over to my ending. So when the proposition tells you that more suspicion makes Britain safer, I would like to ask them to look at the record, not the theory, the record, and look to who they are telling you to trust. And this is important because these are the people who are advocating for these points most, and it is important to know where they come from. In 2018, Mr. Robinson published videos claiming that Jamal Hijazi, a Syrian refugee schoolboy in Huddersfield whose assault on a playground had gone viral, was himself a violent bully. In fact, the video showed him being throttled and waterboarded by other people. Please give me a minute. Mr. Hijazi sued for libel. Mr. Justice Nicklin found Mr. Robinson's allegations were fake and highly defamatory and ordered him to pay £100,000 in damages. He did not go to prison for telling the truth about Muslim grooming gangs. He went to prison for lying about a vulnerable refugee child. Let me finish. Each generation of British Muslims is more educated, more politically engaged, more invested in this country's future. There are serious issues within some Muslim communities and some...
Oh, they're definitely more invested in the country's future because they believe it'll be theirs in the future. So yeah, that's probably true.
The most courageous people fighting those battles are Muslim women, doing it quietly without a platform, without...
So the person saying she talks faster than Ben Shapiro, I do have it on 1.25 speed. This is not normal, her normal speed.
A hedge fund manager paying their legal fees. So let me end where I began, with my faith and with this country. The
Here's
Prophet
the
Muhammad hosted the Christians of Najran in his own mosque and invited them to pray there after debating them on a religion that they ultimately did not pick up. They did not convert to Islam. He guaranteed the Jews of Medina the protection of their religion and their descent. The book I believe to be the word of God says in plain Arabic, there is no compulsion in religion. For you, your religion, and for me, mine. That is the tradition that built me. That is the tradition that proposition is asking you to declare suspect. Free speech and debate is not something I do despite being a Muslim. It is something I do because of it. Hold on a second. So when I defend your right to read from my holy book in a voice dripping with contempt, when I sit through speeches calling my faith a danger and rise to them with evidence rather than writ, I'm not betraying my religion, I am practicing it. Half the team that built this debate are Muslim women. Do not let anyone sell you a false England, an England that was pure until the day your Muslim neighbor moved in. That England never existed. The real England is messier, it's kinder, it's more mixed. It is England where a Syrian schoolboy in a school playground deserves protection from lies, where 4 young people in Filton can oppose a weapons factory without being branded as terrorists, where a Muslim girl can walk to class without being treated as suspects. That England is still here, it is worth fighting for. So look at who is on which side of this argument tonight. Look at who is defending free speech and who is suing journalists. Look at who only a week ago was in...
Your side literally said that if there wasn't security, you would be literally cooked. I don't think you're defending free speech. You might be on it as an individual, and I commend you for that, if you're being honest. But yeah, you should probably listen to the people on your side.
...in his abode in Spain, telling you that immigrants are the problem. And ask yourself, the only question this motion has ever really cared about, not whether Islam is a danger to the West, but whether a handful of rich men get to convince you that your own neighbors are your enemy. Vote against this motion. My faith has survived empires. It will survive this evening. Vote against it to protect what is best in your own tradition.
Your faith conquered and slaughtered empires, not survived it, but okay, keep going.
The right of every person in this country to be seen as a human being before they are seen as a category.
We do see you as a human being. It's not like a lion would put on a suicide vest and blow themselves up. So yeah, you are a human being, but a lot of the people within your faith are evil human beings. So yeah, of course, I hate that argument. You're trying to dehumanize the Palestinians or, Islam. No one's dehumanizing it.
They are not trying to fix this country. They are trying to own it. Do not let them own your anger or your England. We are not, and we never were, your enemy.
All right, guys, let's go over to Mingle. We'll finish this tomorrow. It's like an hour left. I already played the song. So let's just get straight into it. Look, guys, look who it is. Hey, did you see the Tommy Robinson debate?
You ran the last time, bitch.
Yeah, because you don't ever respond. You just say this.
You ran the last time like a fucking bitch.
Great. Did you see the Tommy Robinson debate?
Yeah, bitch, my boy.
He wonders why.
I don't give a damn what I say.
All right, I'm gonna mute you real quick. So this is what these Muslims do. They say, "Oh, he ran." That's ironic.
Oh, it's this guy, bro.
What?
I don't know if you remember me, Randy Majanta.
I do not. I'm sorry. What did we talk about?
We talked about, remember I was a Saudi guy?
You're a Saudi guy, okay?
I don't know. I think I talked to your friend, maybe. I don't know.
Yo, are you streaming?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to talk to you, bro.
Okay, bye-bye. What's up, man? I like your cat.
Alexa, pause. What?
I like your cat.
Aw, thank you. I like your cat.
Stop talking. I just want to see the cat, dude.
You want to see the cat?
Yeah.
Look, it has blue eyes and shit. It's a Bengal. Look, nigga, look.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that dude.
Yeah, I think she likes me more than you.
No, she don't.
Yeah, she's like literally walking towards me, dude.
Come here, bro. Come here. Come here. Oh hell no! No hell no!
You just turned me down. Let's be honest. Yeah, it's a cute cat. Fortunate's with you. What's up? All right. Oh my God! Nope. Nope. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
Dude, there's these women are just like put on some
Fuck
clothes.
me.
Come on, man.
Fuck me.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm not good.
That's not what I asked, but that's fine. Whatever.
I'm gonna do it again.
What's up? What why are you sitting in the dark, bro?
Questo è Macenta, fuck you bitches.
God bless America, huh? God bless America.
What up?
What's up, man?
Not much. Why do you have Palestine tagged? Are you Palestinian?
No.
Oh.
You're trying to debate people on the Palestinian or religious debates?
I do.
I've seen you before.
I do debate it. Yeah. Do you want to debate it?
No, I don't think I could. I don't think I could faithfully debate it.
Why not?
I don't think I've read up on it enough. I don't think I could. I don't think I've had the preparation.
You could still debate something. Like if you wanted to have the debate not so much on like statistics and facts, we can debate like more of a value-based idea. Like I'm assuming you're pro-Palestinian?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, you know, not reading up on something, although that can be important in a debate, it doesn't have to be necessary. Like why would go ahead.
I don't want to misquote something or, you know, try to make their cause look bad on.
Well, what's the position? Well, why are you pro-Palestinian then and not just neutral if you haven't read up on it?
Just as a religious thing. Like I just see it that it's a religious cause.
Gotcha. So you're Muslim and you believe because they're mostly Muslim that you need to support them?
Yeah. More like yeah.
Who do you support? This isn't necessarily Israel-Palestine, but who do you support when Muslims are fighting other Muslims? How do you...
For the okay, so with the thing in Yemen, I think it's because
that's a good one. I wasn't even thinking about that, but that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, with the thing in Yemen, it's not like for me, it's not as like black and white. There's wrong on both sides, but I don't like the Houthis. They're not good. They're not good people.
What about like when the I mean, this was before you or I were born, but like when the Palestinians were fighting against Jordan in Black September, right? And they killed their king. Like, what about that one? How do you determine which one you'd support?
There's probably like I said, I don't really read up on this, but there's probably grievances and issues from both sides. I haven't read up on it, so I wouldn't be able to.
Okay, how about this?
Personally,
if there was, let's say, one side's Muslim and one side was like non-Muslim, but let's say the Muslim one really attacked first, right? Would you still automatically support them simply because they're Muslim?
Would I blindly follow if they clearly violate Islamic principle and jurisprudence? Yeah.
Like you still would support them, or you wouldn't support them?
I wouldn't support them.
Do you not find well, I don't know what you believe Islamic prudence is. I don't know you well enough.
Jurisprudence.
Right. Do you think that the Palestinians have followed it, Islamic jurisprudence, well?
As a whole?
Yeah.
Not so much, not like down to the last thing, but I think they uphold a lot of its principles. Like, you shouldn't be attacking women and children. I think they do that.
They don't. Sure they've targeted women and children all the time.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm pretty sure they do that. So I don't think they follow it down to the
they do. I thought you meant they do what Islam says. I got what you're saying. Okay, what about like I mean, that's almost exclusively what they do. I'm not saying they don't target men, but I'm saying there's not many times where they've only tried to target men. Every time they do attack, they indiscriminately will attack. So I don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They indiscriminately attack. They should only be attacking men.
Okay, how about, do you believe Islam teaches you to attack first instead of only respond to people attacking you?
If there's, I think you're saying like preemptively, like if you believe somebody would attack you.
Well, what is your belief on what Islamic jurisprudence specifically says on when it is allowed to attack another people, in this case Israel or whoever?
So it's so I know before they would it was like a whole thing with conquest, spreading Islam.
Right.
So it was just mainly conquest across North Africa and different parts of the world, like in Persia. But I think like I said, I don't read up on it enough, so I don't know. But I do know the basic principles of it, so I wouldn't be able.
You don't
to,
read up enough on Islam, you're saying?
I don't read up enough on Islamic history.
No. I'm not asking about the history. I'm saying, do you believe Islam according to the Quran and Sunnah? Are you Sunni?
Mm-hmm.
Right. According to the Quran and Sunnah, does it teach you to attack a people before they attack you? And if so, what would be the conditions of that?
Preemptively,
Sure.
I think just preemptively, like if you believe somebody would attack you first, or like as like a.
Do you believe that Israel has attacked the Palestinians first, or do you believe Israel responds to attacks by the Palestinians / Arabs?
I think what happened is that a bunch of people gathered up in one place with differing religious beliefs, gathered up at one place under different bases of their identities. Like, hey, I'm Jewish, I'm Arab, Palestinian, whatever they refer to themselves as, Muslims. And I think it just became a big boiling pot of who would control the land. And it just,
Does Islam allow for the attacking of Jews just because they're refugees from the Holocaust or whatever?
No, certainly not.
So then what was the reason for the initial attacks that even before the 1948 war? I know you said you didn't read up on it, but there was, I'm sure you know enough to know that there was attacks against the Jewish people. And generally when I speak with pro-Palestinians, they say, well, it's because a lot of Zionists were coming into the land. Is that a reason to attack them and kill them?
I would, like I said, I wouldn't be able to say. I don't read up enough on that.
Let's say hypothetically I wasn't lying to you. Then how would you answer that question? I'm not lying to you. I'm just saying for the purpose.
Like they...
to look into some more stuff, like the 1929 Hebron massacre. I know you said you don't read up on it. That's fair. But if you want to look into it later, they killed 67 or 69 different sources say different numbers, but about 67 women, men, children in Hebron that were Jews. They slaughtered them. What would be the reason for that? Again, just assume I'm not lying to you, which I'm not, but just for the sake of argument, just assume I'm telling you the truth.
I think I can see right here, just like a little overview of it.
Yeah.
Inflammatory reports and propaganda spread by religious and political leaders such as the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Hajj al-Amin al-Husseini, claimed that Jews were planning to seize control. I don't find that to be right.
Right. So if you find that to be like the start that led to more and more and more, the pot boiling over, if you will, wouldn't that mean that the Israelis / Jews, whatever you want to call them, wouldn't that mean that they're simply only responding to attacks? In which case, why would you support the Palestinians if they're the ones starting and Israel is responding?
Was that the straw that broke the camel's back, the Hebron massacre?
I think that you can go all the way back to 1517 with the Hebron there was a Hebron massacre in 1517. No, there was definitely things before 1929. I just think that arguably the 1920s is when it really started to boil, and then 1940s is when the pot boiled over for sure.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to that, because I feel like when it comes to that, I feel like we don't necessarily blame the British enough for causing this.
That's true. I agree with you. The British definitely made a lot of promises to both sides that they didn't keep for either side.
Yeah, you had people like Lawrence of Arabia coming down from the south.
Correct.
Helping them revolt against the Ottomans.
Right, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But Lawrence of Arabia was a Zionist. He actually worked with, just so you know, King Faisal, an Arab, the leader of the Arab movement at the time, and they wanted to give Palestine to the Jews because both the Arab leader and Lawrence of Arabia, who helped translate these messages into English and French because he spoke both and could translate it from Arabic, they wanted to give the land to the Jews because they said it was Jewish homeland. In fact, there's a quote by that king who said any Arab should welcome Zionism because, of course, it's Jewish homeland and we should be welcoming of that.
For King Faisal, the guy who did the oil, or was it his son that did that?
I think that was his son. But I feel like that would have been his son. I could be wrong.
That was like Cold War. not even Cold War. That was
Yeah,
that was Cold War
that's-
era actually.
Right. That's why I think it would be more likely his son. We're talking about,
Yeah,
back in the World
the
War I
Saudis,
times.
the Saudis are. I'm not gonna. They're odd. I'm not.
Well,
really,
it's not
I don't
necessarily
really
about
like them either.
the Saudis. I'm just simply talking about, Lawrence of Arabia. He was a Zionist. But nonetheless, even if we wanted to start with 1948, like actual Israel, quote unquote Palestinian conflict, that was also the Arabs, including what you'd call the Palestinians, that started that conflict as well. The Zionists accepted, they wanted to just live peacefully side by side and with each other, and it was the Arabs that said no, they wanted all of it, and then they declare war on Israel, and for whatever reason, Israel ends up winning that war. They were outgunned, they were outmanned. They had old World War II guns that were provided to them by the Czech, and that's it. Like, nobody was helping them. The United States had a weapons embargo on Israel. And but whatever. Regardless, Israel wins against 10 Arab factions. So even if you wanted to just go with like the direct conflict, the Arabs still started it.
Weren't the Arab factions heavily unorganized and like they didn't even really trust each other either? Isn't that why?
That is true. They did have a distrust with each other. They blamed Jordan, and they thought Jordan was trying to take the whole land, and then they said Syria was trying to take it all. So you're correct. However, I wouldn't say they were super disorganized. Remember, the Transjordan Frontier Force and the Arab Legion Army were actually trained and weaponized by the British, which is kind of ironic because a lot of people say the British, helped Israel and the Zionists. It was actually arguably the other way around. But you're correct about the distrusting each other. That's true.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to look more. That's what I said. I'd have to look more into it though. Like I don't believe it just started like a certain period. I don't agree with killing the Yehud or killing anybody of the
Hypothetically, if you did determine that the direct conflict at least was started by the Arabs, would that change your opinion, or would you still feel like you have an Islamic obligation?
I feel like I would still believe Jerusalem should still be under Muslim rule.
Okay, I mean, I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, but it's not like I don't want to deny a people's ability to self determination. If they could stay. I mean, I wouldn't really.
Why do you want
that? But that's if I come to that conclusion, though.
Do you think Mecca should be under Christian rule?
No.
Why not?
It's exclusively Muslim. But I feel like Jews. I feel like a Jew would think Jerusalem should stay under Jewish rule. Christians would feel like Jerusalem should be under Christian rule. So it's
well,
more of a religious
I'm not
perspective.
Jewish or Christian or Muslim. I believe it should be under Jewish rule because it's the Jewish holiest site. It's
the holy site for all three major
It's their
religions.
Mecca. No, it's Islam's third holiest site, and Christians, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is there, of course, but it's only the Jews' holiest site. And so, and also Jerusalem being a Hebrew word, Yerushalayim, it comes from, and it was built up by the Jews. In fact, the first time it ever became a capital was under Jews with King David. He ships the capital from Hebron to Jerusalem. And during every single Muslim caliphate, do you know how many of the 5 caliphates in that land, do you know how many of them made Jerusalem a capital?
I don't think any of them did.
None of them did. So my question is, that is the Jews' Mecca. So I agree with you. I think Mecca should remain Muslim.
Mhm.
But why would you not extend that same thought to the Jews and their holiest site?
It's their it's their holiest site, but it's also the other two Abrahamic religions' holy sites as well. Just because it's not up there with Mecca as in terms of importance doesn't mean it doesn't serve as a level of importance to us as well.
So then what do the Jews get then, according to you? If it's not their holiest site, then
it's not our holiest site. Yeah.
No, I'm saying it's Jews' holiest site, and you're saying it doesn't matter because it's still holy to you. So what do the Jews get then, according to you? You could say nothing if you want.
I mean, they could still visit, just like how the Israelis allow. I'm
when
hoping
I say
they allow them.
They don't actually, only under certain conditions and certain times. If you're not just Jews, if you're a non-Muslim, like I've been up to the Temple Mount once, but I had to go in a very specific time, very specific day, and you're only allowed to go in one specific entrance if you're not a Muslim. If you're a Muslim, you can go whenever, you can go to different entrances, but if you're not a Muslim, because it is under Muslim control, the Temple Mount, it's under the Jordanian Waqf, the Islamic Waqf control, which Israel allows them. They literally have given this right to the Muslims because they wanted to try to keep the peace. And so, which is insane because I don't think any other religion would do that, but Jews did. And so, you're correct in the sense they allow them, but it's not correct in the sense of like unrestricted. They only allow them under very, very, very specific times. So, and by the way, they're not allowed to pray when they're up there. If they pray, a lot of Muslims will start throwing rocks at them and stuff. So they go in, they quickly get pushed along, like you get to go in a half circle effectively, and you leave. That's it. That's all you can do.
And you witnessed this personally?
Yes, I did. I was there about a. Well, I was. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that where the wall is at? Like where they go kiss the wall?
So the wall is the Temple Mount wall. That's right below. The Temple Mount is what's on top, where they built the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock. That's on top of the Jewish holiest site. They built that on top. It would be like if Jews or Christians went into Mecca, right? Destroyed. Well, to be fair, it was the Romans, but let's say it was destroyed, the Kaaba, and then they build a synagogue on top or a Christian church on top. That's what the Muslims did. I assume you would find that to be offensive, yeah? If somebody did that?
To the Kaaba, yeah.
Right. If, like, let's say the Romans destroyed the Kaaba and the Christians came in and built a church right on top of that same spot. That's what the Muslims did to the Jews, just so you know.
Interesting. I'll look into that. But
that's why when you look, it's on top of the Temple Mount. But my question still stands, right? If the Jews aren't even allowed their holiest spot, according to you, not to visit, just to control, then what would you allow the Jews to control if it's not their holiest spot?
Like their own private communities, synagogues, and
where?
Wherever they would like it.
How about Jerusalem?
Like specific communities in Jerusalem, sure.
How about the holiest spot, like their most important spot? How about
the
that?
holy site? I feel like it should be under. Right now, I feel like it should be under an international watch group for now.
But later, Islam, correct?
Sure. If the current state of affairs calls for it, sure. I don't mind it being Islam or international watch group. I feel like it should. I think I should stay international watch group.
By the way, that was what was offered in Partition Plan 181 in 1947. They offered the Jewish land, Arab land, and Jerusalem was supposed to be under international control, and the Muslims denied that. They said they wanted all of it. But nonetheless, I'm just curious. Because again, Jerusalem is their holiest spot. And again, I really do appreciate your honesty with this idea where it's like, well, it should be Muslim control. Why is that spot so holy to Muslims anyways?
I think if I'm not mistaken, I think we believe the Prophet went up on some night with a horse.
Night journey, right?
Yeah, the night journey. And then just the people, the prophets that were previously there.
There's a flying donkey, and yeah, it's actually argued in Islam that he actually never made that night journey. It was actually more of a vision. But yeah, some do believe it was literally physical. And they also don't even actually know if it was Jerusalem. It just said the furthest mosque, which many Muslims even argue wasn't that. It was actually a place kind of in a different part of Saudi Arabia up here in Saudi Arabia. Some of it argued it's in Syria, but nonetheless, sure.
Also, something that just came up to mind. Jerusalem was the first Qibla, the place where Muslims would pray to before the Kaaba.
Yeah, what changed that?
The kicking out the pagans out of the Kaaba.
Well, no. It was actually before kicking out the pagans. He shifted. It's because Muhammad actually went to the Jews and he told the early Muslims that they're going to recognize me because I'm in their book. And when the Jews denied him as a prophet, and the Christians also denied him too, but that's neither here nor there, he then shifted the praying to Jerusalem, which again, some Muslims argue it was actually towards Syria, but let's just assume it was Jerusalem. Because in the Hadith it says that Syria is Allah's chosen land. But anyways, he then shifted to praying towards the Kaaba, which at the time he said was a pagan thing. He said the Kaaba wasn't actually something of importance. It was only later. And the reason he did that was because the early Arab tribes specifically told Muhammad, you're hurting our economy. Because once a year for a month, they would have people come in from all different lands to purchase at vendors. They had markets and he denounced the Kaaba. He destroyed all the pagan statues. He denounced it. He said this is a pagan thing. And then he made a deal with them. And he said, okay, we're actually going to honor that month, right? We're going to honor that month where you used to make all this money and had street markets and all that stuff. And we're going to start praying towards the Kaaba, right? And he told all the early Muslims, no more Jerusalem. We're going to start praying towards the Kaaba. Guess what month that is that he honored? That lined up perfectly with the pagan tribes' economic boom, if you will.
I'm not sure. What month is it?
Ramadan. That's the month that is Ramadan today. It's the same month.
I'd have to look into that. I'm not.
Should.
Like I said, I'm not really that familiar with Islamic history.
Could be a coincidence that Ramadan just lines up perfectly with that month, but something tells me I doubt it.
What, the pagan holiday?
Well, it wasn't necessarily a holiday. It was more of like a economic, like street markets. People would come in during that month. But yeah, also on top of that, they used to keep actually laws that were closer to kosher than halal, and he shifted that as well after this. There's a good book called, it's by Ibrahim. Oh, damn it, I have to get the name of the book. But it was written by this Arab Christian man, and he actually talks about it, and it goes into Islamic history and stuff like that.
Ibrahim who?
Let me get the name. I think it's called. Let's see. I think it's called The History of the Middle East, but let me get the exact name here. Yeah, it's called A Concise History of the Middle East by Ibrahim al-Marashi.
Ibrahim.
It looks like this book.
Al-Marashi.
Yeah, and it was also
Concise History of the Middle East.
Yep, that's the one. It's a really good book. It actually goes into it. It's very neutral. It's not like necessarily, pro or anti-Islam. It's just, and it goes into more than Islam. It's just it's a concise history of the Middle East. But obviously, Islam is a very big one there.
Do you believe, just as a general question, like as a religious question, do you believe the three Abrahamic religions believe in the same God? Just different interpretations, but believe in the same God? No. Which do you think? Do you think Islam stands out as not believing in the same God? Or do you think neither of them believe in Hashem?
I would say Islam stands out. As for Christians, obviously, there's that differentiation on the Trinity, right? Obviously, that's unique to Christianity, and also Jesus being specifically the Son of God within that Trinity. So I would say that's also a differentiation. So I guess the answer is probably all three. However, I do believe what Christians call the Father is the same exact God that Jews believe in, because I don't see that God acting in a different way that you see from the Torah. Whereas the God of the Quran, Allah, right? Let me ask you, do you believe in a God that judges everyone equally?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, judges everyone equally.
What happened? What's going to happen to me versus you in the end times and in the end of life?
What do you mean by equally? Like, if I do something wrong, or you do, like, say, if I commit murder and you commit murder, will we get punished the same?
Let's say you commit murder, but you are a devout Muslim. You believe in the Prophet Muhammad. You pray 5 times a day. You give zakah. You made Hajj. Right? You follow the 5 pillars. And let's say I'm not Muslim, but I never committed murder. What happens to me and what happens to you?
Did I presumably repent?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, if you actively chose to reject the message of Islam, you would go to hell.
Right. What happens to you for being a murderer? Sure, you repented, but you were a murderer.
Well, repentance would mean sincerity and turning a new leaf, and not to mention, that's assuming the family forgives me, or they'll kill me. They can kill me too for killing one of theirs.
Right.
So assuming they forgive me.
So I go to Jahannam. Right? Even though I was a good person, I just simply rejected that Muhammad was a prophet, for example. You lived a bad life, but let's say the last half of your life or last even year of your life, whatever, you repented. And let's say it's sincere. You truly repented. You really followed Islam. You accepted Muhammad. You're going to go to Jannah. You're going to go to heaven. I'm going to go to a place where my skin is going to be burned off for all of eternity and regrow and continuously burned off.
Yeah, I think aren't all the Abrahamic religions like that too?
Nope.
Where you believe in this.
In Judaism, which I'm not a Jew, I'm a Noahide, but in Judaism, if you follow the Noahide covenant and you're a good person, even if you're not a Jew, you're going to go to the same exact afterlife as Jews do.
Yeah. What about if you commit murder, and then how do you go about? What about repentance?
So the Jews believe in a cleansing period that comes about. So that cleansing period can be easy or hard. Everyone goes through it, even if you were a rabbi, right? But if you're a good person, you didn't do these kind of things, the cleansing will be shorter and it'll be easier, right? Someone who was bad, they will it'll be much harder, and it goes up to 12 months, right, for the most evil. Now, if you really, there is a concept though of hell, but not the same hell like Jahannam or like a Christian hell. There is a concept where you get disconnected from God if you really truly are like a really evil person. I am not smart enough to understand or know exactly what actions, but if you are an evil person, you can become disconnected from God, in which case that in itself is the punishment. But yeah, they don't believe that, you know, oh, because you're not my religion, I'm going to go to this place and you're not.
Okay. Yeah. What was it called? The washing machine of the soul? Gehennom.
Gehennom is loosely translated to hell, although there's different words. But Gehennom is that's the place where you become disconnected from God.
Yeah. What about for idol worshiping? What does Judaism say for idol worshiping?
Yeah, it's very much wrong. And I'm a Noahide. That's also against my commands as well. Yeah, idol worshiping is wrong.
Yeah, but under most majority of Jewish interpretation, do Christians fall under that as well?
I assume a rabbi would say that they are. I think intent probably does matter. Their intent is not idol worshiping because they do believe Jesus is God. So idolatry is when you worship somebody as if they are God. They're not really worshiping, and maybe this is probably my opinion. To me, Christians aren't worshiping somebody as if they're God because they are believing he's God. Now, let's say hypothetically Christians are wrong. Okay, and Jesus is not God. They might be the one that's right. I don't know. But let's say, for the sake of argument, they're wrong and they are worshiping something. Is it idolatry? I'd say yes, because then if Jesus isn't God, he's a man. And if you're worshiping him as if he's God, that's idolatry. However, what I will say is that I based off my opinion, and I'm sure a lot of others, the intent there is a lot different. Because obviously they do believe he's God. And I think that would play into the washing machine of the soul, if you will. It's a lot different than somebody worshiping like the golden calf, which God punished and killed those people for doing.
Okay. How silence protecting the covenant. Yeah, I've never heard a Jew say that they don't believe. Oh, I mean, you're not a Jew, you're not Jewish, but I've never heard anybody who comes from that background of Judaism or Noah.
Yeah, all Jews believe what I say, that it's in the Mishnah Torah and it is explained by Maimonides, the Rambam.
That it's the intention that matters between
the intention, that goes into different commentary. I thought you were talking about the concept of a washing machine, and all people, regardless if you're Jew or Gentile, will see the same afterlife to come. That comes from the Rambam.
Regardless if you idol worship as well, they don't.
Yeah, again, I think there's probably different commentary. I assume, because I'm not an expert on every single commentary by every rabbi. I assume there's probably some that probably would say, nope, they're going to go to Gehenna. I'm not really sure, so that I'd have to look up, but I'm not particularly sure.
What about my punishment for following Muhammad? Because I'm, according to Jews, I'm following a false prophet.
Yeah, I don't think that's idolatry, because I think Muslims actually do a very good job at making sure they don't commit idolatry. Although you could make the argument that they are.
But it's a different sin, though.
Yeah, for sure. Again, that would go into the washing, but if you're a good person and let's say that's all you did, but let's say you did everything else as a good person, probably going to be a very easy cleansing.
What is the cleansing? Is it like you get, like, what do you like get?
I had one Jew explain it to me. It was actually kind of philosophical. He explained it by saying, imagine you go into an afterlife, right? And your brain is able to comprehend all of the things that you did wrong in front of God. And that itself is going to feel like torture, because you're going to be almost like looking in the mirror of all of your sins that you actually can comprehend that you did. And you're going to have to get through that process. That's how he explained it to me. I'm not particularly sure if that's correct or not, but it seemed like he was very knowledgeable and he explained it in that way. It's not like you're going to be burning in this fiery hell. No, it's not like that. It's more about being met with your sins.
Okay, so just face the heat, sort of.
Yeah, but we can't comprehend it now, because like right now you hear that and you're like, that doesn't sound too bad, but it will be in a position that you really can grasp it and understand it, and you will feel shame, and like you'll feel like, oh my gosh, like it will be like a torture for a certain amount of time until it legitimately cleanses your soul.
Okay. What about the? Okay, because I don't know if the because I know he's a real rabbi. I don't know if you've seen the rabbi because I was looking him up right now.
Mizrahi.
Rabbi
Yeah,
Mizrahi.
Jesus. Man, the Muslims love that guy. Yeah, I've heard of him.
Well, it's just I just keep seeing it. I don't actually, for the record, I hope that's not what Jews actually believe, but I don't actually believe that Jews believe that.
A lot of Jews do denounce him, but it depends. I mean, listen, I don't know enough about him to know if we're taking him out of context or not, or if maybe he has some things that I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, and it's just the ones that go viral or the extreme things that he says.
No,
but, yeah.
I watched the whole podcast with him in it. So he.
You're talking about with Sneeko?
Not with Sneeko. No, it was with Matan. It was like a Jewish kid.
Okay.
Matan Evans. He was talking about like because people like taking it obviously they took it out of context,
right?
But he's like, technically speaking, according to the Torah, not one Gentile deserves to live. I'm like, okay. So I go to the podcast and he's talking
that doesn't
about
even say that in the Torah.
So
literally
he says,
says for Jews to be a light amongst the nations. Why would it say that if it meant to kill all the nations?
He said, so technically speaking, according to the strict law of the Torah. I think he clarified that. I don't know.
Matan said that, or Mizrahi said that?
Mizrahi. But he said that Jews do not carry out the death penalty. It's just like a thing from God to say.
Do you know Matan is Israeli?
I know. He's Jewish. Yeah. I don't know about Israeli, but yeah, he's Jewish.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like
Matan is a troll, but he's really funny though.
It doesn't look like he's very. I don't know. You think it's an act he plays?
Oh, I know for a fact it's an act. I don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say I know what his beliefs are, but he definitely, that's his shtick. He likes to troll and get people to, answer things. I'm sure he probably is secular. I doubt he's like it's a total act, but no, he's definitely. If you look at some of his old videos, he has things that it's an act for sure.
Yeah,
he actually doesn't even have that accent, just so you know.
The accent, yeah. I think I've seen him talk without it. I've seen him break character a couple times with Sneeko, and I think You look familiar though.
Well, I debated Sneeko and destroyed him.
Oh yeah, that guy.
And I debated Myron Gaines. I also, I'm online. I'm sure you've seen me
online a lot.
Yes. If you type in my name on Google, you'll probably see a lot of things on me.
But you don't think do mainstream? Okay, just as a general thing though, does mainstream Judaism declare Christians as idol worshippers though, or no? Like, is it like an established thing?
I assume they probably would. I've never looked into it. Obviously, Judaism, it predates Christianity, so it's probably hard to find a lot of like at least original text that's going to talk about Christianity. Why would it? However, I assume if you asked a rabbi, I'm gonna take a strong assumption. If I ask, hey, do you think Christians, at least the Trinitarian Christians, do you think they're committing idolatry? I assume they probably would say yes. But I think they also, a lot of them are going to also understand. Like I've asked in private, even a lot of Jews, religious Jews, what they think about Jesus. A lot of them actually admit, he seemed like he was a rabbi. He had some good teachings, and that's it. A lot of them don't actually really care to talk about him because, again, it's something that comes after. It's about, like, what do you think about Joseph Smith? Is that his name, Joseph Smith, the Mormon guy?
The Mormon guy?
Yeah. What do you think about him?
I don't know much about him. I don't know. I saw like a South Park episode on it. He like looked into a hat or something. I don't know.
Right, but that's my point. Is it's something that came after your religion. So it's like if people are like, "Hey, what do you think about Joseph Smith?" You're probably going to be like, "I don't agree with him. I'm not." But you're not going to think about it much. Think about that for Jews. They're probably not going to think much about Jesus Christ or Muhammad. Now, of course, because it's such a mainstream religion, both Christianity and Islam, I'm not going to say they'd have literally no. They're not going to have no answer, but a lot of them are not going to care because it's something that just came later.
Well, yeah, but I'm mainly talking about like the scholars or the actual people who.
I'm going to take a strong assumption that they would say, yeah, it's idolatry because they would be worshiping somebody as if they're God, but they're a man in their view. Of course, they're going to think Jesus is a man. If they didn't, they would be Christian. Okay. Do you think, let me ask you, as a Muslim, do you think, because you don't believe Jesus is God, do you think Christians are committing idolatry?
Do I think, it just, for me, it depends.
A Christian who is a Trinitarian, they believe, who you believe is a man, a prophet, but a man, they believe he's God. Do you consider that to be idolatry as a Muslim?
We still consider them people of the book, so I don't think we consider them as like pagans or idolaters.
Didn't say pagans. I know there's still people of the book. I'm asking you, do you believe worshiping a man, because you agree Jesus is a man, yes, from your religion, do you believe worshiping a man as if he is God, do you consider that to be idolatry?
Are you so?
I don't know what's so hard about this question. I'm framing it exactly what's happening. They see him as God, the same God, the same God. Let's say Allah is the same God, all that, because I'm sure you believe that, right? They believe that Jesus is God. You believe Jesus is a man. So therefore, by your understanding, they are worshiping a man as if he is God. Do you consider that to be idolatry? It's okay. You can say yes. It's not a big deal. Christians are not going to come after you. They're very loving people. They don't care if you disagree with them.
I don't think they're commit. I think they commit acts of shirk, but I don't think they're. I don't think they're all like idolatry. They believe in.
What is idolatry?
Associating partners or not. Yeah, well, I mean, worshiping other than God. But then again, they believe God is one essence. So it's just like.
But they believe Jesus is God, so they're worshiping Jesus. Yes, you agree?
Yeah, but then it ties back to what you said earlier, intent. Like it's not they're not worshiping him as like a separate being, like with
well, yeah, I agree. The intent does matter. I didn't say intent doesn't matter. I'm asking you, would you consider it to be idolatry that they are seeing a man and worshiping him? And according to you, he is not God. He is a man.
Yeah, but I feel like I think they're committing acts of shirk, but I don't think.
Let me ask you this.
I
think you're just scared to say it, but I'll prove it. If a Muslim came to you and said, hey, I'm Muslim, but I actually think Muhammad is also God, so I'm worshiping Muhammad, is that idolatry?
Shirk, idolatry to the max.
Oh, why is that idolatry?
Oh, because it's because that's not what Islam teaches.
But Islam doesn't teach that Jesus is God, so why are you so scared to say that you believe Christians are committing idolatry? But when I gave you the exact same thing, but I just said it replaced Jesus with Muhammad, all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, that's 100% idolatry.
Yeah, but I don't think their entire religion stems on idolatry, which is why like I'm not labeling them.
I don't think that either. I just asked you, is that specific thing, according to Islam, idolatry? Just like if that specific thing was Muhammad, you said it was idolatry.
So specifically worshiping Jesus, but yeah.
Correct.
Okay, then yeah, that's shirk. Yeah, idolatry.
Okay, I don't know why that was so hard to admit.
Well, I mean, I don't want to like place like a broad label on them as them like being.
It doesn't mean you're hating Christians. Listen,
not hating. No, I'm not scared. It's not the answer that I'm scared of. It's just the way I word it. I don't want to like.
I just simply, because you were asking me over and over, do you think this? So I asked you the same question. The answer would be yes. Muslims think it. Jews think it. Now, of course, I assume a lot of Muslims and a lot of Jews would probably totally understand the context. Like, hey, it's not the intent, right? Because they are seeing Jesus as God and as one essence, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah.
So yes, we all agree. But I'm just simply saying, you're asking over and over, do Jews believe this? Yeah, Muslims do too, man.
So, but you think they're a lot closer to Jews than Muslims?
Who is a lot closer to Jews than Muslims?
Christians.
Or
is it, are you speaking of from like a?
I think in terms of practice, I think Muslims and Jews are closer than Christians and Jews or Christians and Muslims, because Muslims do have a lot of practice that mimic Judaism, which makes sense because they did take a lot from Judaism, right? Like halal kosher, circumcision, praying a certain amount of times per day, Jews 3, Muslims 5, doing specific acts on how you pray, it's not the same, but still there's similarity there. In terms of values, Christians and Jews are a lot closer to each other than, I'll explain why. Because Christians don't need to debunk Judaism. They just have a different interpretation of what they call the Old Testament, and then the continuation with Jesus, the covenant there, and the fulfillment of the law within the New Testament. Okay, that's it. That's the big separation. Muslims need to debunk the Torah and the Christian Bible for Islam to be true. If they cannot debunk what the Torah says and the Christian Bible says, then Islam is false. So in terms of values and that understanding, Christians and Jews are aligned, right? There's just more with Christianity. They go into the New Testament.
Well, I feel like Christians are aligned with Jews, but Jews aren't really aligned with Christians in that sense.
Well, once again, that has to be true because Christianity came after. So Christianity has to say, hey, yeah, we agree with you. We just believe there's more that you guys are missing out. Why would Jews think that doesn't make any sense?
Yeah, but
with Islam,
it's a one-way relationship.
I'm not really sure what you mean by that.
It's like when you say that they're aligned with each other, it's a one-way relationship with Christianity aligning itself more with Judaism.
They came after. It has to be that way. What is that? That's like asking. It's like asking if Christians and Muslims are aligned. Christians came before, so they're not going to align at all with the Quran.
Yeah, but I was just clarifying, like, because it made it seem like that you're making it seem like Jews and Christians are like aligned when it's only just really one party that's aligned.
Jews and Christians are very much aligned in today's world.
But in practice, for most of
are you not asking in contemporary times?
I'm talking about throughout the entirety of history as a whole, and just the theology, theology behind it as well.
Well, no, with the theology, I think they always have been, but in terms of actions, yeah, Christians, let's be honest, were very violent against a lot of Jews and did a lot of slaughtering of Jewish communities throughout history. You can look at the Inquisition, you can look at the Crusades. They would, on their way to fighting against the Muslims taking over their lands, Christians would go to Jewish communities and just start slaughtering them. Now, to be fair to the Christians, that wasn't sanctioned whatsoever by the Vatican. This was just, kind of individuals doing their own thing. But nonetheless, it happened. I think we can talk about it. But in terms of, again, values, and we're just talking about theology, of course Jews and Christians are going to be more aligned than Islam. Islam literally has to debunk Christianity. Do you agree that Islam, for it to be correct, it has to debunk the Christian Bible and the Torah?
Certain aspects of it, yeah. Not the entire thing, though.
Literally not the entire thing. I'm saying just in general here.
Yeah, a lot of its main theological points.
Does Christianity have to debunk the Torah to exist?
To debunk? Right. Not debunk, but they have to explain their beliefs too.
Of course. They have different interpretations of certain things, but they don't have to be like, well, actually, that's just totally wrong. It was actually this that happened. They don't do that. No. They agree, but they have different interpretations. Like, for example, in Isaiah, they believe that the suffering servant is Jesus. Jews say it's Israel, right? So yeah, there's different interpretations.
I saw that verse today. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right.
They believe it's
Yeah, for me, I stand on the side that it's very obviously talking about Israel because just some chapters before it literally says the suffering servant is Israel. So, but still, it's literally just a different interpretation.
Okay. I think in terms of like you said, how Christian or how Jews and Muslims practice faith, I think we're a lot more similar to each other with or Muslims are more similar, if you want to be correct, more similar to the Jews when it comes to worshiping the God of Abraham. I think a lot of I don't know completely, but I'm pretty sure in mainstream Judaism, Jews believe that we believe in the God of Abraham.
Yeah, I think most Jews do say that Muslims believe in the same God. I tend to not agree because I do not find Allah to be the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Israel specifically. I do not see the 10 Commandments in Islam. I don't think you guys follow it, specifically to keep the Sabbath holy. You guys don't even believe in the Sabbath. You guys don't even believe that God rested on the seventh day. So how can you even keep those commandments? Those were what were given to Moses on Mount Sinai. They're pretty important.
Rested on the seventh. Is it like when he was making the world? I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, making the world, and he made the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh. Muslims say he didn't rest because God doesn't need to rest.
Was that the Bible that said he wept? Or like in the beginning God created the earth and then something about him weeping? Hold on. Okay, I don't know if that's the Old Testament or New Testament. Let me see.
Well, no, I mean I don't know actually.
Bible. Let me see.
I don't remember that in Genesis. I can read it real quick. It's literally the first words in Genesis.
In the beginning. I don't know if it was the word wept. In the beginning.
Yeah, literally the third verse. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw the light; it was good. And God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light. Let there be an expanse. God called the expanse.
There be light, and the God is the firmament, and God called the firmament heaven and the evenings. God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament," and God made two lights, one greater than the other.
Yeah, but here's where it says in chapter 2, the heaven and the earth were finished and all their array. On the seventh day, God finished the work that he had been doing, and he ceased on the seventh day from all the work that he had done. And God blessed the seventh day and declared it holy, because on it God ceased from all the work of creation that he had done. Such is the story of heaven and earth when they were created. Right? Muslims don't believe that. Muslims say, why would God rest or cease or whatever if he's God, he doesn't need to.
Or the fact that it says that God created man in his own image. I don't think we believe in that either.
No, okay. I think Islam does believe that, but maybe not. Well, anyways, yeah. So the overall, yeah. Some of the Christians in my chat are saying it's Jesus that wept. So yeah, I think that's.
Oh, Jesus that wept. Okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, listen, the idea that God doesn't need to rest, so why would he? I don't think it's about God needing to. I think it's just what he did do. So that's where my argument would come from. There's a lot of things that God doesn't need to do, but he still does, even in the Quran.
Well, wouldn't wouldn't that imply he got tired though? The implication that...
Well, in the original Hebrew, I think it says he ceased to work, not rest in the sense that he's tired. People can rest without being tired. People can cease work without being tired.
But it said it created it in... when did he take said rest?
Again, in the original Hebrew, right? It's not rest. It's technically ceased or stopped working, but it would be the seventh day to answer your question.
Seventh day.
Yeah.
I mean, it would... Maybe it's bad translation or... interpretation of it from Hebrew to English, or I don't know. It came in Hebrew, right? The Torah came in Hebrew. It wasn't like Aramaic or none of that.
Yeah, it's Hebrew. Yeah, Aramaic was later, a lot later.
Aramaic was it the Bible or?
No, the Torah and the Tanakh is in Hebrew. The New Testament was written in Koine Greek. Aramaic would be the Talmud. The Talmud was Aramaic, and I think Hebrew also. I think it was both. And the Quran was obviously Arabic.
Okay. Well, it was nice. It was nice talking to you. I'm gonna just do a little bit more research on the history. Maybe I'll see you on here again.
For sure. Thank you for the cordial conversation.
Yalla. Nice time.
Yalla. Bye. That was a nice conversation. Hello. Yalla bye, so Hebrew. Yeah, what's up, man?
Well, you like Trump, right?
Yeah, I like Trump. Why do you keep scooting closer? Oh, there you go.
WWW. You like Hitler too, then, right?
Do I like Hitler? No. Why would I like Hitler?
No, you like Trump. You like Hitler.
Why do I like Hitler?
Why do you like Trump, bro? Trump's terrible.
Well, I don't like everything about him. I'm not one of these like MAGA people that like deifies the guy, but there's something I agree with him on. I support anyone that's president though, because I want them to do a good job. You know, I'm American.
Did you vote Trump or Biden?
Trump, because Biden, I do not like him, and I didn't like Kamala. So yeah, I did vote for Trump.
W, bro. I also like Trump. Trump's so good, bro.
Well, what does that have to do with the Hitler thing again?
Oh, nothing. I was just like...
Oh, do you like Hitler?
Some dude told me... Bro, no. Okay. Yo, come on, bro. Some dude told me I'm just as bad as a Nazi because I blindly support Trump.
That is Isn't it the left that's like being Nazis to the Jews right now?
No clue, but that's what he told me.
I find it to be ironic because not that there's not right-wing people who hate the Jews, but right now it's definitely more left-wing supporting Nazi ideology, pro-Palestinian movement, and just like targeting and attacking Jews.
Oh, yeah.
Which would be pretty Nazi-like, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get the left sometimes.
I know, bro. I know.
All right, dude. Well, have a good one, all right?
You too, daddy.
What's up, man? Or
What's up, man?
Sorry. I didn't see the long hair till after I saw like just the hood.
That's okay.
Oh, we didn't connect on any tags. It's just chatting with someone new.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to talk about then.
Me neither. What are
Wait, how's your...
Why did they say that?
What's up? Ready then. What's up?
What's good?
Not much. Here in Canada? Holy shit, it's already almost 1 a.m. Dang, man. You're Arab in Canada?
I am Arab.
You're in Toronto.
Nah, Ontario, London.
Okay. I was in Toronto like a month and a half ago maybe, and there's a lot of Arabs there.
Yeah, where are you from?
California.
Ethnicity.
My ethnicity, I'm Italian and Spanish.
No way. From where? Madrid?
What? Oh, you're talking about like where my family? Dude, I don't know. I mean, I'm from California. I'm just ethnically Italian. I know that there was, like, when I took a DNA test, a lot of it was, Southern Italian, but, who knows, dude.
It's nice seeing you, man.
Yep.
You gotta play the game, G.
اسمك هيك شو اسمك هيك هاي
Hi.
كيف حالك؟
Jordanian? Oh, good. كيف حالك?
الحمد لله.
Alhamdulillah. How's Jordan?
All good.
All good? What do you think about the Jordanian guy? I don't remember which. One of your politicians came out a couple days ago and said that they're worried that they're going to lose the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Temple Mount, because Israel was trying to take control of it instead of Jordan having control. That's fair. He said he didn't really care. That's what he typed. Good. Good. Hopefully more of them more of them stop caring. Then Israel could just take it. What's up?
Up the ass.
Yeah.
Period. I love.
Oh, nigga.
Tags. Yo, what's up?
What up?
Nick
Israel,
Matau. Holy
Islam.
shit, I didn't even notice.
You're in Egypt?
What's up, man? Yeah, I'm an Egyptian, man. What's up?
And you guys know Nick Matau in Egypt?
Well, I mean, people that are basically embedded into politics know you, so
Shit.
yeah, in like
So-
Israel, Palestine, Israel, America, things of that nature.
So I should probably not go to Egypt with my face uncovered.
I mean, you can still pull up to Egypt, man. Nothing's gonna happen to you.
What if there's like one that's like, I really fucking can't stand that guy? You know what I mean?
I mean, you'll quintessentially see people that are very diametric no matter what, but the chances are gonna be like super low. You know what I mean?
All right, that's fair. So what part of Egypt should I visit?
so I would say Hurghada around the Red Sea. If you're like into scuba diving, it's pretty fucking awesome. And Giza for obviously the pyramids.
Are you in a university?
I mean, pretty rich in history. Yeah, man.
I can tell. I know that university. I've seen it before.
Yeah, it's my university.
So what do you think about me?
Yes, killer. I think you're pretty smart, pretty knowledgeable. I appreciate your knowledge.
Nice.
Even though I might disagree on a lot of the stuff that you say, but I agree with some of the stuff that you say as well. I mean, because at the end of the day, we're gonna agree and disagree because this is part of the human nature. Because we're not gonna be totally diametric and we're not gonna be totally agreeable.
Nice. WU. That's very, very mature.
Thank you, man. So I want to have a discussion with you, if you don't mind, about the second Iraq War.
Okay, go on.
All right, man. Thank you so much. So I would like to state something that is very important about the second Iraq and what happened in 1996. So there was a memo that was written by people that worked in the Secretary of Defense and the Pentagon, like Douglas Feith, who was number 3, Richard Pearl, Paul Wolfowitz, David Wormser, and many more names that I could think of, right?
Right.
And they wrote a memo, which is called the Clean Break
Yeah,
Memo.
I know you're gonna bring that up. It never went through, but keep going.
Right. So
it actually probably
that
wasn't
memo-
even seen by anybody of importance beyond them, but
I mean, didn't Benjamin Netanyahu, after Yitzhak Rabin got assassinated, commission the paper when he was a prime minister?
commissioned the clean break memo?
Yes.
That's a good question. I don't actually know. Let me see.
He did. Well, yeah, he did.
Did Benjamin Netanyahu commissioned the clean break memo when he became prime minister?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I believe you. He did not
Right,
officially,
so-
but it was prepared for him in 1996. It just says he was prepared for him. But anyways, keep going. What's your question about it?
So the point that I'm trying to make is I'm trying to provide context first for you and the viewers, so we could get to the point. So my point would be simply, if I'm gonna like put in a very small ultimatum or conclusion, is that the Iraq War was a pro-Israeli project rather than just a weapons of mass destruction war, and a lot of people that worked towards it, the neocons, and people that worked in the Secretary of Defense, did it for the state of Israel, and they had shared intel with Ariel Sharon's office. That's my claim, and I would provide evidence if you would like.
Sure. I mean, first off, I want to give the context that I'm not particularly for the Iraq War because I believe we won the war, especially, if not within weeks, definitely within the first 3 months. So I would have been for it if we went in, did what we needed to do, which we did very quickly, and then left. It was more of just how long we were there for. But sure, you believe that America didn't act on their own will, but you believe they were doing it because Israel wanted them to.
No, I mean, America, of course, they can act on their own will. I'm not denying that. I mean, the President Bill Clinton and the VP at that time, Dick Cheney, they were orchestrating the war, but it was more of like the key players. The key players were the neocons, like Douglas Feith and many more names that I could think of.
Do you know about
And,
the chief of staff during the Bush administration specifically said that Israel told America not to go into Iraq? They actually said it wasn't smart
Right.
to invade Iraq, and that Iran was actually the bigger threat. Not that they were advocating to even invade Iran, but that it didn't make sense to actually go into Iraq. Do you believe that, or do you think that wasn't true?
I know who you're referring to. You're referring to Lars Wilkerson and Colin Powell when they met the Israeli officials. I know what you were talking about. And also, according to Mundo Weiss, which is a newspaper, it talked about Lawrence Wilkerson saying that this war was more for the approach of like the pro-Israeli project, which is towards Israel. But I want to go back to the interview because
Okay.
after that interview, by like what? It happened in like 2002, I think, if I'm not solely mistaken.
Okay. I'm not sure what
Yeah, so-
which interview you're referring to. Sorry, what's
Like- All right, so on August 4th, 2003, according to the newspaper Jewish Telegraphic Agency, the Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, he actually hailed the war, and he told George Bush that he would be very appreciative if he intervened and defenestrated Saddam Hussein out of the ruling, and do him another favor, just like what happened in the Second World War, according to the JTA. And the point that I'm trying to get across is that after that, there was an office. I mean, prior to that, even not even after that, there was an office called the Office of Special Plans, which was inside of the DoD, the Department of Defense. And that office, they had shared intel, parallel ad hoc between them and Ariel Sharon of like intelligence that turned out to be over-exaggerated, according to the New York Times, and that's also according to the Guardian News. And they had the whistleblowers expose the inconspicuous facts about Ariel Sharon sharing the intel with Douglas Feith's office. And in the same office of the Office of Special Plans, Douglas Feith was letting a lot of Israelis come into the office without filling the forms.
I don't
under his
think
authority.
that I believe all this, but this doesn't necessarily prove any of your original claim. This just shows to me that Israel had an interest that matched America's.
Well, could you, are you saying that? I mean, I just want to get your thought process.
My thought process is that I don't deny that Israel didn't desire any of this, and that there wasn't even people within the Israeli government / whatever group, if you will. I don't deny that they didn't advocate or push for some of this because of a shared and vested interest against Saddam Hussein. So I'm trying to figure out why this specifically means that they did it specifically because of an Israeli project and not because of a shared vested interest.
I would say it's because of the Clean Break Memo, and the same people that wrote the Clean Break Memo, they also wrote the Project for New American Century 2000 in 1998 to President Bill Clinton, saying that they must make sure that America has better defense, and in order to ensure that, they must have another Pearl Harbor. And after the 9/11 attacks, on September 20th, 2003, 40 prominent neoconservatives said that to President Bush, if you don't participate in the war, if you don't enact, if you don't promulgate an official resolution against Saddam Hussein, you'll be considered acquaintances and acquaintance with the enemy.
Yeah, this doesn't really. Again, I believe you. You sound research in this specific, Ali. But what I will say is this doesn't necessarily mean that this was specifically just for some Israeli project. Wait, what is the project exactly that you're referring to? What is the Israeli project? Are you talking about Greater Israel? What are you talking about?
Not the Greater Israel. That's not what I said. So the Clean
I'm
Break
asking you
record,
what is the Israeli project?
Well, I'm saying that the project, the Clean Break Memo, it's about securing the realm of Israel against multitude of different countries, including Iraq first, with Saddam Hussein being defenestrated, with Syria because it's a Ba'athist country, and also against Iran because Iran is the key player, one of the big players over here. But they started with Saddam Hussein first.
Just to make sure I understand you. Just to make sure I understand you correctly, you're saying the Israeli project is indefinite security for Israel in the region?
I'm saying that they stated that they must secure the realm or the borders of Israel precisely against countries
that?
Iraq, Syria. I mean, I didn't say anything wrong with that. I will get into that later, but
Okay.
I'm just providing context. So in that memo, they stated that they're going to go from comprehensive peace, which is like Oslo Accords, but that failed because of Yitzhak Rabin's assassination in '95.
That's not why
They
it
said
failed.
You're right. I'm not gonna argue against that. That's on me. But they stated that they're gonna go from comprehensive peace into a state of war, or basically self-defense by securing the realm of Israel. And the point that I'm trying to make is that those same neoconservatives that wrote that paper also had shared intel that was over-exaggerated with the Israeli cabinet.
So what? I'm a little confused on what this means. Why does this mean that the Americans didn't do this for a vested interest? Furthermore, weapons of mass destruction, a lot of that, the biggest intel actually came from Germany, not even the Israelis. Did you know that?
I'm glad you brought that up because the BND and Schroeder, the Chancellor of Germany at that time, if you look at his official stance, he was very against the war.
Oh, I know he was.
After they made the curveball, or the guy that had the code name, the Iraqi dissident, they said that source is unreliable and it could not be verified.
What source?
Because the guy had psychological issues. The source of the Iraqi dissident claiming that they have weapons of mass destruction that went to the BND, which is the German intelligence.
Right. No, but
that link if you don't mind.
I know about that. The source of that went to America, and they did mention that already to America, but America used that vested interest along with other things from the UK, France, and some from Israel as well. But on top of that, they found out it wasn't until after the war that they actually confirmed that the dude lied. But furthermore, do you know what Israel said when asked about the intelligence? Because obviously when they got this other intelligence from Western European countries, they asked America asked Israel about what their intelligence said. Do you know what Israel said about if there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq?
Tell me.
Yeah, Israel said there's nothing that actually concludes that. They said to America that we do have intelligence that says that he did have or was working on weapons of mass destruction during a specific time period, but it's most likely that he abandoned the project. And then when you fast forward to the Iraq War, we actually American troops did find information and intelligence that Israel was correct, that he was actually working on weapons of mass destruction, but abandoned the project. So it wasn't Israel that actually said that. And I agree with you about the Germans, feelings towards that guy and the piece of information that they got about weapons of mass destruction. But that information went more of a way for America invading Iraq than anything that Israel said.
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say, and I'm not going to repeat myself because you don't like when people repeat themselves, because I watch and I'm a fan of you. You know, I like you.
Thanks,
But
man.
the thing is that there's obviously a connection between the neocons and their intentions with Israel.
No, I
It's
agree with
I mean,
that.
you're gonna ask me what is wrong with Israel, which is a question that is gonna come up to a lot of people's minds, which is pretty reasonable to ask. The problem is not with like Israel and within itself. The problem is that is this within the interest of America
Yes.
to actually start this war? Well, great. So the problem, if we look at the outcomes of the war, America owed about $4 trillion to the International Monetary Fund because of the Iraq War.
So real quick,
From, like,
the outcomes of anything do not determine the advantage at the beginning or the understanding of why even go into something in the first place. Your question was, is it the advantage of America? You didn't ask, did it later conclude that it was advantageous? Again, we should have went in Iraq. We completed everything, even if we went with the clean break memo, right? We completed that within weeks to early months. So we should have left after that. So even if we went with the clean break memo, that was advantageous. But the problem is they continued staying in Iraq. We shouldn't have done that. And if we did do that, we should have stayed for a much longer time, because military strategy has shown that if you occupy an area long enough, generally it's 2 to 3 generations minimum, then you can actually shift a people's opinion, more or less.
Yeah.
And we didn't. We did the worst possible option. The best option is to go in, get out. The second best is to stay in so long that you actually shift the opinions. The worst thing you can do is go in between, and that's what we did. So even if we went with the clean break memo, that was accomplished pretty quickly. We should have left at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you, because the best intervention is to actually get the mission done and get right away, just like the Maduro's mission. It was perfect, beautiful execution of that, right? And I'm not against that, by the way, because I have a lot of like conservative optics in general. But regardless, my whole entire point is that Israel had a very vested interest alongside America with like defenestrating Saddam Hussein, and the execution was not the best, and it was more in like Israel's favor than America.
Well,
and,
I will
neocons
say,
were the
I will,
example of that.
I will say that indefinite security for Israel and a secured borders for Israel is in the interest of America, specifically because of Russia and Chinese influence in the Middle East. So if there's more Israel control in the Middle East and more Israel influence in the Middle East, that is good for America and the world, for that matter.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I could see your position. I mean, it's because America is like quintessentially diametric, and it's against Russia and the hemisphere of China's influence because of like BRICS against NATO, etc. But the thing is, when it comes to that specific particular war, is that it went off the false premise or pretext of like WMDs. Even the Bush administration admitted that they didn't find any huge stockpiles, as they claimed, through the intel of like the WMDs that they had shared with Ariel Sharon.
That's correct. That's what I was mentioning earlier, that they found that they had a project, but they abandoned it. Which, by the way, again, that exactly lines up with what Israel said before the war even started. So Israel was the one that was correct, not the Western European countries and not American intelligence even. So that's why I'm having a hard time believing that this is some conspiracy of Israel project, because it was Israel's intelligence that ended up being more accurate. But my point to you is, if it was really just about the clean break memo, what about the clean break memo told America to stay into Iraq for about 10 years or 8 years, technically, I guess?
Yeah, what about that?
Yeah, and they never said to do that. If the clean break memo was about isolating and getting rid of Saddam Hussein, that happened very quickly. So even if we were going with the clean break memo and that was really the driving force, then America would have left after, let's say, 6 months, tops.
Right.
That's why I don't believe what you're saying, your original claim, that this was the driver of the Iraq War.
Well, I mean, I could see your perspective, and I definitely understand your point. I mean, it's pretty coherent and it makes sense. But what I'm trying to say and state is, and I don't want to sound like I'm repeating myself because I don't like to do that. But the point that I'm trying to say is that it was mainly, not mainly, but for the most part, it was, which is mainly what I'm saying.
Sure.
It's the same shit. Which is like more for like securing the realm of Israel, which you and I conceded to, I believe. And that turned out to be a bad war because of like a multitude of different reasons that they didn't find any mass WMDs. But we already talked about that. But
Right.
we could agree to disagree. But I really appreciate this conversation, man. And I want to see you against Nick Fuentes, man. When are we gonna see that, man?
I'm sure one day it'll happen.
Because I'm a fan of like Nick Fuentes. I don't agree with everything he says, but I'm a big fan of like him because he's like pretty knowledgeable. He's smart. Like him or not, he's pretty fucking smart.
I think he is charismatic and he's smart in understanding how to appeal to a general audience. I do not find him to be particularly intelligent because he says a lot of things that I'm like, that's not even close to correct.
Right. I mean, I think he's inconsistent because if you look at him against Destiny, Destiny pointed out a point that is very hypocritical about Fuentes when he debated him.
Yeah, the Vatican thing.
Yeah, he's a Catholic, and he said, "Oh, Americanism is a heresy. So why the fuck wouldn't you go back to like the Vatican or something?"
Right. Yeah.
I mean, Destiny nailed him. I don't like Destiny because I'm not a liberal. I'm more of like a conservative.
Sure.
But he had the nail right ahead on the wall, as they say. You know what I mean?
I don't like Destiny either because of a lot of his point of views on the left, but you can't deny he is a good debater. Can't deny it.
He is. But he's like trusting the government blindly, and I'm not a fan of that.
Right.
And also, I saw you debate with Myron Gaines. Holy shit, Myron got humiliated, man. Holy fuck. That was a hard watch on like Myron's end.
Did you watch the first part where it was audio only, or the second part where we were
I watched both. I watched the first part, which is the audio only, and the second part, which included the video.
Right.
With you and Myron.
It was a long.
And Myron, all he did was just kept repeating himself. Oh, this is my definition of genocide.
Right.
I'm not gonna repeat it again. Told him, according to the Genocide Convention of '48, ratified in '51, from like the second to like the last page with like the articles, the numbers, it's about the special intent, which the part that he didn't mention because he knows he's cooked. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
You nailed it.
Yep. Well, anyways, you're a very intelligent guy. Like you said, we don't agree on everything, but I can't deny you sound very well read.
Well, thank you, man. You inspired me to read more, even though we disagree on like stuff, which is pretty natural.
Right.
But you actually inspired me to actually read books. I've actually started reading books from like the pro-Israeli side, like the Case for by Alan Dershowitz. I started reading the Historical Encyclopedia of the Arab-Israeli conflict by Bernard Reich. Pretty good book. It shows the conflict from like prior to '48 all the way to like 1996. I would definitely recommend it to beginners.
Yeah.
And I also watched a lot of stuff, man.
Nice.
And read other books from like the pro-Palestine side.
I haven't read it yet because it's on my back burner. I still have maybe a couple books where I get to it, but I did just get this one. It's related to you because you're in Egypt. It's called Nazis on the Nile.
Oh shit, this is gonna be tough. I want to read that.
You should read it. I got it recommended by a guy. It's a good friend of mine. His name is Salam. He's he's probably the most intelligent guy I know, actually. He's very smart. But he recommended it to me. Like I said, I haven't been able to pick it up yet because I still have a couple books I want to read before I even get to that one. But what he described, I think you would find it very interesting.
Yeah, thanks for the recommendation, man. I'll definitely give it a shot. And speaking of that guy, Salam, he keeps skipping me, man. He keeps on skipping me every time I try to talk to him.
He's smart. He's a smart guy, though.
Right. He thinks I'm probably like one of those crazy Arabs that scream and do all the like kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But it's about being cordial and respectful and actually upholding a civilized conversation to actually converse and intercede a resolution. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not a bad faith person. That's why I conceded to the stuff that you corrected me on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. You don't sound bad faith at all. You sound like actually a legitimately good dude.
Yeah. Also, I would love to see you debate Brandon Martinez. I would love to see that debate between you and Martinez Politics or Brandon Martinez.
Okay. I don't know who that is, but yeah, sounds good.
He has like 70K followers on X, and he called you out on stuff like that.
Yeah, and a lot of people call me out. Yeah, okay, I'm sure one day it'll happen. Some of these things just naturally happen on their own. I don't know who that is particularly, but if he's somebody who, at least he sounds like he has a following, and if he wants to debate me, I'm sure in time that kind of stuff will just happen.
Right. And also, by the way, I met you the first time, like 3 months ago, I told you to debate Myron Gaines, and it happened. Now we're gonna see Nick Fuentes since I've mentioned it.
There you go. Yeah, you're gonna manifest it.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely be manifested through my realm, and I would fucking pay money to see that shit. Oh God.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Love it.
You too.
Peace. All right, you guys. That's the time. It was a good conversation. That was actually a good live today. You know, we had a decent conversation in the TikTok live. It wasn't super bad, although I know a lot of you guys don't like hearing the abortion debate, but it was good. And it was not too bad on Umingle either. And we got to watch some Tommy Robinson, the debate in Oxford. Yeah, good session tonight. All right, so today is what? Wednesday? Well, technically it's Thursday now. It's past midnight, but Thursday. So I will see you guys tomorrow, or again, technically today, 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then, of course, next day will be Shabbat, so we won't go live. And then I'll see you guys again on actually, I'm taking my son for his birthday already passed, but we had to delay. He wanted to go to a specific place, so I'm actually going to be doing that with him on Saturday. And we're taking kind of the whole family, doing a family trip. So I will not be live, actually, Saturday night. Might not even be live Sunday night, but I think Sunday night I will be live. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. And then no live for 2 days in a row, at least. Maybe 3, but definitely 2 days in a row. And I'll put that in the Discord. Okay, guys. I'm Mr. Ochai. God bless America. See you.